I,
You only two guys. Check that.
Sean, can you go back to the main thing? I think they've started it. Go out of the screen. Right, guys, we're live. Thanks so much for joining. Sorry, honestly, apologies because we're trying to get everything sorted. But as you see there, the staying the watch along that it is on cricket.com. India versus Sri Lanka. The big news after the middle. Sri Lanka winning the toss and choosing to field first. Dasun Shanaka siding with history because the last three games, remember, have all been chasing. India's team, for starters, Shub is joining me right now. First and foremost, Shub, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
First thoughts on the team news. Did you see anything which caught your eye there?
Ashwin comes in for Ravi Bishnoi.
Ashwin comes in for Bishnoy. That's the breaking news.
I think a possible logic could be ki
Yeah.
Sri Lanka have a lot of left-handers, but then on that note, Bishnoi would have worked perfectly as well because
Perfectly.
he bowls a lot of wrong ones. So yeah, interesting choice. Maybe they want to give Ashwin a look in. So
Yeah. I mean, Ashwin's a good call because I think we were speaking to Ashi that earlier, and he said Ashwin should have played that previous game, but he finally gets the nod in. Let me just confirm the playing lineups for you all. If you're joining us right now on the CDC Watch Along, subscribe and like and share this video because we're all up for it tonight in terms of an India must win. So, India team against Sri Lanka today. KL Rahul, Rohit Sharma, captain, of course. Virat Kohli, Suryakumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant, Deepak Hooda, Hardik Pandya, Ravichandran Ashwin, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, Chahal, and Arshdeep Singh. So the one change, like Shub mentioned, Ashwin for Bishnoi. Sri Lanka's playing 11. Patham Nisanka, Kusal Mendes, Charita Salanka, Danishka Gunatilaka, Banuka Rajpaksa, Darshan Janaka comes in at 6. Then Hasaranga, Chamakaka Ratne, Tiksana, Fernando, and Madhu Shankar. It's going to be a fascinating contest. Remember, India need to win all their games if they're going to make the final, let alone an India-Pakistan final. So let's get that out of the way first and foremost. And viewers joining us, feel free to comment below and get interactive with us because that's the only place on YouTube right now you can do it. We're doing the watch along. No one else is doing it out there. So show some love and, of course, get interactive. Shub, Sri Lanka, how do you assess them as an opposition today? I'm getting nightmares, rather had nightmares of Hasaranga and Tiksana running through our top order. Surely not.
that is surely not that you cannot say that actually because Sri Lanka they do have the bowlers to upset India. They do have the spinners rather to upset India. Tikshana can be really a tough nut to crack. So same goes for Hasranga as well. So in just uh, between both of them, they have actually 8 very good overs to really strangle India up front. That can happen. One real big difference between these two sides is the batting approach. India, I won't say that they are a slow batting side. Over the last couple of months, they have worked upon it. But if you compare that to Sri Lanka, uh, they have a sort of resurgence in their white ball cricket this year, and that has been laid out by the nature of their batters actually. Because except Pathum Nisanka up top, everyone likes to score those 10 ball 25, 15 ball 30s, which can be really as we saw from Mohammad Nawaz in the last game, that can really be a differentiator. So although on the terms of average, Sri Lankan batting unit doesn't look really high on power, but when it comes to the intent, they have the right intent. And since they will be chasing, that can put India in some sort of a bother. I'm not saying that uh, I'm not saying that Sri Lanka will win this game, but they have a good chance,
they have a good
especially when they are
chance.
bowling first.
And the toss going with them, of course. But some good points mentioned by Shub. We've seen it, in fact, unfold in this tournament right in front of our very eyes that Sri Lanka can have people to contribute to 20s and 30s and get across the line. We saw that against Afghanistan, and hopefully it's not against India tonight.
Well.
Against Bangladesh as well.
The same way.
Yeah, and they enjoyed the Nagan dance as well. So good on Sri Lanka there. On that note, let's quickly get in your attention in terms of commenting and subscribing. We'll also get Akash Subramaniam, who's been patiently waiting on the wing.
You are still not pronouncing his name right.
Shiva Subramaniam, beg your pardon. I keep getting it wrong. Apologies to relatives of his out there. but nevertheless, let's of course get him on right now. You're watching the CDC Watchalong, so keep the love coming. Subscriptions are most welcome. Get involved. It's open and welcome for everyone. Akash, get on board. You'll have to probably squeeze yourself in the hot seat. Kindly waiting for you. Just jump across. By the way, we've seen some other cricket today. We'll come back to the India-Sri Lanka chat, but before that, I want to ask him about Australia and New Zealand a lot more. If you guys are watching us for the first time, I'm Abnish Hegde, Shubh Agarwal.
And I'm Akash.
Say your last name.
Shiva Subramanian.
Exactly. Right. So let me get that out of the way. You guys can follow them on Twitter. You can follow me on Instagram. Not much of a Twitter guy, but Hegde everyday Instagram, Twitter.
Yeah, Akash is 26.
Akash is 26. And of course, Shubh.
Shubh Chintak, with an underscore between Shubh and Chintak.
Yeah.
So,
So if you guys are familiar with this watch along that you guys have seen before, let us know exactly in the comments below what you guys want us to talk about. We will answer all your questions and much more. But that's the news out there from the middle. Sri Lanka winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Your thoughts first and foremost before we talk random shit in cricket. Is this the best thing to happen for Sri Lanka? Win the toss and then take it from there, because they're always going to be playing catch-up cricket on paper.
No, definitely. I think Sri Lanka's approach suits to chasing, as Shubh said, more than setting up a total, because they don't have the bowling attack to defend a total. At least that bowling attack is not shown potential yet. They have maybe a potential on paper, but they've not shown it yet in the tournament. So I guess that then allows them to play with freedom. And once you know the score, right, it's easier to chase rather than set up a total.
Yeah, I mean, it makes for some fascinating subplots, should we say. And sometimes you can look at the CDC app, the cricket.com app, to check out player matchups. I mean, one particular matchup will be an RCB matchup, in Kohli and Hasaranga is one I can think of the top of my head. Any other matchups you perceive? Maybe the Indian openers against Theeksana?
Ashwin versus Bhanuka Rajapaksa.
Yeah, that's going to be
left-handers basically, but just knowing that how crucial Rajapaksa is for Sri Lanka, that he will just come out and go bonkers, and Ashwin can have that effect where he can actually restrict an attack
and Ashwin
and even get him
normally
out
had Sri Lankan batsmen on toast, right, all his life.
Yeah, that has been there, but Bhanuka Rajapaksa is just, he just comes to bat and you feel like something is going to happen. He's going to be boom or bust. And luckily for Sri Lanka, it has been boom a lot of times in the last couple of months, actually. So that is one thing that could be a very decisive battle as well, because if Rajapaksa wins that battle against Ashwin, India will have to, it could be Mohammad Nawaz wala thing that can come back again. So,
but Rajapaksa bats at what, 5 or 6?
5.
They can
promote him as well.
No,
but in this Asia Cup so far,
no, he's batted at 5. I think they made it clear that we don't have any firepower in the middle order, and we're going to use Rajapaksa as a floater, but majorly at number 5. So that's something that they want to do. And another interesting fact is that they brought in Ashwin, I don't think just for his off-spin abilities, because last time we saw that India's batting was...
So they brought in Ashwin, why? Because of left-handers excess in Sri Lanka?
One is that...
Because Bishnoi, let's face it, guys, wasn't that bad. 8 of 2, striking at 400. And of course, and 1 for 25, was it?
Yeah, bowling wise, absolutely no doubt. He was one of the better bowlers for us on that night. But I think Akash is right. You need some batting as well, because your batting just cannot dip after number 7, which was the case in the last game. And Kohli also mentioned in his press conference that because there was no one after him and Hooda, so they had to slow down in the middle, which you won't want.
So pretty much the only batsman who can't bat right now is Arshdeep and Chahal. Sorry, Arshdeep and Chahal, and your fans, of course. No disrespect there. Kishore Chaudhary, thank you so much for your first comment. The first comment of CDC Watch Along today. Sanju Samson is far better than Pant. What a conversation starter that is. It always has been in the CDC Watch Along. Delhi Capital fan here. South Indians, so we might side with Samson.
I'm a big Sanju Samson fan as well. No doubt.
He's also former Delhi player. So.
But Kishore, I agree with you. Sanju Samson is far better. Just think about this. If Sanju Samson was a left-hander, he would have definitely got many more opportunities than Rishabh Pant. But Rishabh Pant, maybe like how the boys said last time, is living off his reputation from that 2016, 2017, 2018 IPL. Obviously, his test match pedigree is there to see. So he's maybe that player where the shackles are not that much on him when he walks out of bat. We did decode it, of course, with Shubh. If you're even having this random conversation with a guy in the street and he brings up the topic of Samson and Pant, what's the first thing you're telling him?
That Pant is a left-hander.
That the Pant's a left-hander.
That is the only differentiator between the two right now. I mean, Somesh once said to me that if Samson was a left-hander, he would have played as many games as Pant has, and Pant would be in Samson's shoes, which is absolutely bang on.
In terms of flexibility, they both can bat anywhere.
They both can bat anywhere. Actually, they both likes to attack. The only difference
spin bashing. Spin bashing.
Both of them can smash.
Spin bashing.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Pant also has a great range. It's just that he has not been able to execute it. I still feel that Pant has the potential to crack T20 cricket on a consistent basis. He has just not been able to crack it. A big difference I feel is that Sanju Samson is a lot more stable while playing his shot. That is not the case with Rishabh Pant.
In terms of short ball susceptibilities, Pant or Samson, who's better in that regard?
I did a decoded about India's wicket keeping options. Both of them have great numbers against short ball as well.
Okay.
None of them really.
So it basically comes down to left-handed, right-handed. What about wicket keeping, by the way? Who would you have to keep for your life? Pant or Samson?
I think Pant has edged in the recent time.
The only difference is that Pant is not good with DRS. I'll go back to that Tim David thing.
But yeah, good shout, Kishore, and Shoban Akash mentioning some good points there. Afan Afridi, not playing DK is possibly the worst decision by Rohit. Rohit and DK, by the way, are best friends, so I'm sure they would have thought out a strategic plan for this game. Obviously, it's unlucky for DK, but we spoke about how Jadeja's injury has been honestly a spanner in the works for DK getting the shout in. So maybe India sticking with that chat. But DK, we're having a chat about Pant and Samson. Where does DK fit into this? DK is better keeper than those two?
No.
But he's a better finisher?
Yes. I think yes, because he has that experience of just coming in the slog.
Agree, but if you put Samson in that position, even he would deliver, right? 4 out of 10 times? 5 maybe?
At number 7, are you saying?
Yeah.
I won't say that because Samson has a proper method, and the thing that clicks for DK is that he can hit 360 degrees now.
But generally, Samson, when he walks out of the middle, his first 10 ball strike rate is anyway.
The difference is that you have seen Samson coming out to bat in the first 15 overs, where the bowling strategy is completely different.
And in the first 6 overs, most of the times.
And you will see at the death, you will see a lot of Yorkers and stuff. Yorkers, wide Yorkers. So Samson has a pretty straightforward game. Actually, he doesn't go for those rams, and you need those ram shots to tackle those Yorker
100%.
balls. So that is where I feel that Samson cannot come in for DK at number 7. If you can put Samson in top 5, then for sure. But not at 7.
Not at 7, maybe. By the way, all you guys watching this, a kind reminder, because 7:30, Somesh will be joining us, as well as Gurkirat and Sameer. But more importantly, wait for it, the voice of Hindi cricket, maybe the voice of cricket, Vivek Razdan will be, of course, part of this watch-along. I'm not kidding you guys. So stay focused, stay tuned, I should say, to our watch-along and spread the word. If you guys love Vivek Razdan, you know who I'm talking about, right? I mean, he's given us a lot of commentary gems over the years. I'm not going to try because I'll murder it. But if you guys know, you know. So subscribe, spread the word, and like this video as much as possible. With that being said, completely off topic, Ben Stokes' documentary. I saw it last night. I know he saw it earlier. You haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it yet.
For guys who haven't seen it, and Shok, it is a must-watch. It's an absolute must-watch. And I'll tell you 3 reasons why. Before you come on, Anirudh, hold on. We're just finishing a little chat here. And then we'll get Jason Gillespie, who's actually bowling in Dhaka by the looks of things. Ben Stokes' documentary, fascinating watch. It's on Amazon Prime. 3 things which stood out really is about everything about Ben Stokes' life, from the time he's shifted from New Zealand to England and that progression from Durham to becoming the vice captain, and then not to forget the Bristol brawl and his 2016 low light of against the Brathwaite in Kolkata. It has absolutely everything. So if you're a Ben Stokes / England cricket fan or a cricket fan in general, watch it. This is not a plug-in, but it's just like a cricket fan telling another cricket fan, you know what, there's some other content that you guys can watch. Right, so time to get on another face on our watch-along. And he was, of course, on Instagram doing the fantasy preview. The man, the myth, the legend that he is, Anirudh Suresh joining us.
I just want to say one thing. From Jason Gillespie, he has become Manpreet Goni actually. As well. I don't remember any other bowler.
If you could just move slightly towards me and sit on that chair, it's fine, because then we can get the bearings right and look all organized.
Only question is, can he bat at number 3 now?
Exactly. 1 second. First and foremost, fantasy shout outs. I don't know if you guys were watching, but he was doing a fantasy preview.
And we have put it on the cricket.com Instagram feed, so you can go check it out.
And the app as well, you can check out our 11. What was your captain and vice captain pick?
Captain was Kohli.
Okay. Whoa, that is insane.
That was Gurkirat's pick, by the way.
That's what I was. Don't shoot the messenger.
Are we back in 2016, guys?
But Kohli,
vice captain is Kusal Mendes.
Okay. But who are you backing in the battle between Hasranga and Kohli?
Have they? I mean, how many times have they faced each other? Have they even faced each other before? I don't think so.
I don't think.
Hasranga has played only for RCB.
Yeah. In the Nets, maybe.
The Nets, maybe. And who has inside information on what's going on in RCB Nets?
I wish we could say that, but if you guys have any idea who'll come out and top in that battle, we can check it on the app as well. But and also check out
Hasranga versus Virat Kohli, 6 balls, 4 runs, 0 wickets. So nothing exciting there. I think it is a brewing.
When did they move?
When was that? Maybe 2017, something like that.
No. I think later.
Data from last 5 years.
5 years.
2017.
Yeah, we have data from the last 5 years, so you guys can check it out.
Could it be that series when Samson kind of hit a first ball 6 and then got out the next ball? That's 20.
Yeah, but potentially.
That was a home series,
that's a good shout,
actually.
Home
series, I think might be that.
So that is that. Now, let us know who you guys think will be good choices for captains and vice captains. Now, Sri Lanka are bowling first, remember. So the average first inning score here is 162. But before we move along, let's take one from the tweet box, which is a regular feature on the Watchalongs. Chinmay Khandelwal going on a tweet. You got to feel sad for the young lad, Ravi Bishnoi. The team management and Rohit Sharma have become very unpredictable. Ravi Ashwin should have played in place of Deepak Hooda, and Dinesh Karthik should have gotten a chance, which are a lot of things to digest, but I want to get your attention.
I think we are going to answer the same question multiple times throughout this watch along.
So we spoke about it earlier. We appreciate Chinmay as well getting interactive on Twitter with us. And if you guys want to get interactive, there are 3 particular platforms you can do it on Twitter. We are cricket.com _official on Instagram and cricket.com/TV. Where you're watching this on YouTube, comment and feel free to say that. Now, Shub's got a quick Swiggy call. Let's go and pick up the pieces from there. Just move on. I think he's ordered food. We've all ordered food. It's pouring cats and dogs out here in Bangalore, so we want to get our food before the game starts. India must win, will win, right?
I don't know, because Sri Lanka, if you look at how they've been chasing off in the past, since that Shanaka knock against Australia, or
they
even
seem rejuvenated.
Not just Shanaka knock, but I remember that chase against Bangladesh in Sharjah, where Aslanka played that blinder. There's just something
and then this Afghanistan.
Yeah, I mean, Fidel wrote a great piece about just something about Sri Lanka when they're chasing. You don't expect a weak batting lineup or fragile batting lineup like Sri Lanka to basically.
But that Shanaka, I kept thinking it was a one-off, but honestly, it was great stuff. Potential banana skin maybe tonight. I'll just get Akash's thoughts on that. But before that, Subodh Chavan, thank you. How are you, my friend? Hope everything's good on this Tuesday evening. Nearly said Wednesday there. Do you think Suryakumar Yadav is wasting his time at number 4? I'm guessing he is the best T20 batsman of India. He could bat 3 and Kohli at 4. What do you think, guys? It's something that Kevin Peterson, Simon Dool, and all these commentators keep reiterating on air, saying that your best batsman should take the most amount of balls. I've kind of seen it from an RCB lens through AB, how we wanted to push him at 3 because Kohli was batting at 1. You're a big Sky fan. Should he bat at 3, Kohli at 4?
Right now, if you had asked me a few weeks ago, even I would have said Sky at 3 and no Kohli.
Yeah.
But now that Kohli has found some kind of a rhythm where he is able to score runs freely with a decent flow, don't fix something that is not broken. So Kohli at 3, Sky at 4, and Sky at 4, we just saw he has that versatility to do what he did against Hong Kong, where he can come in at 90 for 2 and 14 overs and score 100 of the last 6 overs.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
is there a case, say for example, tonight Rohit and Rahul get off to flyer, they're 115 for no loss, 11 overs gone, and then they lose a wicket? Then would you send Sky or Virat?
I think I would rather send Rishabh Pant at that stage, because once you have once he has that freedom, he tends to score more runs and tends to
it's a good
do
shot.
It freely. And about Sky playing at number 3, if you play Sky at number 3, it's as good as not playing Kohli at all.
Yeah. By the way, Virat Kohli's fastest knock in T20s a 29 ball 70, which he scored against West Indies in a losing cause 2016 semi-final, was at number 4. So you never know. That's just a stat alert out there, which is coming from the top of my mind. Coming back to the larger scheme of things tonight, potential banana skin from an India perspective. Will we slip up against Sri Lanka? Where is this script? Because we're all thinking, yeah, undefeated, all of that, meeting Pakistan. Dude, if we out tonight, we may as well.
I mean, when you're asking for potential banana skin, are you talking about Sri Lanka as a whole, or do you want us to pick individuals who can?
No, Sri Lanka on the whole. I'm saying result-wise.
No, Sri Lanka as a whole, I think they're more than capable of defeating India.
And he said chasing
as well.
Chasing
and Dubai has been match kind of a venue, and the only exceptions have been Hong Kong losing to India, and Scotland losing to New Zealand, and CSK losing to KKR. So actually,
CSK winning to KKR.
Winning against KKR. We were discussing this in the fantasy preview, and Gurkirat had a stat like in the last 21 matches in Dubai, except these 3 matches. Every single match has been won by the team chasing. And,
it's madness. And Sri Lanka, like he rightly pointed out, they've had some phenomenal chases in recent T20 history. So hopefully there's another one which can't add to that one. Just before Akash goes on, please, of course, tweet us at VR Cricket, because if you want your tweet to be featured on this watch along, we will do it. Just test it right now. And I swear we will put it out. So whatever you feel like asking us, commenting,
abusing
tweets, memes, abusing, you know what, just
abusing
bring it
us,
on.
Not the players.
Abusing us. We will, of course, feature that on the show right here, right now. And, of course, comments on YouTube. So keep that trickling in. Let us know, by the way, what you guys are eating on Tuesday. Pramod Anand, thank you so much for getting involved. Given that Sri Lanka have 3 left-handers in the middle order, should Deepak Hooda bowl a couple of overs today, giving Hardik Pandya 4 overs in the previous match, which proved costly? Maybe, but there's Ashwin there for that Pramod. So I don't know how they will kind of have Deepak Hooda in that, because we saw they didn't bowl Deepak Hooda against Pakistan. They could have against Fakhar when he walked out.
Another shameless plug. I did a combination piece on what India can do to fill in for Ravindra Jadeja. So I covered all these questions in that. So everyone who is tuning in right now can go check it out. It's on our homepage.
Just check it out.
In case you're...
And you know how to check it out? Just remove your phones if you're watching this on your laptop. Scan the QR code, and then it'll take you to the homepage. And then what is the title of your piece?
India's Ravindra Jadeja headache.
That is the one. And it's a good piece, because I know I haven't read it personally, but there's some blokes in the office who's talking about all of that. Now,
this is shameless.
Shubh, come back for me, because we'll substitute in terms of my food coming on right now. Be back in 2 gents. And Vivek Razdan is going to be with us shortly. So do not go anywhere. Watch this space right now.
Yes. Okay. And, Shubh, so Sri Lanka have a left-arm bowler, left-arm pacer, Madhushanka. What do you think? Is it Shaheen 2.0? Is it?
But I don't think he opens the bowling as much, because they are opening with...
Should they open with him then?
Who are there opening? Who has been there opening?
Tikshana
has opened from one end. And last game, I think it was...
Asita Fernando.
I think Asita Fernando opened the bowling.
How are India against... how are Indian openers when the opposition spinners take the new ball? I haven't seen that.
I remember just one match when Afghanistan Nabi took the new ball and it backfired kind of in the World Cup last year.
World Cup,
but there's a difference between Nabi and Tikshana.
Picking Tikshana is very tough, because sometimes he just swings the ball. He just doesn't even spin it. He brings the ball back in the air, actually. And Rohit Sharma actually has a very weird weakness against off spinners as well.
And,
I thought you were going to say outswing.
Thanks a lot, Subodh, for
your comment.
And Gurkirat will be joining very shortly. Yes. And not just Gurkirat, we'll have Vivek Razdan ji joining us also. I think he should be in like anytime now, I guess.
He should be in a few minutes. We don't have that schedule. We are just here to jabber. So,
but anyway, you can catch Shubh along with Gurkirat and Vivek Razdan and Somesh. So, yes.
Okay, we have another question.
If you need 20 runs in an over, then which Indian batsman do you send for achieving target?
Definitely, I think Sky at this point.
So I'm thinking Sky as well, but a lot depends on the bowler as well.
Okay,
But can you pick someone from outside the
Sky,
playing 11?
Sky? Okay, for
Dinesh Karthik. Of course. DK.
Right, so Sky is one. I think if you pick 3 batsmen, Sky, DK, and I would say...
Pant, maybe.
No. I won't trust Pant to score 20 runs even.
That guys
going
are
on.
just back in the mix for like 5 more minutes.
I would say Pandya. How can you not?
Hardik Pandya, yes, but the kind of a batter he has become, he doesn't just come in and whack the ball.
I agree. Kishore Chaudhary, I agree totally. Sanju, I would trust him to score 20 runs, but unfortunately it looks like he is not going to be a part of the T20 World Cup plans.
Unfortunately, but like lots of Samson fans, and understandably so as well.
And a shout out to Sri Lanka's national anthem, which is beautiful.
We love it, but just the duration question marks on that because it's about 4 minutes long.
I mean, it's hypocritical that we talk about Sri Lanka's national anthem, Sri Lankan national anthem's duration, because this watch-along goes on for nearly 5 hours. So we can bear with
Don't blame it on us. Blame it on the slow over rate, actually. What can we do? Watch-along if we have
So guys, honestly, get in your predictions. Let us know what you think. I think Kishore just shouted at 200, if I'm not wrong. We got 182 against Pakistan. It wasn't enough. We got 192 against Hong Kong. It was enough. What do we get tonight?
And opposition teams have scored 180 plus against Sri Lanka to be on the losing side.
Correct.
So I think it is a very good opportunity for India because they lost their last game batting first. They have another chance. And they will be eyeing something above 190 at least.
And don't worry, Sri Lanka have the batting depth that the world wants to see because Karuratne, I think, comes in around 8. So they bat heavy, and like Shub said at the top of the show, they all have intent, barring Pritham Nissanka, but on his day as well, he can smash it.
I disagree. Nissanka has intent as well. If you look at last match,
Shub disagreeing.
No, even Asita Fernando, for that matter of fact, he's got 10 of 3. So
it is.
They have great batting.
So the question when it comes to India is that they almost had the perfect power play last time around.
Correct.
Can it get better? And if not, then what do they do? What do they have to do better to finish on a strong note and ensure that they score above par? Like what we were discussing, they just got to a par score last time around and they lost.
I mean, it's going to be fascinating. You can see the points table right now in terms of the broadcast viewers out there. But look, we're really running out of time because Rohit and Raul's walking out of the middle. Me, Anirudh, and Akash are going to bid goodbye. We're going to be back shortly after the power play because right here, right now, it's going to be Vivek Razdan, the voice of cricket, joining us. Don't go anywhere because you want to watch his space. He's going to be answering all your comments. So get flooding in the comment section. We will feature all of it and ask him his best shairi. You can ask him literally everything. Vivek is a gem of a man, and Somesh and Shub will take over.
Somesh
Good luck,
is a gem of a man as well.
And Somesh as well. With that, let's call Somesh on and get him on. And good luck to Shub.
Guys, this is not Vivek Razdan, by the way.
Good luck to all of us. Good luck to all of us because
knows who Vivek is.
at the end of the day, we are going to be hoping for an India win. Let us know in the comments below. Yes, I'm leaving as well because of the language problem. But look, back shortly after my KFC.
Exactly why you should stay.
No
have
chance.
Fun.
Have a good game.
Have some
Hopefully, Rohit and Rahul, 100 for none after 10 overs. That's my quick prediction.
100 for none after 10.
That's a bold shout.
विवेक, आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है?
बिल्कुल आ रही है जी, बिल्कुल आ रही है आवाज आपकी।
क्या हाल है आपकी यात्रा
बहुत
कैसी रही?
बढ़िया। बढ़िया रही यात्रा। कल रात को ही आया हूँ, आज वापस आना पड़ा ना, जिताना इंडिया को।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। देखिए, आप उस दिन नहीं थे तो इंडिया हार गया।
सही बात है। नहीं, उस दिन मैच इंडिया हारी जरूर, लेकिन वो मैच ही बहुत अच्छा था। मतलब वहां तक पहुंचना अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी जीत थी। और ऐसा हो जाता है ना, वो 19वां ओवर जिसमें भुवनेश्वर कुमार को इतने रन पड़ गए, उसी वजह से मैच निकल गया हाथ से। नहीं तो वो मैच भी आपने पकड़ लिया था। और T20 में ऐसा होता है कई बार, एक आध ओवर की बात होती है।
बिल्कुल, भुवनेश्वर भी हर कभी रन नहीं खाते, उनका भी कभी कभी होता है ऐसा। तो आपने मैच के पहले हम लोग जब बातचीत कर रहे थे तब आपने बोला भी था कि जीतना उतना इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, कभी कभार हार से भी कुछ लेसन्स हमको मिलते हैं। तो ये उसी तरह का गेम था कि इंडिया के लिए काफी लेसन्स मिले उस गेम से।
जी हाँ, जब भी आप इसमें देखिए, इस फॉर्मेट में या इस खेल में, जब भी इस तरह के क्लोज मैचेस आप देखते हैं ना, तो उन मैचों से एक तो आपकी टीम की मजबूती के बारे में पता चलता है, क्रिकेटरों के बारे में, आपके खिलाड़ियों के बारे में पता चलता है कि भाई जब मुश्किल परिस्थिति खड़ी होती है तो कौन वो खिलाड़ी हैं जो उस दबाव को अच्छी तरह से संभालने में कामयाब होते हैं। और बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है, बहुत कुछ। तो मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि उस हार से भारतीय टीम को बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला होगा।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। और हम उसके पहले केएल राहुल के अप्रोच के बारे में बात किए थे, बट वो काफी रिफ्रेशिंग था देखने के लिए कि ही वाज मैचिंग रोहित इन टर्म्स ऑफ शॉट्स। काफी अग्रेसिव माइंडसेट से उतरे थे। एंड इंडिया का पावर प्ले तो खैर काफी ज्यादा अच्छा रहा था। उस पावर प्ले के टाइम पे तो हमको लग रहा था कि शायद 200 सवा 200 रन तो कहीं नहीं गए।
हाँ, लेकिन असली क्रिकेट जो होती है ना, वो पहला पावर प्ले जब खत्म होता है ना, वो 7वें ओवर से 15वें ओवर के बीच की असली क्रिकेट होती है। वहां पे टीमें जो अच्छा उन ओवरों को खेल जाती है ना, फिर आखिरी के ओवरों में फिर आपके पास विकेट हाथ में हो, एक सेट बल्लेबाज क्रीज पे खड़ा हो, फिर वो आप वहां से एक अच्छी रफ्तार पकड़ पाते हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। और अभी हमारे साथ ज्वाइन करने के लिए गुरकीरत भी मौजूद हैं, वो स्टैंड बाय पे हैं, तो मैं अपने प्रोड्यूसर से बोलना चाहूंगा कि गुरकीरत को भी ऐड करें। पाजी क्या हाल है?
पाजी बहुत खुश है आज।
मैं वही कह रहा था, कोई कमी लग रही है, गुरकीरत नहीं थे।
जी जी जी, अभी शायद म्यूट में है गुरकीरत, उनकी आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है हमको। तो विवेक, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, जैसे हमने ये डिस्कशन भी किया था कि किसी दिन जब ऑपोजिशन में लेफ्टी ज्यादा होंगे तो हम अश्विन को टीम में देख सकते हैं, आज वैसा ही हुआ। बट आपको अभी लगता है कि लास्ट गेम के बाद जैसे हुडा को बॉलिंग नहीं मिली, आज अश्विन को खिलाया, बट अभी भी कहीं ना कहीं तक सेटअप वही है कि 5 मेन बॉलर्स हैं, तो आपको लास्ट गेम के बाद ऐसा लगा क्या कि एक बॉलर की कमी कहीं ना कहीं खली?
देखिए, आज सिर्फ लेफ्ट हैंडर्स की वजह से अश्विन को मौका नहीं मिला। अगर आज आपने पिच रिपोर्ट के बारे में भी जब बात हो रही थी, उसके बारे में भी आपने देखा हो, तो आज पिच जो है वो पिछले मैच के की तुलना में थोड़ी सी हल्की है, घास थोड़ी कम है, थोड़ी सी ज्यादा सूखी हुई है, तो इस वजह से उनको लगा कि एक फिंगर स्पिनर को आप आज टीम में लेकर आ सकते हैं। और फिर अगर आपके पास अश्विन जैसा अनुभवी खिलाड़ी बैठा हो आपके बेंच पे, तो फिर वो निर्णय लेना इतना कठिन नहीं रहता। बाएं हाथ के बल्लेबाज हैं, 3 बाएं हाथ के बल्लेबाज अच्छे श्रीलंका के पास हैं, तो ये भी एक जरूर एक वजह रही होगी। लेकिन सबसे पहले आप पिच का स्वभाव देखते हैं कि पिच किस तरह की रहेगी, क्योंकि अगर घास अच्छी है, बॉल पड़ के ज्यादा तेज रफ्तार से निकल रही है या ज्यादा स्किड कर रही है, तो फिर शायद बिश्नोई के साथ जाना ही ज्यादा बेहतर विकल्प रहता।
जी जी जी। और तीनों ही लेफ्ट हैंडर्स मैच विनर है श्रीलंका के, ये भी एक खास बात है कि वो सबसे ज्यादा खतरा उन 3 लेफ्टीज से ही है,
और अच्छी लय में भी है ना। आप देखें, आप पिछले मैच में भी आप, अब ये टीम वो है जो पिछले दोनों मैचेस जीतती हुई यहाँ आई है। आप जब मुश्किल मैचेस जीतने की बात थी, आपने बांग्लादेश को हराया, उसके बाद आपने अफगानिस्तान को हराया और अच्छे रनों का पीछा करके हराया। इसका मतलब उनके बल्लेबाज जो है वो सिर्फ रन नहीं बना रहे, अच्छे समय पे रन बना के अपनी टीम को मैचेस भी जिता रहे। तो ये एक टीम ऐसी है जो अच्छी लय पकड़ी हुई है, और इसी वजह से आप देखें, टॉस के वक्त कप्तान को कोई संकोच नहीं हुआ, उसने झट से कहा कि हम तो जी वही टीम के साथ उतरेंगे।
जी जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। मैं बिल्कुल श्योर हूँ कि गुरकीरत पाजी के मन में भी कुछ सवाल उमड़ रहे होंगे इस वक्त।
सर, आपको लगता है कि आज श्रीलंका प्रवीण जयविक्रम को खिला सकती थी, क्योंकि इंडिया काफी स्ट्रगल कर रही है लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिन के अगेंस्ट, तो मे बी किसी और प्लेयर को बाहर बिठा के प्रवीण, जैसे इंडिया ने अश्विन को लेके आए एक फिंगर स्पिनर, जैसे आपने बोला कि पिच भी ऐसी है जो थोड़ी ड्राई है और लेफ्ट हैंडर्स हैं इसलिए अश्विन को ले आए, वैसे ही इंडिया काफी स्ट्रगल कर रही है लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिन के अगेंस्ट, तो क्या प्रवीण जयविक्रमा को वो खिला सकती थी आज श्रीलंका, या उनके पास इतना है बॉलिंग अटैक में कि वो इंडिया को परेशान कर सकती हैं यहाँ पर?
अब देखिए, स्पिनर्स आप कितने खिलाएंगे? आपके पास 2 तो वैसे ही हैं जो अच्छा प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, हसरंगा है आपके पास, थिक्शाना अच्छी गेंदबाजी कर रहे हैं, तो फिर आप मतलब कितने और अपने टीम में आप स्पिनर्स और जोड़ना चाहते हैं? एक तेज गेंदबाजी जो है वो थोड़ी सी एक श्रीलंका के नजरिए से देखें तो इस टीम में उनकी थोड़ी सी वो कमजोर कड़ी नजर आ रही है। तो सारा आज दारोमदार जो है और सारी नजरें जो हैं वो इसी चीज पे रहेंगी कि उनके तेज गेंदबाज किस तरह की गेंदबाजी करते हैं, पहले पावर प्ले में खास तौर पे, और नई गेंद का किस तरह से इस्तेमाल करते हैं। नहीं तो अगर बीच के ओवरों की आप बात करें तो मुझे लगता है उनके पास अच्छा दमखम है।
सर, मेरा एक सवाल है आपसे, पर उस सवाल से पहले मैं एक्चुअली आपकी शर्ट की तारीफ करना चाहूंगा, प्राइमरीली बिकॉज सर आपको जाना चाहता है कि जो आप कमेंट्री करते हैं, जो हिंदी में जो आप वेट डाल के कमेंट्री करते हैं, जो आपने नया स्टाइल लाए हैं आप कमेंट्री में, वो एक्चुअली बहुत कम देखने को मिलता है आजकल। एंड सर उसकी खास बात एक ये है कि हमारी हिंदी पिक्चरों में जब भी कोई हिंदी का बहुत ही बड़ा हिंदी का बहुत ही बड़ा शिक्षक सा कोई दिखाते हैं, तो उसने मोस्टली कुर्ता पजामा पहना होता है, चश्मा, और वो बिल्कुल बाल बिल्कुल तेल लगा के एंड स्टफ। बट सर आपका स्टाइल बिल्कुल ही अलग है, मतलब कमेंट्री में बिल्कुल हिंदी आपकी बिल्कुल बहुत अच्छी होती है, और जो शर्ट का आपका स्टाइल है वो बिल्कुल काफी अच्छा है। सो वो जो कॉन्ट्रास्ट जो आप लाए हैं वो एक्चुअली मुझे काफी अच्छा लगा। सो सबसे पहले तो शर्ट के लिए आपको बहुत ही ज्यादा कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स। और सवाल मेरा ये है कि सर अश्विन का इंक्लूजन सब ये कह के जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं कि वो ऑफ स्पिनर है, सो वो लेफ्ट हैंडर से बॉल दूर लेके जाएंगे, पर वो आए हैं रवि बिश्नोई की जगह जो कि एक्चुअली रॉन्ग वंस बहुत डालते हैं। तो उनका भी बेसिकली उनका भी ऑपरेट करने का स्टाइल वही है कि लेफ्ट हैंडर से बॉल को दूर लेके जाना। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि कहीं ये बैटिंग एक बहुत ही बड़ा पॉइंट था जो कि अश्विन के फेवर में गया इस मैच में?
आपकी देखिए बात जो है वो यहाँ तक बिल्कुल सही है कि जो बिश्नोई है उनकी भी ताकत जो है वो वही गेंद है कि जो बाएं हाथ के बल्लेबाजों के दूर वो लेकर जाते हैं। उनकी गुगली जो है वो खास तौर पे उनकी विकेट टेकिंग डिलीवरी, और पिछले मैच में भी अगर आप देखें तो उन्होंने बड़ा बढ़िया प्रदर्शन किया था, और उम्मीद यही जताई जा रही थी कि उसी टीम के साथ आप आगे चलना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि ऐसा कोई खराब प्रदर्शन गेंदबाजों ने किया नहीं था। लेकिन यहाँ पे मैंने आपसे जैसे पहले भी कहा कि जब आप मैदान में आते हैं सबसे पहली नजर आप पिच के ऊपर डालते हैं कि ये पिच किस तरह की है, आज के मैच के लिए किस तरह की पिच दी गई है। और पिछले मैच से आज के मैच पिछले 2-3 दिन में ये देखा गया है कि पिच में काफी बदलाव सा आया है, सूख गई है, ड्राई है पिच, और ये इस तरह की पिच नजर आ रही है जहां गेंद थोड़ा सा ग्रिप कर सकता है। तो दो चीजें हैं, एक तो जब ग्रिप करना शुरू करता है गेंद तब आप रिस्ट स्पिनर के साथ साथ अगर आपके पास एक अच्छा फिंगर स्पिनर है तो आप वो दोनों विकल्प लेके जाना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि रिस्ट स्पिनर तो आपके पास चहल है ही। अब फिंगर स्पिनर जो है, पहले आपके पास रविंद्र जाडेजा थे, अब या तो विकल्प था आपके पास अक्षर पटेल का, नहीं तो अगले फिंगर स्पिनर कौन है आपके पास? अश्विन। अब अश्विन का दो फायदा है, एक तो ऑफ स्पिनर है बाएं हाथ के बल्लेबाज के विरुद्ध, दूसरे वो इतने ज्यादा अनुभवी हैं कि ऐसे मैचों में जहां मस्ट विन सिचुएशन खड़ी हो जाती है ना, जहां की अब आपको करो या मरो है, अब तो बस सीधी बात, अगर आप मैच हारे और आप टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो सकते हैं, तो ऐसे मैचों में आप अपने एक अनुभवी खिलाड़ी को उतारना चाहते हैं ताकि अनुभव का फायदा मिले, क्योंकि ऐसे मैचों में कभी कभी सब नए गेंदबाजों के साथ या अनुभवी जो इतने ज्यादा अनुभवी नहीं है उनके साथ जाए तो मैच अगर फंसे तो दिक्कत आ सकती है। तो मुझे लगता है ये वजह रही है कि आज अश्विन को मौका मिला है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। और जितने भी फैंस हमको देख रहे हैं मैं उनसे गुजारिश करना चाहूंगा कि उनका भी कोई क्वेश्चन है जो वो विवेक राजधानी से पूछना चाहते हैं तो प्लीज फील फ्री टू शूट इट। मीनवाइल मैं बस शर्ट की बात रह गई तो मैं ये बोलना चाहूंगा कि शायद आप उस चीज में विश्वास रखते होंगे कि बाहर से देख के समझ में नहीं आना चाहिए कि अंदर क्या है।
ये रंग बिरंगा शर्ट इंडियन टीम के लिए है कि आज आप भी अपने खेल में इस तरह के रंग भरिए कि आपके जब रंग इस तरह से आप भरेंगे मैदान के ऊपर और ऐसे खिल कर आएंगे इन रंगों की तरह, तो फिर मैच देखने का मजा अलग आएगा।
पर सर माइंड मत करना, आपकी शर्ट पे केले का छिलका है और वो कहीं भारतीय टीम फिसल ना जाए।
ना वो श्रीलंका के लिए,
वो श्रीलंका के लिए है। ठीक है, शानदार, बढ़िया।
फिसलना उन्होंने आज भारतीय टीम नहीं फिसलने वाली, चिंता ना करिए।
पहली बाउंड्री आई है अभी, जस्ट द फर्स्ट बाउंड्री। केएल राहुल ने अपनी फीट यूज करके तीक्षाना को ओवर कवर्स बाउंड्री लगाई है। तो होपफुली यही उम्मीद करूंगा, जैसे हम पहले बात कर रहे थे, कि उनका जो इंटेंट है वो आज वैसा ही देखने को मिले जैसा पिछले मैच में था।
हाँ, और अच्छी बात ये थी कि जब आप स्टेप आउट करते हैं ना एक स्पिनर के खिलाफ, मैंने पिछले मैचों में देखा था कई बार भारतीय खिलाड़ी क्या कर रहे थे, स्टेप आउट जब कर रहे थे ना स्पिनर के खिलाफ, वो हमेशा बड़ा शॉट या छक्का मारने के लिए ही स्टेप आउट कर रहे थे। तो उसमें क्या होता है, आप आउट भी हो जाते हो। लेकिन जब आप स्टेप आउट करके आप बाउंड्री के लिए खेलते हो ना, तो वहां पे जोखिम जो है वो शॉट खेलने में कम हो जाता है, आपके आउट होने के चांसेस कम हो जाते हैं। इसलिए सिर्फ ये याद रखिए हमेशा एक बल्लेबाज के तौर पे कि स्टेप आउट सिर्फ बड़े शॉट या छक्का मारने के लिए नहीं होता। स्टेप आउट करके लोग सिंगल भी लेते हैं, स्टेप आउट करके लोग डिफेंस भी करते हैं, और स्टेप आउट करके लोग बाउंड्रियां भी लगाते हैं। फर्क सिर्फ 2 रनों का है, 6 में और 4 में सिर्फ 2 रनों का फर्क है। लेकिन एक शॉट खेलने में आपके पास पूरी संतुष्टि है कि कम से कम आप आउट नहीं होंगे।
जी। इसी बीच अंपायर ने केएल राहुल को आउट दे दिया है, बॉल थोड़ी मूव हुई हवा में, रिव्यू लिया गया है। बट आई थिंक विवेक, आपने जो बात की, मेरे को कोहली का एक वाकया याद आ गया कि जब वो टेस्ट क्रिकेट में भी काफी प्लेयर्स को जब बीच में ड्रॉप करते थे तो ये बोल के करते थे कि उनकी बैटिंग में मुझे इंटेंट नहीं दिखती। और उनका एक डायलॉग होता था कि इंटेंट डिफेंस में भी दिखती है, कि जिस अंदाज में आप डिफेंस करते हो कभी कभी उसमें भी आपकी इंटेंट दिखती है। तो ये शायद वही बात है कि आप आगे बढ़ रहे हो स्पिनर के अगेंस्ट, ये आपका एक पॉजिटिव मूवमेंट है कि आप बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट हो, उसके बाद आप उसको डिफेंड करो या गैप में लेके सिंगल लो, वो प्लेयर का अपना अपना चॉइस है। काफी सारे कॉन्वर्सेशन मुझे इनफैक्ट याद आ रहे हैं इस बात को लेकर के।
हाँ, क्योंकि इंटेंट का क्या मतलब होता है, इंटेंट का हिंदी में शब्द क्या है, उद्देश्य। जब भी आप कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो उसके पीछे क्या उद्देश्य छुपा हुआ है, तो बस यही तो होता है ना। तो जरूरी नहीं है कि चौका या छक्का ही मारना हर बार उद्देश्य होता है। अगर आप एक अच्छे ढंग से गेम को डिफेंड भी करते हो, मतलब हर बार आपको जो भी आप करते हो ये लगना चाहिए कि मैं कंट्रोल में हूँ, ये चीज जो भी मैंने की है ये मेरे नियंत्रण में है या मेरे कंट्रोल में है। तो बस यही उद्देश्य होना चाहिए बल्लेबाजी में।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
और अभी केएल राहुल काफी चिंतित है यहाँ पे।
केएल राहुल थोड़े चिंता में लग रहे हैं रिव्यू के टाइम।
ये बॉल मैं
यहाँ
देख रहा
चिंतित तो
हूँ
होते ही हैं, क्योंकि दिक्कत क्या आ जाती है जब फुल टॉस गेंद लगती है ना आपके पैर पे, तो फिर वो रिव्यू जो है ना वो थोड़ा सा बल्लेबाज के विरुद्ध चला जाता है। क्योंकि क्या होता है कि जब टप्पा पड़ के गेंद पैड पे लगती है ना, तो वो बल्ले का वो गेंद का एंगल दिखता है, तो उसी एंगल के हिसाब से वो आगे चला देते हैं उस बॉल ट्रैकिंग को। लेकिन जब फुल टॉस आपके पैर पे लगती है ना गेंद, तो फिर वो एंगल तो बना नहीं है, तो इसलिए वहां से बॉल ट्रैकिंग होगी तो किस तरह की होगी, ये थोड़ा सा दिक्कत में कभी कभी बल्लेबाज इस वजह से आ जाता है।
ये हवा में थोड़ी घूमी तो है,
बॉल थोड़ी सी अंदर आई है
तो हो सकता है
राहुल के बूट पे लगने से पहले।
पर सर ये हमारे
लेकिन बॉल ट्रैकिंग हवा में नहीं होती है ना। बॉल देखिए, बॉल ट्रैकिंग किस तरह से आप बताएंगे, जहां बॉल का टप्पा पड़ा और जहां पैड है, जब जो लाइन उस बॉल ने पड़ने के बाद पैड तक पकड़ी है वही लाइन आप आगे लेके सीधे चली जाते हैं। लेकिन जब गेंद आपके पैड पे फुल टॉस गिर जाती है तो उससे पहले हवा में क्या कर रही है वो बॉल ट्रैकिंग थोड़ी पकड़ सकता है, वो तो जहां पैर पे गेंद लगी है वहीं से सीधी लाइन खींच देगा।
और अभी यहाँ पे चल रहा है
तो ये तो मेरे को लग रहा है
एम्पायर्स कॉल।
अंपायर्स कॉल के कारण राहुल को वापस जाना होगा, पर रिव्यू बचा रहेगा इंडिया के पास। सर हमें तो
ऑफ स्पिन से ज्यादा इन स्विंग हुई थी, एकदम अंदर आ गई
वो भाई, वो इन स्विंग ही मारता है वो। ही इज लाइक दैट इमाद वसीम काइंड ऑफ थिंग ना, कि ही स्विंग्स द बॉल बैक इन इंस्टेड ऑफ ड्रिफ्टिंग और टर्न कराने के बजाय। सो वही किया यहाँ पे तीक्षणा ने, क्योंकि पिछली बॉल पे राहुल ने निकल के चौका मार दिया था, तो इस बॉल पे तीक्षणा काफी प्रोएक्टिव थे कि अगर ही स्टेप्स आउट अगेन तो उनके पास ऑप्शन मौजूद था। और मेरे ख्याल से तीक्षणा को यही चीज जो है ना, यही चीज तीक्षणा को बहुत इफेक्टिव बनाती है कि उनके खिलाफ रन बनाना भी मुश्किल है और विकेट पे खड़े रहना भी थोड़ा मुश्किल काम है।
और थोड़ा सा गलती अगर आप देख भी लेते ना तो होता क्या है, कभी कभी जैसे अभी आपने बात की ना, ये थोड़ा सा इन स्विंग भी डाल देते हैं कभी कभी, तो होता यह है कि वो बल्लेबाज जो अपना बायां पांव या जो अपना आगे वाला पांव है वो बहुत ज्यादा पहले ही अक्रॉस लाइन के ले जाते हैं ना, और गेंद फिर उसके बाद लहरा के अंदर को आती है, फिर उन बल्लेबाजों को सबसे ज्यादा दिक्कत आती है, क्योंकि आप गेंद की लाइन के पहले बाहर चले गए हैं। और यही दिक्कत तो रही है ना, वो अंदर आती हुई गेंदें जो दिक्कत करती हैं बल्लेबाजों को, वो उसकी सबसे बड़ी वजह यही है कि आप पहले ही अपना बायां पांव जो है वो लाइन के बहुत ज्यादा बाहर ले जाते हैं।
ये एरन फिंच के साथ बहुत होता है एक्चुअली, पिछले 2 साल से वो इसी सेम तरीके से आउट हुए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनका पैर बहुत ज्यादा।
आज मॉर्निंग में गुरकीरत पाजी ने ट्वीट भी किया था कि एरन फिंच के कुछ 34-35% डिसमिसल या तो बोल्ड है या एलबीडब्ल्यू है।
तो 140
ऐसे बल्लेबाजों को अक्सर आप क्या करते हुए देखते हैं, फिर वो अपने जो स्टांस है ना उसको थोड़ा सा चेंज कर लेते हैं। जो भी बल्लेबाज स्टांस में थोड़ा सा खुल के खड़ा होना शुरू कर जाए ना, जो दोनों जो पंजे हैं दोनों एक लाइन में ना हो, बल्कि बायां पांव जो है थोड़ा सा पीछे खोल के खड़ा हो जाए, इसका मतलब ये सबसे पहला इंडिकेशन है कि उसको अंदर आती हुई गेंद तकलीफ देती है, क्योंकि वो अपना बायां पांव बहुत ज्यादा क्रॉस ले जाता है। इसलिए ऐसा ना हो, उस वजह से वो थोड़ा सा खुल के अब खड़ा होने लगा है।
ये चीज एक्चुअली रोहित शर्मा ने करी थी, क्योंकि 2019-20 के टाइम पे का एक फेज था कि जब वो लेफ्ट आर्म पेसर उनको इन स्विंग डाल के थोड़ा ट्रबल कर रहे थे। तो मुझे काफी अच्छे से याद है 2020 की जनवरी में जब ऑस्ट्रेलिया की टीम इंडिया आई थी 3 वनडे मैचेस खेलने के लिए, तो आखिरी मैच में मिचेल स्टार्क को काउंटर करने के लिए रोहित शर्मा ने सिमिलरली अपना स्टांस थोड़ा सा खोल दिया था, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट ही वाज able to tackle the in swingers from Mitchell Stark quite well. और यही चीज उन्होंने 2021 के वर्ल्ड कप में पाकिस्तान के मैच में अफरीदी के अगेंस्ट नहीं करी थी। मैंने ध्यान से देखा था कि हाँ इस टाइम इनका स्टांस खुला हुआ नहीं है, और बॉल वही अंदर आई, पैड पे लगी, और वही कहानी हुई फिर।
तो ये तो मतलब ये देखिए, इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में अगर आपको सरवाइव करना है, और आजकल तो इतने लोग लगे रहते हैं, आपके वीडियो एनालिस्ट हैं जो हर वीडियो निकालते रहते हैं आपका, अपने गेंदबाजों को, अपनी टीम के बल्लेबाजों को दिखाते रहते हैं। तो अगर दूसरा सीख रहा है और आपके खिलाफ नए नए पैंतरे अपना रहा है, तो आपको भी तो कुछ ना कुछ अलग करना पड़ेगा ना, अगर सरवाइव करना है इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में और अच्छी टीमों और अच्छे गेंदबाजों के विरुद्ध।
सर अभी हम
अवनीश
बात कर रहे
हेगड़े
हैं
ने सॉरी गुरकीरत, अवनीश हेगड़े ने एक रिक्वेस्ट करी है कि आप एक तो इंडिया का स्कोर प्रेडिक्ट करिए, और हो सके तो शायरी भी प्लीज।
नहीं, शायरी तो आगे चल के होगी, अभी जरा मजा तो आने दीजिए क्रिकेट में।
देखो सर ने
रिक्वेस्ट है जो मैंने
बहुत
पूरा कह
क्लियरली
दिया।
बोला है कि शायरी तो प्लेयर्स निकलवाते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है, लिस्ट में ही है।
हाँ,
पहले एपिसोड में कहा था सर आपने, याद है मुझे जी।
सर मैं आपसे
मुश्किलें मुसीबतें इस खेल में तमाम हैं, बुलंद हो जो हौसला मुमकिन हर मुकाम है। तो मुश्किलें मुसीबतें इस खेल में तो आती रहेंगी, अब दिक्कतें आती रहेंगी। अब ऐसा माहौल इस वक्त खड़ा हो गया है कि मस्ट विन सिचुएशन है, तो ये सब चीजें तो खेल के मतलब के पहलू हैं, आते रहेंगे, आप चिंता ना करिए, बस भिड़े रहिए, अपने हौसले बुलंद रखिए, यही इस वक्त चाहिए टीम इंडिया को।
सर मस्ट विन गेम है और कोहली रोहित सेंटर में खेल रहे हैं, शायरी के मौके तो आने ही आने हैं।
अरे बढ़िया है, बहुत बढ़िया जोड़ी है भैया ये जोड़ी। देखिएगा अगर अपनी लय अगर इस जोड़ी ने पकड़ ली ना, आप सिर्फ एशिया कप नहीं, आप वर्ल्ड कप में भी देखिएगा जो धमाल बचेगा। यही तो जोड़ी है जो आपको चाहिए इस वक्त।
जी अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हम हाँ गुरकीपा जी बोलिए आप।
सर मैं आपसे कुछ पूछना चाहता हूँ, वो ये है कि जैसे अभी हम थोड़ी देर पहले बात कर रहे थे कि एक बैटर का जिसका पैर थोड़ा खुला हो तो उसके अगेंस्ट हम समझ जाते हैं कि वहां पर उसको अंदर आती हुई बॉल परेशान करती है, और हम कुछ बातें कर रहे थे कुछ बैटर्स की। आप भी काफी क्रिकेट खेले, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि कोई कुछ बैटर्स डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में या इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में जिनको आप देखते थे और आप सोचते थे कि बस इसको तो मैं इन स्विंग डाल के ही आउट करूंगा, एलबीडब्ल्यू या बोल्ड, तो कोई एक ऐसा आपका एक्सपीरियंस?
देखिए पहली बात तो ये कि मैं इन स्विंग बॉलर था नहीं, मैं तो आउट स्विंग बॉलर था, और अंदर लाने के लिए बॉल मैं सिर्फ एंगल का इस्तेमाल करता था, क्योंकि हम लोग क्योंकि आउट स्विंग बॉलर थे, इसलिए क्रीज की चौड़ाई को जो थे उसकी एंगल से थोड़ा क्रीज के कोने में जाके कभी क्रॉस सीम पकड़ के या कभी इन ऑफ कटर की ग्रिप पकड़ के बॉल को अंदर लाने की कोशिश करते थे। दूसरी चीज ये कि जब बैट्समैन आके क्रीज पे खड़ा होता है ना, उसके पास कई ऐसी चीजें हैं, कई ऐसे उससे वहां से आपको चीजें पता चलती हैं, जिससे आपको पता चलता है कि बैट्समैन किस तरह का और क्या करने वाला है, किस तरह से वो ग्रिप पकड़ता है बैट के ऊपर, हैंडल कहाँ से पकड़ता है, वो बहुत नीचे से पकड़ता है, बहुत ऊपर से पकड़ता है, उसका खड़े होने का स्टांस जैसे मैंने कहा वो किस तरह का है, पाँव कितने ज्यादा खुलते हैं, ये सब चीजों से आप एक अंदाजा लगा पाते हैं कि ये बल्लेबाज की स्ट्रेंथ क्या है, वो किस ढंग से खेलता है। तो एक गेंदबाज के तौर पे आपको ये सब चीजों का पता होना बहुत जरूरी है।
यस सर, इसी बीच कोहली का विकेट खो दिया इंडिया ने। कोहली वेंट फॉर अ हॉइक बट मिस कर गए बॉल को,
और एक लेफ्ट आर्म पेसर जैसा कि जो लेफ्ट आर्म पेसर जो
आई डोंट थिंक यहाँ पे लेफ्ट आर्म पेसर के होने का, हाँ बट ये मुझे नहीं लगता यहाँ पे लेफ्ट आर्म पेसर का उतना रोल था। इट वाज जस्ट कि कोहली ने प्री मेडिटेट कर रखा था कि रन बन नहीं रहे, सो ही विल गो फॉर अ बिग शॉट, अक्रॉस द लाइन खेला और मिस किया। और
आई थिंक इंडिया का जो माइंडसेट है आज, जब वो इंडिया बैटिंग करने आई है, बिकॉज श्रीलंका ने भी 2 180 के स्कोर्स चेस किए हैं पिछले मैच में, हम भी 180 नहीं डिफेंड कर पाए, तो मेरे को लगता है इंडिया वही माइंडसेट से आई है कि आज 180 नहीं 190 200 रन की कोशिश करनी है। बट पिच जो है, क्योंकि ये यूज पिच लग रही है, आई थिंक इंडिया को ये रीअसेस करना पड़ेगा। मे बी शायद 160 या 170 ही विनिंग स्कोर हो जाए, क्योंकि बॉल जैसा कि शुभ ने भी बोला और सर ने भी बात करी, बॉल आ नहीं रही बैट पे, काफी रुक के आ रही है।
देखिए तभी तो आपको याद है पिछले शो में भी हम ये कुछ बात कर रहे थे कि टीमें क्यों नहीं पहले टॉस जीत के इस फॉर्मेट में बैटिंग करना चाहती हैं, इसी वजह से कि उनको एक अंदाजा नहीं लगता कि हम कितने रन बनाएं। और कई बार टीमें क्या करती हैं, ज्यादा रन बनाने के चक्कर में जो हाथ में है वो भी नहीं हाथ में रहता। तो अगर आप 190 और 200 के चक्कर में अगर आप पहले से पड़ जाएंगे ना, बिना ये एसेस किए ये पिच किस तरह की है, तो आप 140 150 तक ही बड़ी मुश्किल से पहुंच पाएंगे। तो इसलिए पहले 6 ओवर समझदारी से खेलना होता है, आपको विकेट्स इन हैंड रखनी होती हैं। और खास तौर पे आप शो मतलब शुरू होने से पहले, मैच शुरू होने से पहले ही हम बात कर रहे थे कि जो तेज गेंदबाजी है श्रीलंका की, वो उनकी कमजोर कड़ी है, वो उनकी इतनी मजबूत कड़ी है नहीं। और अगर आप तेज गेंदबाज को विकेट दे देंगे पहले 6 ओवर में, तो उनके तो बारे न्यारे हो जाएंगे। और विराट कोहली और केएल राहुल जैसी विकेटें अगर आपने खो दी हैं, तो यहाँ से तकलीफें तो बढ़ेंगी। बस अब ये थोड़ा सा आपको देखना होगा कि अब आप विकेट ना खोएं। आप एक साझेदारी यहाँ बहुत जरूरी है भारतीय टीम के नजरिए से, अगर आप देखें।
सर मेरा एक
बिल्कुल,
आपसे
और यहाँ
सवाल
पर
है।
नहीं, मैं यही
मेरा
बोलना
स-
चाह रहा था कि यार इतने सारे दिल्ली वाले लोग बैठे हैं, तो सब उम्मीद यही लगा रहे होंगे कि आज शायद पंत का दिन हो।
मेरा
चौथे
सवाल
नंबर पे
पंत को लेके ही था कि क्योंकि हमने देखा है कि थोड़ा बॉल रुक भी रही है, बॉल पिच में ग्रिप है, और उन सिचुएशंस में बॉलिंग लाइनअप के लिए इजी हो जाता है प्लान करना, स्पेशली जब दो एक ही टाइप के बैटर्स हो, राइट हैंडेड बैटर्स। तो क्या यहाँ पर इंडिया आपके हिसाब से पंत को भेज सकती थी नंबर 4 पे इंस्टेड ऑफ सूर्य कुमार यादव, या आपको लगता है नहीं सूर्य कुमार यादव ही सही ऑप्शन है?
नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से तो अभी 4 नंबर पे सूर्य कुमार यादव भी अच्छे हैं, क्योंकि पिच में कोई ऐसे डेविल नजर नहीं आ रहे, कोई ऐसा पिच में नजर नहीं आ रहा। जी हाँ, थोड़ा सा गेंद थोड़ा सा राहुल वाला गेंद हल्का सा स्विंग हुआ था, विराट वाला गेंद तो मतलब बिल्कुल अक्रॉस द लाइन ही खेल गए वो। गलत शॉट का उन्होंने चयन किया, वो भी तब जब अभी नए नए क्रीज पे आए थे। तो मेरे हिसाब से कोई बैटिंग ऑर्डर में अभी चेंज की जरूरत नहीं है। और ऋषभ पंत का रोल आज बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण रहने वाला है, क्योंकि श्रीलंका के जो सबसे प्रमुख गेंदबाज बीच में गेंदबाजी जो करते हैं वो हसरंगा है। और हसरंगा का अगर आप रिकॉर्ड उठा के देखें ना, तो वो बाएं हाथ के बल्लेबाजों के विरुद्ध ज्यादा स्ट्रगल करते हैं। दाहिने हाथ के बल्लेबाजों के विरुद्ध तो उनका बहुत अच्छा रिकॉर्ड है, लेकिन जब भी वो थोड़े से मुश्किल में आते हैं, वो बाएं हाथ के बल्लेबाज के विरुद्ध आते हैं। तो इसलिए ऋषभ पंत और आगे चल के हार्दिक पांड्या, दोनों का आज रोल जो है वो बड़ा अहम रहने वाला है।
बिल्कुल, एक्चुअली हसरंगा के लिए ये टूर्नामेंट अभी तक बहुत अच्छा गया नहीं है, तो उम्मीद यही रहेगी कि आज का दिन भी थोड़ा फीका ही जाए।
पर वो जैसे बिग मैच
पिछले
प्लेयर
मैच
है
में भी
वो,
अगर आप देखें, पिछले मैच में भी उनको शायद विकेट मिली नहीं थी अफगानिस्तान के खिलाफ। बेशक उन्होंने ज्यादा रन नहीं दिए थे, लेकिन वो विकेटलेस से गए थे।
या सो एक कमेंट है हरसाहिब सिंह का, गुरकीरत पाजी आपके लिए है। पाजी, थॉट्स ऑन विराट्स अप्रोच, डिड द क्रिटिसिज्म अबाउट हिज स्ट्राइक रेट फोर्स हिम टू प्ले दैट शॉट? बट आई थिंक लेटली तो इतना क्रिटिसिज्म रहा नहीं है, लास्ट 2 गेम से तो ठीक ही रहा स्ट्राइक रेट।
आई डोंट थिंक ये क्रिटिसिज्म की वजह से था, बिकॉज इंडियन टीम ने पहले ही काफी बारी बोला है कि दे विल टेक अ मोर रिस्क अप्रोच इन द पावर प्ले। और पिछले मैच में भी दे रियलाइज कि जो पावर प्ले से लेके 15th ओवर तक वाला फेज था, वहां पे इंडिया ने सिर्फ 72 रन करे थे और पाकिस्तान ने 91 करे थे रन, और वो एंड में फर्क पड़ गया था कहीं ना कहीं। तो मुझे लगता है कि बिकॉज विराट ने भी रियलाइज कर लिया होगा पिच स्लो है, आगे बैटिंग करना थोड़ा और मुश्किल हो जाएगा, पावर प्ले में फील्ड रिस्ट्रिक्शंस का फायदा उठाया जा सकता है। T20 में आपको प्रीमेडिटेट तो कहीं ना कहीं करना पड़ेगा, समटाइम्स इट विल कम ऑफ, समटाइम्स इट वोंट। इवन राहुल ने प्रीमेडिटेट किया था कि मैं बाहर निकल के मारूंगा। तो दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स कैन हैपन इन T20, बिकॉज ये बहुत ही मेरे हिसाब से इसमें जो मार्जिन है बहुत लेस है एज अपोज टू एन ODI और अ टेस्ट मैच। तो दिस कैन हैपन।
बैंगलोर में अब बादलों ने अपना रंग दिखाना चालू कर दिया है, तो हो सकता है कि थोड़े दिन बाद हमें स्कोर के लिए अपने फैंस के पास ही जाना पड़ेगा कि भाई आप ही लोग हमें स्कोर बता दो कि क्या चल रहा है मैच में, क्योंकि टाटा स्काई तो चलेगा नहीं।
मैं सिर्फ एक स्टैट देना चाहता हूँ, 102 T20 इंटरनेशनल्स में ये सिर्फ 8वीं बार है कि विराट कोहली बोल्ड हुए हैं। तो बोल्ड होने का जो उनका वो परसेंटेज डिसमिसल है T20 इंटरनेशनल्स में, वो काफी कम है। अगर हम देखें इट इज लेस देन 10%। तो आई मीन ऐसा ही दिन है आज की, जो चीज आप एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करते वो हो रही है।
That's all you can say. बट कहीं ना कहीं एक चीज मैं जो यहाँ ऐड करना चाहूंगा कि मैं आपकी बात यहाँ सुन रहा था विराट के बारे में, कि हर आदमी का ना, हर खिलाड़ी का अपना एक खेलने का स्वभाव होता है। अब विराट कोहली का जो स्वभाव है वो स्वभाव नहीं है कि आते संगी पहली दूसरी गेंद से वो मारना शुरू करते। वो थोड़ा सा अपने आप को पहले सेट होने के लिए टाइम लेते हैं, और उनकी सबसे बड़ी जो उनकी ताकत है वो है रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट। वो सिंह नीचे से एक 2-2 रन बना के अपनी इनिंग को बिल्ड करते हैं। ऐसी कोई हाय तौबा भी मची नहीं थी। अभी ये तीसरा ही ओवर था, आप एक विकेट खो चुके हैं। 2-3 डॉट बॉलें आपने जरूर खेली थी, लेकिन एक आध और डॉट बॉल खेल के थोड़ा सा सेट हो जाते तो ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। सामने अभी रोहित शर्मा खड़े थे। ये बात बिल्कुल आपने ठीक कही कि T20 फॉर्मेट में ज्यादा आप किसी खिलाड़ी पे को दोषी नहीं ठहरा सकते, क्योंकि आपको लगता है कि भाई रनों की रफ्तार जो है वो कायम रहनी चाहिए, लेकिन हर आदमी का और हर खिलाड़ी का अपना एक स्वभाव है क्रिकेट खेलने का या बल्लेबाजी करने का, और वो अच्छा प्रदर्शन हमेशा तभी करके दिखाएगा जब उसी के अनुसार वो बल्लेबाजी करेगा। तो मुझे ये लगा कि थोड़ा सा यहाँ समय विराट कोहली ले सकते थे,
बट इससे आई थिंक यही जाहिर होता है कि भारतीय टीम 190-200 सोच के आई है, बिकॉज अगर विराट कोहली अगर स्टार्टिंग में अपनी पारी की शुरुआत में ही अक्रॉस द लाइन थोड़ा सा स्लॉगिश टाइप ऑफ शॉट अगर खेल रहे हैं तो थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा कहीं ना कहीं ये थोड़ी रोशनी डालता है इस बात पे कि भारतीय टीम 190-200 करना चाहती है। बट हाँ, आई थिंक अब जो स्टार्ट मिला है उसके बाद वो रीअसेस करके शायद 160-70 तक पहुंचना चाहेगी पहले।
देखिए पिछला जो मैच खेला गया था पाकिस्तान के विरुद्ध, उस पिच में और आज की पिच में अंतर है। हम बार बार कह रहे हैं कि आज भारतीय टीम में बदलाव भी इसलिए हुआ, अश्विन को इसलिए लाए हैं कि पिच जो है ज्यादा ड्राई है। तो पिच जब ज्यादा ड्राई होती है ना, तो उसमें अगर पिछले मैच में आपको 200 रन चाहिए थे तो आज 170-175 भी बहुत होंगे, लेकिन आज 200 की कोशिश में कहीं आप 130-140 में ना निपट जाएं। तो इसलिए वो बैलेंस बना के रखना ना, वो बैलेंस बना के रखना बहुत जरूरी है। और अब क्योंकि विराट और राहुल आउट हो गए हैं, इसलिए बहुत अहम भूमिका अब निभानी होगी कप्तान रोहित शर्मा को, उनके कंधों पे अब सारा दारोमदार रहेगा।
रोहित को जो हम देखते थे पिछले कुछ मैचेस से, क्योंकि इंडिया एक नई अप्रोच लेके खेलना चाह रहा था कि वो ज्यादा रन बनाए इंस्टेड की वो लंबी पारियां खेले, तो रोहित काफी 15 बॉल पे 30, 15 बॉल पे 35 ऐसी पारियां खेल रहे थे। बट आज लगता है कि शायद एक रोहित भी एक लंबी पारी खेलना चाहेगी, क्योंकि इंडिया के टॉप 2 जा चुके हैं और ज्यादा रन्स भी नहीं है बोर्ड पे, ऊपर से मस्ट विन मैच भी है। सो आई थिंक आज रोहित शर्मा एक प्रॉपर बैट्समैन नॉक हमें, प्रॉपर कैप्टन नॉक हमें उनसे देखने को मिल सकता है।
और जितने भी लोग हमको देख रहे हैं, अगर कुछ क्वेश्चंस हो तो हमसे बिल्कुल पूछेगा, क्योंकि विवेक राजदान जी 5th ओवर के बाद हमसे अलविदा लेंगे और फिर जुड़ेंगे सेकंड इनिंग्स के आखिरी कुछ ओवरों में। जी, आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूं कि देखिए सबसे ज्यादा अनुभवी अगर वाइट बॉल क्रिकेट, अगर भारतीय टीम की आप बात करें ना, व्हाइट बॉल क्रिकेट में मेरे लिए सबसे 2 इंपॉर्टेंट खिलाड़ी जो हैं व्हाइट बॉल क्रिकेट के हिसाब से, वो है रोहित शर्मा और जसप्रीत बुमराह। अब पिछले कुछ मैचों में हार्दिक पांड्या भी उसी तरह का रोल अपनाते हुए निभाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन रोहित शर्मा और जसप्रीत बुमराह ये आप समझिए भारतीय टीम की रीढ़ की हड्डी है। अब एक तो टीम में है ही नहीं क्योंकि वो चोटिल है, और दूसरा अगर अपने फॉर्म में, अपने उस बढ़िया ढंग के फॉर्म में नहीं दिखेगा हमें, तो फिर मैचेस जीत पाना में थोड़ी सी दिक्कत आने वाली है। तो इसलिए ये जो अब टूर्नामेंट है एशिया कप, और अब जो इसमें मैचेस बचे हैं, और शुरुआत आज से ही करनी होगी, मैं कहूंगा थोड़ा सा लय पकड़ते हुए नजर आए रोहित शर्मा। और लय जब मैं उनकी पकड़ने की बात करता हूँ, ऐसा नहीं है कि वो अच्छी बल्लेबाजी नहीं कर रहे, स्टार्ट उनको मिल रहे हैं, बस हमें वो रोहित शर्मा जो स्टार्ट को बड़े स्कोर में जो तब्दील करते हैं ना, वो वाले रोहित शर्मा चाहिए आज।
बिल्कुल
सर, तो आपको अभी क्या लग रहा है स्टार्ट देख के और माइंडसेट देख के कि इंडिया आज कितने स्कोर के आसपास एंड करना चाहिए,
और कौन होगा इंडिया का टॉप स्कोरर, ये भी मैं जानना चाहूंगा आपसे।
देखिए 160-170 के बीच में तो नहीं किया तो फिर दिक्कत आ जाएगी, इतने आपको तो रन बनाने पड़ेंगे, और इतने रन अगर बनाने हैं तो फिर ये जो 2 इस वक्त क्रीज पे आपके हैं ना, दोनों मुंबईकर, एक सूर्य कुमार यादव और रोहित शर्मा, ये साझेदारी इसी वक्त यहीं पे आपको चाहिए। ये दोनों अगले 5-7 ओवर तक खेलते हुए आपको नजर आने चाहिए, और ये दोनों अगर अगले 5-7 ओवर में आपके 50-60 रन जोड़ देंगे ना, तो फिर समझिए आपकी गाड़ी जो हटकी सी पटरी से उठ रही थी वो वापस पटरी पे आ जाएगी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। और गाड़ी को
पुल शॉट देखने को मिला है, चार्ज डाउन करते हुए फिर रोहित शर्मा ने पुल शॉट मारा है स्क्वायर लेग के ऊपर 6 रन के लिए, बहुत ही शानदार।
मैं आपसे उस दिन पूछा था कि
और
आपने
ये बैट पे अच्छे से लगी नहीं, अगर बैट पे अच्छे से लगती तो 90 मीटर जाती।
90 मीटर।
देखिए
हमने आपसे उस दिन पूछा था कि
छक्का होता है, 6 ही रन मिलते हैं, चाहे रस्सी के पीछे गिरे चाहे स्टेडियम के बाहर। तो मैं तो कहता हूँ कि मैं तो कहता हूँ जितना कम से कम जोर लगे उतना कम से कम जोर लगा के जोर बचा के रखिए।
जोर बचा के रखिए, आगे काम आएगा। कारवान लंबा है।
हाँ, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ एक ही बड़े हिट से
कि आप जडेजा के आसपास भी कोई फील्डर आता है क्या? आज मैं ये सवाल रोहित शर्मा के लिए पूछूंगा कि आपने जिस तरह के वो पुल शॉट खेलते हैं और जितने तरीके के पुल शॉट्स उनके पास हैं, कोई प्लेयर आसपास भी आता है उनकी पुल शॉट की कैपेबिलिटी?
नहीं, ये खिलाड़ी ही एक अलग खिलाड़ी है। मतलब इस वाइट बॉल क्रिकेट का ये शहंशाह है। ये मतलब मुझे तो बड़ा ताज्जुब हो रहा है कि पिछले कुछ मैचों से वो वाले रोहित शर्मा हमें नजर नहीं आ रहे। नहीं तो ये तो शहंशाह है वाइट बॉल क्रिकेट की। बात करें पुल शॉट कहो, कट शॉट कहो, ड्राइव कहो, गेंदबाज के सर के ऊपर से, मिड ऑन के ऊपर से, जिस तरह से और जिस आकर्षक ढंग से ये शॉट्स खेलता है और जितना टाइम है इसके पास एक बल्लेबाज के तौर पे, कमाल का खिलाड़ी है ये रोहित।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, ये काफी अच्छा ओवर अभी तक जा रहा है। 12 रन आ गए हैं, गाड़ी थोड़ी ट्रैक पर आनी शुरू हुई है। गुरकीरत पाजी, इस ओवर के बाद हम आपसे और राजदान जी से फिलहाल के लिए विदा लेंगे, तो आपका क्या प्रेडिक्शन है?
आई एम होपिंग कि इंडिया 45-50 के बीच में टच कर जाए बाय द एंड ऑफ द पावर प्ले, बिकॉज अगर वो हो जाता है तो कहीं ना कहीं वो जो स्लो स्टार्ट हुआ है या जो स्टार्टिंग के झटके पड़े हैं पहले 3 ओवर में, वो उससे रिकवर हो जाएंगे। क्योंकि अगर आपने 6 ओवर के एंड पे 45-50 रन कर लिए तो वहां से आप एक प्लेटफॉर्म भी बिल्ड कर सकते हैं जहां पे आप 170-180 भी टारगेट कर सकते हैं। तो अगर आई एम होपिंग कि जैसा ये अच्छा ओवर आया है जहां पर 11-12 रन आ गए हैं, अगले ओवर में भी वही अगर 12-14 रन आ जाते हैं तो इंडिया वुड बी नियर टू द 50 ओवर मार्क एट द एंड ऑफ द पावर प्ले, और फिर वहां से 180 बिल्ड करना मुश्किल नहीं होगा, स्पेशली जैसे सर ने बोला अगर ये दोनों प्लेयर आगे अगले 5-7 ओवर खेल जाते हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, तो यही उम्मीद हम लोग भी लगाएंगे। और आई थिंक अप्रोच यही रहेगी कि पेसर्स का पे जोर लगा के थोड़ा मारा जाए, क्योंकि स्पिनर्स हो सकता है कि उतना इजी ना हो टू हिट देम।
और अभी तो हसरंगा आएंगे तो उनको टैकल करना और मुश्किल हो सकता है अगर पिच में।
मेरे लिए तो कीप विकेट्स इन हैंड, विकेट्स इन हैंड क्या बड़ा महत्व रहने वाला है आज। आप बेशक 2-4-5 रन कम बनाए पावर प्ले में, लेकिन अब आप विकेट और ना खोएं, ये बहुत जरूरी है। आप आगे जो इस पारी को जिस तरह से लेके चलें, कीप विकेट्स इन हैंड। आखिरी 5 ओवर तक अगर आप पहुंच गए और आपके पास एक सेट बल्लेबाज हैं और दीपक हुडा, हार्दिक पांड्या, ऋषभ पंत जैसे बल्लेबाज आने बाकी हैं, या उनमें से कोई बल्लेबाज बल्लेबाजी कर रहा है, तो उन आखिरी 5 ओवरों में आप 60-70 रन भी बना सकते हैं। तो इसलिए हारिए ना हिम्मत, बिसारिए ना राम, वो ही बनाता है सबके बिगड़े काम। तो चिंता ना करिए, अभी बहुत क्रिकेट खेली जानी है इस मैच में। बस यही है कि आप विकेट्स ना खोएं, कीप विकेट्स इन हैंड, दैट इज गोइंग टू बी द की।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, एंड आई थिंक हम जब आपसे दोबारा मिलेंगे तो उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम जीत के काफी ऑन ट्रैक हो। ये नहीं बोलूंगा
कि बहुत रोमांचक मैच है।
हाँ, मैं भी ये नहीं बोलूंगा कि जीत के काफी नजदीक हो, क्योंकि फिर मैच देखने में उतना मजा नहीं आएगा। हमने ये जो वॉच अलोंग का सेटअप किया उसमें थोड़ा मजा आना चाहिए। सर, जाने के पहले एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन है। अलंकार मिश्रा हमसे पूछ रहे हैं कि T20 टेम्पलेट के हिसाब से टीम्स कैन लूज 1 विकेट पर 2 ओवर्स, जो कि 20 ओवर है, 10 विकेट है, इस हिसाब से इंडिया इज ऑन ट्रैक। तो आपको क्या लगता है, और शुड दे स्टिल वेट टिल मिडवे?
नहीं, दे शुड वेट। मेरे हिसाब से ये आप जो हिसाब लगाते हो कि 1 विकेट हर 2 ओवर में, तो आखिरी के 4-5 बैट्समैनों के बारे पास तो मत जाओ आप। 3-4 बैट्समैन जो आखिर के हैं उनकी अगर बल्लेबाजी आ गई तो वैसे ही आप बहुत बड़ी तकलीफ में। आपके ऊपरी क्रम के जो 5 या 6 बल्लेबाज हैं उन्हीं को 20 ओवर खेल के और रन बनाने चाहिए, तभी आपके 170-180 रन बोर्ड पे लगेंगे। तो मेरे हिसाब से जल्दी ना दिखाइएगा, थोड़ा सा सब्र दिखाइए। अगर कोई अच्छी गेंदबाजी कर रहा है, एक आध ओवर निकल भी जाए तो ऐसी दिक्कत नहीं है, यू कैन ऑलवेज मेक अप फॉर इट, क्योंकि आपके पास वो दमखम वाले बल्लेबाज हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
इस पे 2 तीक्षणा का दूसरा ओवर और रोहित शर्मा शायद छक्का या
ओहो, एक और अच्छा शॉट
अच्छा था यार।
स्लॉग स्वीप भी बड़ा अच्छा खेला।
सर, कितना इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है कि अगर पिच स्लो हो तो फिर स्क्वायर ऑफ द विकेट खेला जाए, बिकॉज सामने क्लियर करने के लिए आपको पावर की नीड होती है शॉट में, पर अगर स्लो पिच है तो फिर वो पावर डालना बड़ा मुश्किल काम होता है। और रोहित शर्मा अभी काफी स्क्वायर ऑफ द विकेट खेल रहे हैं, जैसा अभी देखा तीक्षणा को भी उन्होंने स्क्वायर ऑफ द विकेट चौका लगाया है। तो कितना इंपॉर्टेंट होता है कि आपके पास वो आपके तर्कश में वो तीर हो कि आप स्क्वायर ऑफ द विकेट बहुत अच्छे से खेल पाए।
सर, आपके साथ साथ वोकैबुलरी तो इनकी आपसे बात करते करते इंप्रूव हो गई है सर।
बुरी नहीं है, बना आपके साथ बात करते हुए थोड़ा सा ना प्रेरणा।
इन्होंने तो क्रिकेट की ऐसी टेक्निक के बारे में क्रिकेट की ऐसे बात कर दी कि मुझे तो समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है ये वहां क्यों बैठे हैं।
अरे सर आप एम्बैरस कर रहे हो अब।
आपने बिल्कुल अच्छा कहा, अच्छी बात कही आपने, क्योंकि पिच अगर थोड़ी सी स्लो होती है, बॉल थोड़ा सा पड़ के और स्लो आता है, तो आपको एज अ
जी।
बैट्समैन टाइम और मिलता है। तो अपने आप को आप कमिट ना करें, जब भी आप अपने आप को कमिट कर लेते हैं ना, वहां फंस जाते हैं। और स्क्वायर ऑफ द विकेट की आपकी जो दोनों तरफ है, चाहे ऑफ साइड की बात करें या लेग साइड की बात करें, वो शॉट अगर आपके तर्कश में या वो आपकी अगर ताकत है, और आगे चल के आप देखिएगा इसी पिच के ऊपर सूर्य कुमार यादव को देखिएगा आप खेलते हुए, क्योंकि वो भी ये शॉट बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं। अभी वो थोड़ा सा सेट हो रहे हैं, और रोहित शर्मा क्योंकि अच्छी रफ्तार पकड़ रहे हैं, इसलिए उनको टाइम मिल रहा है। और बस यही चाहिए होता है कि जब कोई नया बल्लेबाज आया होता है, उसको थोड़ा टाइम मिल जाए, और जो ऑलरेडी बल्लेबाज क्रीज पे होता है, उस वक्त वो अपनी रफ्तार थोड़ा सा बढ़ा ले।
जी
सर एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन इससे पहले कि आप जाएं, फैंस और काफी लोग ना जिंक्स में और सुपरस्टिशन में बिलीव करते हैं। जैसे जब एक पार्टनरशिप चल रही होती है तो अपनी जगह से नहीं उठना, या कोई भी बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें होती है। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि क्या आप ऐसे जिंक्सेस या सुपरस्टिशन में बिलीव करते हैं, और अगर करते हैं तो कुछ ऐसा इनमें से जो आप अपने क्रिकेटिंग डेज में फॉलो करते हो कि नहीं। जैसे सचिन तेंदुलकर का था कि वो एक पैड अपना पहले हमेशा पहनते थे, स्टीव वॉय को लाल रुमाल रखते थे, ऐसा आप कुछ फॉलो करते थे?
हाँ जी, मैं भी अपने बाएं पांव का जूता पहले पहनता था। मुझे हमेशा लगता था कि अगर मैं बाएं पांव का जूता पहले पहनूं और बाएं पांव से बाहर निकलूं या मैदान में पांव रखूं पहला, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि यार एक आध बार ऐसा किया और फिर परफॉर्मेंस उस दिन अच्छी हुई, तो एक फिर वो ऑटोमेटिकली बैक ऑफ योर माइंड जो होती है ना, आपकी वो चीज बैठ जाती है, वो एक आदत सी बन जाती है कि हर बार फिर ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम आप रियलाइज करते हैं यार ये तो एक आदत ही बन गई है। फिर समझ नहीं आता कि ये कोई आपने
Superstition
टोटका
है या
अपनाया है या कोई एक ऐसी आदत है जिसको आपने अपना लिया है। लेकिन जी हाँ, मैं भी करता था।
या ये टोटका है या आप आदत से मजबूर हो चुके हैं?
सर एक बात बस
टोटका करने की आदत से मजबूर।
सर बस एक बात, आपका ये स्टाइल जो है ना कि आप बाएं पैर को पहले, आप बाया कदम पहले अंदर रखा करते थे, ये काफी अलग है फ्रॉम द लाइक्स ऑफ सचिन तेंदुलकर एंड राहुल द्रविड़, बिकॉज उनके साथ था, और वही क्या मतलब काफी और क्रिकेटर के साथ भी सुना है मैंने कि उनका जो सुपरस्टिशन होता है वो राइट पैर को लेके होता है। आपके साथ थोड़ा सा अलग है कि आप वो लेफ्ट पैर को पहले प्रेफरेंस
तभी शायद मैं उतना नहीं खेल पाया जितना ये दोनों खेल गए।
अरे सर
मैंने तभी लगता है सुपरस्टिशन गलत अपनाया था, दाहिना ही करना चाहिए था।
प्रॉब्लम सुपरस्टिशन की। चलिए 6 overs 44 for 2 इस मोमेंट पे हम गुरकीरत और विवेक राजदान जी से अलविदा लेंगे। पावर प्ले काफी दोनों टीम के लिए बराबरी पे एंड हुआ है अब तक। आगे का मैच भी होपफुली रोमांचक रहेगा। अब इन हाउस टीम हमारी जुड़ेगी आगे के वॉच अलोंग के लिए। सो गाइस, सी यू इन द सेकंड इनिंग्स।
See you, all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys had fun with that in terms of picking Vivek Razdan's mind. Anirudh is back, so am I. So, how was that? Because was it a riveting chat? It looked like it.
Yeah, I mean, so we were having a discussion, and I quite agree with the assessment that I think India came with a mindset that they want to score around 180, 190, or maybe even 200.
Yeah.
So that is why they. That is one. Second is I feel there is an understanding that hitting Sri Lankan spinners might be a little tricky as compared to their pacers. So just wanted to attack the pacers a little bit more.
Yeah.
And that is what happened, and it's
backfired.
It backfired, but I think India's
still in a decent.
Yeah, I mean it's a see at the end of the day, if you're going to test Pant out, you have to put him in tricky situations, right? And
maybe it's a blessing in disguise that Rahul and Kohli.
Rohit can adapt. He adapted. He's not playing as carefreely as he was playing in the earlier games.
So that over was needed. I think there was a release shot coming at 2. We saw 2-3 release shots from Rohit, and that's elevated the run rate.
The good thing about Rohit is basically he's kind of, seen wickets fall at the other end, and he's still batting at a very good strike rate, 30 of 21, and he's still looking to play the brand of cricket that he wants to see the team play.
Exactly.
So he's a man of his word, you can say, the captain.
Man of his
leading
word,
from
and he
the
has to
front.
practice what he preach, and he's certainly doing that.
I do think they'll promote Ashwin.
That's what I was going to ask you. In terms
make
of
the
just having that
batting
pinch
life
hitter out
seem
there.
longer.
Pinch anchor, maybe when India were 11 for 2, could have sent him in. As a
Maybe.
Pinch, as a pinch,
Hitter.
not hitter.
Pinch cameo.
Pinch anchor.
Yeah, pinch
anchor to survive the power play.
Just to see how things are pan out.
So I think in this Asia Cup, I think this is before this game, Sri Lankan bowlers in combined all 3 games before this, they picked 2 wickets. And this game itself, they've picked up 2 wickets. So
yeah,
they've turned a corner here as far as this game is concerned.
And for more lip smacking stats, and I see lip smacking, check out the cricket.com app in terms of everything that you need to know. We were talking about matchups. Certain matchups didn't even come to the fore, with Kohli being, of course, knocked over for a duck. If you guys are joining us late or living under a rock, that's exactly what happened. Get involved in terms of the live watch along. Sri Lanka India 7 overs, 49 for 2. What is a good score? We were discussing earlier as well, 160, 170. India got 180 against Pakistan, 190 against
I think
Hong Kong.
170 is needed. 160 might be too less.
But Sri Lanka chased out anything in excess of 170.
See, pitches to pitches, it vary in bowling attack. I mean, there are a lot of options, right? I trust
But
Ashwin to deliver today, maybe.
Dubai has been so consistent when it comes to the pattern of teams chasing anything and everything.
That is my biggest worry right now. The teams have been able to chase.
You remember, the semi-final between Australia and Pakistan when Fakhar went wild in the last 5 overs.
Exactly.
And we thought that, 185. Now, what is it, 175? I'm not sure. Something around that. I think Pakistan have finally scored 10 or 15 above par, and Australia made a joke of it.
But India should target Karuna Ratne. I really feel. I mean,
Very
he's the weak link.
Very true. He's just bowled 1 over, none for 7.
And
Rohit.
he has picked just 1 wicket in his last 5 T20s.
Rohit will come back for 2 here, surely, and he does.
2 wickets, but 4 matches he's gone wicketless.
Yeah.
There's 1 match he's taken a wicket, which is last match, I think he took a pair of wickets. Or it was the last
50 comes up for India. I just want to ask you guys, like normally as cricket fans, or before that, we'll take one from the tweet box. Manu_K333 going on to put this meme out.
Avnish, go ahead. No,
अगर मेरा प्यार सच्चा है तो मैं तुझे टीम से ड्रॉप नहीं होने दूंगा. Which is so apt because you look at the relationship off the field with Rohit and Chahal. There's always banter there. Ritika Sachdev, his wife, comes into invariably. 1 bounce to the fielder.
He's lucky that he didn't catch it well. I think he would have gone straight to the fielder.
Yeah.
52 for 2, guys. But look, I was going to ask you, as general cricket fans, we know that certain grounds around the world are meant to just be chased upon, right? We can think about Chinnaswamy, we can think about Wankhede, we can think about maybe even a Trent Bridge. Is Dubai one of those grounds where you can chase easily?
Yes.
It is. I mean, in this tournament itself, I mean, let alone Dubai. I mean, it's just UAE. Except Hong Kong, every team has won chasing.
Yeah.
All the games have been won by the
and
team
all the IPLs that
chasing,
have been played in the UAE, history suggests, right? That chasing is way better.
But do you think the criticism on Chahal is a little unfair? I feel the same because India made the same mistake in the last World Cup, not trusting him enough.
Yeah.
I mean, see, I don't know. I mean, people expect players to just perform every day. It's not going to happen.
And there's a recency bias in our country, right? So
I'll tell you what. See, we can't deny the fact that prior to his comeback, which was post T20 World Cup 2021, Chahal had an 18-month phase where he was so bad for India that his economy was around 10. He was not taking wickets as well. But during that time, he was performing in the IPL.
Yeah.
Then, after what happened last year's World Cup, he earned his way back into the team. He earned his place by having a great IPL, and then obviously we had all his so-called replacements
Rizwan would have
fall apart.
Rizwan would have definitely appealed.
And now he did have a very good, few months leading up into this Asia Cup. I don't remember him having too many bad matches. Of course, 1 or 2 bad games here and there.
And that's allowed, man. Like, I think sometimes, like, it comes back to the point that Som's mentioning. It's ridiculous.
Where is our PJ Woodhouse?
PJ Woodhouse, Akash Sivasubramaniam is just coming. In fact, he's just entered the room.
PJ Woodhouse.
Gurkirat Singh Gill, Avnish, did you keep a diary or notes of when Vivek Rasan was talking for your Hindi? Her mom certainly did. She's enjoying the show, so big up on her. And plus, I mean, he just speaks so well, right? Like, in terms of his dialect, the descriptions, what he exactly wants to say.
Come on,
so
Akash,
good on Vivek Razan. With that, let's
You can
bring
have your
on
rightful seat.
Akash Subramaniam on set right now.
I should come down for aesthetical purposes.
Aesthetical
Yes.
purposes.
And please pass me a bottle.
I think
quite thirsty.
I think the word you were trying to use is eloquent.
Yeah, eloquent. Honestly,
Yes.
he speaks really well. 53 for 2, by the way, 7.5. If you're joining us for the CTC Watchalong, thank you so much. Let us know in the comments below exactly what India will get. And ask us any question with regards to cricket. It could be anything. Asia Cup, World Cup, any player specific
Any stat
ones.
that you guys want to dig us
Any stat
us
at
to
all.
dig up, not dig us, but us to dig up.
So, as you see here, ask us anything. Honestly, ask us anything. I'm going to ask you all something right now, which is who's winning the Asia Cup? Because I was talking to Anirudh earlier. There will be Indian fans who suggest you can't conquer Asia. What are you going to conquer the world?
Yeah, I still feel India will win it. Although the sheen is lost because now we are not going to win it unbeaten. But
right now, 54 for 2.
It's
Is
fine,
there a
it's fine.
time to panic? No.
not really. I mean, see.
There's still Pant, there's still Hardik, there's still Hooda.
See, the thing is, Sri Lanka, they have quality players, but still, when it comes to pressure situations, the Indian players are much more acquainted to those scenarios than them.
Agreed.
And for Sri Lanka also, it's not like they need to win this game. It's not like they will reach a final just by winning one game. And their next game is against Pakistan, which is going to be a tougher opposition.
But it looks like Sri Lanka have just turned the corner with their form.
We'll know that when they bat.
And India bat deep. You still have Pant, Hardik to come in, then Hooda, and then Ashwin is also there today at 8, and Bovia. I don't call Bovia batter in.
Pant, he's as
Pant is as
reliable a
good as
batter as Pant.
Bhuvneshwar.
But Pant's record against Hasanka is top. He's
Actually
never
put
been
that
dismissed,
stat out, guys, if you're watching this back.
Yeah, they did put it out.
We'll put it out again because it's a good one.
we'll
And that will be a definite matchup if Rishabh Pant comes out of bat soon, because Hasaranga is into his second over.
I just noticed something. Sky has batted 11 balls and scored this 8 runs.
That's very unlike
exactly.
Sky.
I was like, oh my god, when was the last time Sky batted 11 balls?
This is for Anirudh. I know
that's the stat that we're talking
doesn't
about.
have a lot of time. Anirudh, can you dig up? Is this the lowest 10 ball score for Surya in T20 international?
And Anirudh Kasaragod. We have another Anirudh in office as well. Here's one Anirudh, and the other
Anirudh Kasaragod is a stat man, and we have a special segment lined up for you, which will come out at the 10th over mark.
In another 10 balls, we'll see a fresh face in the CTC Watchalong. Bangalore boy, kind of shy, kind of timid, but nevertheless has some sumptuous stats.
And has good googling.
Sky sweeping. And just a couple of bounces to Madhushankar. Virat Kohli, what was that? He was trying to hit that into Cubbon Park, even though he was wearing Dubai.
That was a very, very weird. I mean, that's the one thing about Kohli. If they want if the team management wants to play in a certain brand, is Kohli the right?
No, but that was I just guess it was a short selection. He could have literally gone downtown. Down! What a chance!
Very good.
Shanaka.
But I think he should have backed himself to take it. Shanaka kind of takes his catches every now and then.
Takes blinders. Hasaranga nearly getting rid of Rohit Sharma over there. Has he dropped the Asia Cup? It was in the air for a while, and Shanaka to his weaker side.
Maxwell took a catch in the morning today.
That was a blinder.
He could have taken it with both hands. He could have attempted maybe.
Yeah. But I guess
maybe Hasaranga off his own bowling. If Hasaranga was actually
he had enough time.
He was more athletic, but India is reprieve over there. Short ball, but there is a man there. Sorry, my bad.
That's just a
carom ball.
Don't throw in comments like Deepdas Gupta.
Honestly, sorry. Just thought there was a deep mid wicket, but Sky gets his first boundary for the night. Maybe not. Anirudh is reminding me of the Punjabi singer Sukhbir, the one who sang "Oh ho ho ho."
No. Yeah, it's the same song.
That's the one.
See, so basically, I listen to things apart from Queen as well.
I should actually try to get my shades and then ask Anirudh to wear it, and then we can ask some people to get thinking whether he's Sukhbir or not. It'll be a really interesting shout out, and that'll be fun to watch. 64 for 2, 9 gone, 50 partnership here, much 65. Needed. India, of course, were in a spot of bother when they lost KL first and then Kohli. There was 15 for 2 then, but they've recovered. And like Som said not too long ago, India's batting tonight is kind of deep. The only two men who can't, let's be fair, is Arshdeep and Chahal. Pretty much everyone else can chip in. But can India do a Sri Lanka in the sense of what you said? Everyone have that intent, like Bhanuka, Karuratne, all of them?
Right now, I don't think.
Let's see, because again, it all depends right now on how Pant goes. If Pant can score 30 of 20 balls, for example.
Similar to Hardik.
Yeah, I think Hardik will. He had one failure. That's it. So I think he will be fine today.
Indeed. Sorry, let me just come in here because
Samir has joined by phone.
Samir-
Hey Samir, what's up?
Samir is joined by phone. Meanwhile, the stat that Som is asking, Anirudh, has been put on the on the screen, as you can see. Against England in July 2022, Sky had the same amount of runs, 7. It's a strike rate of 17, his first 10 balls. So thank you for that.
Hopefully, I don't think it was the century.
Hopefully it isn't. Hopefully it wasn't a match-losing cause by any.
No, I think... Was it the same?
Was it the same
knock
knock where he scored a century?
If that is, then it's good omen.
Then I'll take it.
Yeah.
Man, that century eventually ended up 55 balls, 117. So to do the math, that 110 or 45 is ridiculous.
Is another century incoming today?
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
my God.
Is it a good omen?
There's still a long time to go. I mean, he can hit
Long time to go.
54 balls. So he potentially has at least around 30 balls to play.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Is it one of those stats where, whenever Rohit runs Kohli out, he scores a double?
Oh, that's a good stat.
Whenever Sky starts at 70 strike rate, he goes on to...
Look, all the data will be digested in one
Oh,
over as Rohit Sharma
it's
takes
hit
Asita Fernando and it's hit a Stewart.
and the security.
And the bum of the security.
And the bum of the security. A good graphic there. Good up and kudos to Sakshi for designing that earlier. Well done, because Rohit Sharma is now inching towards another 50 in T20 internationals. Good on him. Remember the leading run scorer in this format in terms of the internationals as well.
The security guard is lucky that it hit the
Really lucky.
bone which will hurt the least.
Oh,
With the
right
bullseye.
in the gluteus maximus.
with the bone with the maximum.
Man, but that
cushion.
is just millimeters from the spine. Just think about it. Like, imagine that lands in your spine.
So basically, Rohit knows his target.
Rohit knows his target. Rohit down the track again,
So,
adjusts.
I'm going to
72
ask you guys a question. You may or may not know the answer to this already.
I think you may or may not want to answer.
May or may not know the answer to this already.
All right.
Prior to this match, prior to today, how much do you think Rohit averaged against Sri Lanka and T20 Ice?
T20 eyes.
T20 Ice.
94.
75?
112.
In all T20s against he's played
Because he
against Sri
scored
Lanka.
like 200s against them, right?
His average against Sri Lanka prior to today was 21.
What? That is a
Okay.
myth.
I think
being
this is because of the
busted.
one series in 2011 when he kept out getting out on ducks and all that.
Yeah, I mean, in recent times, Rohit is like literally enjoyed Sri Lankan bowling
Everyone
as
has.
much as Sri Lankan.
Who
cricket.
hasn't? I mean, Kohli.
I know one person, Sanju Samson.
Yeah.
No, it's like he's literally treated Sri Lankan bowlers like Sri Lankan cuisines, right? Like Hasaranga has hoppums, and then you have,
Who?
of course, your different
Their
curries.
economy.
The Chamira curry. I mean,
their-
Chamira actually has got the better
Shamira
of him.
has Rohit's number.
Yeah,
Yeah.
has Rohit on toast, honestly.
So will
One second.
Wait,
This is
so-
a good one.
no.
Strongest
Wait.
discipline.
I have a joke there.
Oh,
So will Samira call Rohit after he quits Test captaincy?
Yeah,
Right?
it's a good.
We have
Samir Alana ready to join. Can we also get Gurkirat if we can?
But I think yeah.
Oh, we don't have the Bluetooth. Or can we?
I don't think so.
Samir, can you hear us? Yeah, I can hear
Yes,
Samir.
guys, I can hear you. Yes, I can
So
hear you guys.
Time to say goodbye to whom?
I mean,
Everybody.
no, it's all right. We can adjust this
You
as we
guys
go.
should say. Yeah.
One second.
Cool.
First and foremost, put me back on main screen, guys. Put me back on main screen. Yes, thank you.
It's
50
50
for
for Rohit.
Sharma.
It's 50 for Rohit. Sabine, I'm just going to come back to you because your role model, poster boy, Rohit Sharma has scored another 50. So I know you're jumping. There's another reason why Samir has been jumping throughout this week because he was lucky enough to go to Dubai and have an absolute crackerjacker himself watching India-Pakistan. First and foremost, Samir, tell us what you enjoyed the most watching India-Pakistan live. Because while we're watching on TV, we all know our moments. But what stood out for you in Dubai, mate?
I think it was more importantly the banter between India and Pakistan fans. You know, I mean, I've never been to an
The
India-Pakistan
banter,
game
yeah.
before. I've never been to a game in an international country before. And to see,
Sure.
both fans in equal capacity, like I think it was 60-40 in India's favor, the crowd. And the banter was going on, like, they were shouting chants of like Pakistan Zindabad, and we were following it up with India Zindabad. The Pakistan
Yeah.
songs were playing, the Indian songs were playing. It was all a very competitive environment. At the same time, both sides were very friendly, and I think that's something I really liked about the game. And talking about the game itself, I mean, I was very happy that Rohit Sharma started well that game. And I mean, he's got his 50 today. He was not getting a 50 for some time now. I mean, he did score a 50
Yeah.
against West Indies, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, he
So,
scored a 50 right now. So
Yeah.
good on you. And Somesh will just join us in a bit. But nevertheless, Samir, one more thing that I paid close attention to in all your Instagram stories was the incredible food that you were eating. You had the Five Guys burger, you had the Albake burger. Honestly, I know you've had many Mumbai burgers. Where does Five Guys rank for you in terms of burgers?
I mean, yeah, I mean, the taste, there was literally a far, like, I think, I can't compare it right now because, I mean, of course, I like Mumbai food as well. But I mean, yeah, it was something different and I enjoyed. I mean, Five Guys was good. I also had Albek, so, I mean, that goes a little bit above.
Gurkirat, what about you?
As a Delhiite, I want to say that
No.
Mumbai's food and Mumbai's food is not even comparable to the food in
No,
Delhi.
I'll tell you what, as
That
a
is one
Bangalore
thing-
person, I will absolutely tell you all Mumbai and Delhi food is top notch. In terms of street food, fine dining, you have the lot. Both of you guys are spoiled. Come on, you guys know it.
I've lived in Mumbai for a year and a half, and I ate out
That's
a lot of
that's a
time.
very small sample size, Gurkirat.
No, but everyone, even I have a lot of friends also who are from Mumbai who say the same thing, that food in Delhi and mostly North India is much better than what you get in Mumbai. I mean, I know people get used to it. Even I sort of eating the misal pav and vada pav was a good experience, but it's something that I, as a Delhiite, would really struggle to get used to, especially when I've grown up on eating all those kebabs and roadside momos, along with every weekend having either eating chole bhature or some kulche. It becomes
stop
difficult.
it. You're literally getting us really hungry right now, because
I think we should plug in
even
masala
though-
dosa right
exactly,
now.
even though we finished dinner, it's honestly nuts. Now, on that note, on a tasty note, let's get in a debutant, of course, in terms of Anirudh Kasargod, because he's going to give us a lowdown on the stats, so you guys can annoy him. He's wearing a good black little sweater right now. Anirudh, first and foremost, welcome along. Happy debut to you.
Thank you so much.
What are the stats that we need to savor so far from the first 10 innings?
Okay, so adding on to Anirudh, what he said about Rohit Sharma's average on Sri Lanka. So apart from that 118 in 2017, this is only second 50 in 16 innings.
Whoa.
16 T20 innings against Sri Lanka. He has only 240 scores. He had only 240 scores before this.
That is madness.
So
That's
that is
one stat on Rohit.
So that is one. And like on adding on to Gurkirat's point, so Gurkirat said he's bowled only 8 times. Out of those 8 times, this is the first time he has been bowled out for a score of less than 20.
Holy shit, that is insane. That is a good stat. Why don't you just sit here, actually? So then it'll just be better aesthetics on the chair in terms
And you
of...
can,
And then you can be in the center of
feel
things.
home,
Before Anirudh tells us another real nugget here, just want to quickly come in. Did you guys know that the hitman in particular, Samir, second 50 in 16 innings? That's not Rohit Sharma like, right? Samir?
That's exactly what I was stressing about. Like Rohit Sharma wasn't looking quite in great touch ever since since the England tour of England Test matches last year. He wasn't looking in great form. So this year he has been quite patchy, and to see him, perform in 2 back-to-back games was a new welcome thing for us. And I mean, I know a lot of scrutiny has been there for Virat Kohli, but even Rohit Sharma hasn't been quite at his best. I won't say he's been bad, but he's been very average, and we would like to see him perform better in the coming games. Heading up.
But I have something to add here.
Just adding to his point, for sure. The fact that Rohit have been, like you said, even in the last Watchalong, Rohit has those 20s and 30s to show in terms of intent. Maybe the 50s are not coming.
So, I said this in the IPL as well. There was a lot of talk about Rohit being out of form. I never bought that, because you saw him play, and you saw him play all those shots. He was able to middle the ball. There was this one innings against Gujarat in Brabon where he scored a beautiful 40, and he played a lap shot against Mohammad Shami, which went for a 6, right?
Correct.
So if you've seen Rohit closely in this IPL and the subsequent T20I games post the last World T20, you know that he's trying to change up stuff. He's not taking the time that he would take up earlier. In fact, this IPL, his power play strike rate was also higher in the first 10 games. Then it fell off a bit. So he's been trying to walk the talk by actually trying to play aggressive cricket. Now, when you're trying to change your whole outlook of your innings, or your whole strategy of playing, you will get a few failures. And even
100%.
though he's not had the averages, His average, I think, post the last World T20 has been around 28, 29, but his strike rate has been around 148, 149, 150. Now, if we want India to, not be conservative, it will come at the cost of averages, right?
Yeah,
The good
correct.
thing
I
is,
mean,
with the kind of play that Rohit's
go on.
good thing
Finish
is,
that
with
point.
the kind of cricket that Rohit's playing, his chances of coming off on pitches like the one you will find in Australia, which are truer, have a lot more pace and bounce, are much higher, right? That is where you will realize the value of a Rohit Sharma, a Virat Kohli, wherein their
Correct.
games against pace will become absolutely important for India going forward.
Yeah, and that's something that we're going to hopefully see much more of in the two series which follow us. Quickly, before we let Anirudh go, any other particular stat which could compel the country
I'll
right
tell
now?
you one milestone which is nearing by. So Rohit Sharma in Asia Cup across formats is just 2 runs away from scoring 1,000 runs, becoming the first Indian batsman.
Okay, wow, that's good. That's a good stat.
That is one thing.
No other Indians done that, so yeah, good on you.
So who scored more runs than him right now?
Well, overall in Asia Cup, if you want, like, Sanat Jaisurya will top at any cost. So 1,220 runs, and Sangakkara is next with 1,075.
They should literally make it the
So
Jaisurya.
overall, he'll
That's an
be
elite
the third.
company. That's an elite company. then.
Elite company. And Arya Yutsu, we really appreciate your comments. Sorry, we've been making you wait because of the stat segment that we have. We will answer your question in just a bit. So just hold on, Arya. We apologize. Ani, just coming back to you. Anything from a Sri Lankan perspective, stats from them that we can?
I don't think so. Like, nothing has gone as far as, like,
As far as them.
like, I'm telling you, right, everybody are new players. Like, only if they play in IPL, that is the only option where, okay, fine, these guys big guns. That is Indian big guns. Because the last time they have toured Sri Lanka, it's all been like second string team.
Correct.
And second to C string team, which like after that ODI, which was struck because of the COVID thing.
Correct.
So it's all in the IPL data where you get, okay, fine, if you have played, then that is all.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. I mean, just coming to Sameer here. Sameer, how many times have you seen this in the past where Surya and Rohit bail Mumbai Indians out? They're doing it for India this time. Good vibes going ahead tonight, Sameer. Do you think India will win this game ultimately?
I even thought India will defeat Pakistan after looking at the start we got. So not making any predictions. But I mean, yeah, Rohit and Surya, I mean, I like the way Surya plays, like if you ask me right now, I find Surya Kumar Yadav more reliable than Rohit and Kohli at this point of time in Indian cricket in T20, right?
And not many people will disagree with you with that thought.
Agree. And I mean, if you saw just right now, he hit a 6, behind a wicketkeeper. I mean, that was too good. Yeah, and the third man. Yeah, so I have seen that. I have seen Surya. I've been watching Surya since 2019 IPL, and the consistency which he has shown. I was surprised that he hasn't played for India in the last 3-4 years. It was a very late call for him, and he's still living up to it. He's still justifying that, and he has got all the time in the world now to prove himself with a T20 World Cup coming, and then next year maybe in the ODI World Cup. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy.
Yeah, the future is bright for Sky and his fans.
Just to add on to that, like, don't you think Surya was wasted in KKR? Like,
100%. Still early days.
Like,
no, he's batting
it's
at
not
8,
early days.
7,
Like, to be very frank, he was with KKR from 2012 or 2013, I guess.
All up
so
to
2012,
2016?
2013 till 2017, he didn't bat anywhere over 4 inconsistency.
Yeah. So even though they unearthed him, you're saying they could have probably given him that a better thing. Yeah, who knows? I mean,
Surya Kumar Yadav in KKR and Rahul Tripathi in.
Let me ask him a question.
Correct.
So, what do you think the discussion between the two would be? Are they will they be talking about cricket, or will it be anything else?
I don't know. Maybe they are talking about Mumbai's Vada Pav and how Gurkirat is wrong about Delhi food.
The Delhi food, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not that.
Oh, that is glorious! Another 6 from the Indian captain. He's looking on fire tonight. Arya Yutsu jumping in the comments saying Momo Hut in Koramangala was way better than any momos I've ever had in Delhi. What the snack there. Koramangala is Africa for me because I stay the other side of the city. But many people watching this would agree or disagree with Arya. Just quickly before we let Anirudh go, just want to ask you about what are the particular dangers while India is defending this target, whatever they're going to put out? Because we've seen how Dubai is a chasing ground. Is there any data to suggest that India could win?
So it basically depends on our Indian pacers. I would totally say this one, because on a pitch like this, you just can't keep on repeating the same length throughout the over, which was the mistake did by Bhuvneshwar Kumar in the last match.
Correct.
Like he bowled good Yorkers to Kushdil Shah when he was playing, but he persisted the line to Asif Ali, bowling it wide and slow once. Like once when you're so predictable, it's very easy for any batter to get off to that.
Correct.
So you can't be that way when there is no swing or anything.
Yeah.
So that is one thing which you need to come out of your comfort. If I know it's his comfort zone to bowl slower cutters or off cutters or leg cutters, but you have to come out of your comfort zone. And it's not that Bhuvneshwar Kumar doesn't know to bowl a Yorker. 2017 to 2018, the season which he was shining, it was just because of his Yorkers.
Yeah.
At the death overs. That is one of the things which he has to come back to. And he's a senior bowler. He will analyze that. That is what I feel.
Yeah. I mean, food for thought that when we come to India's innings with the ball, because Bhuvi bowled a shit show of an over in the penultimate against Pakistan that cost India the game. But speaking of nothing but a shit show is Rohit Sharma, because he's brought India's 100 up, 103 for 2, 11.5. With that, Anirudh will catch you at the end.
I'll catch you again
mid-innings.
later.
Our stat man, Anirudh Kasargod, of course, needs to run back to get all the updates for you guys on the live blog. Rohit Sharma, meanwhile, has come down the town again, and he gets 6 for it. He is absolutely showing why he's one to watch out for, not just in this tournament, for India. And he's practicing certainly what he's preaching out there. Sameer, how excited are you with this? Because it's 40 balls, 72.
I'm thinking currently,
he's going mad.
I'm thinking currently, like Sri Lanka has often been his favorite team, and we're just talking about it. So, you know, we might actually get to see another century. You know, he already has one against Sri Lanka, which is the fastest century, if I'm not wrong.
Agreed. And he normally likes playing against Sri Lanka. Gurkirat, let's give you this question from the fan. Please answer this. Gurjot Singh going on to ask, do you think KL was out there? Umpire took a harsh call, I believe. Was it Bismillah, the umpire? I think it was Bismillah. Gurkirat? Gurkirat was frozen. Can you hear me, Gurkirat, now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Some issues with the net. But
okay, no problem. Do you wanna answer this from the fans? Gurjot Singh saying, do you think KL was out there? Umpire took a harsh call. You agree?
See, what happens when the ball hits your feet on the full, especially in the line of stumps, right? As what Vivek sir was saying when he was there on the watch-along. The trajectory part pretty much goes out of the window, right? It's very little distance to travel. So you go in, and if it's hitting you right in front of middle, it's difficult to not give it out. The only bone of contention in that decision for the third umpire was to see whether the bat hit the ball first or whether it was pad first. To me, it looked like it was pad first, and there was no conclusive evidence for the third umpire to change that decision, right? Maybe if the on-field umpire had ruled it out, not out, it would have stayed not out. But once the on-field umpire had given it out, I don't think the third umpire could have done much apart from actually, asking the on-field umpire to stick with that decision.
Okay. On the topic of KL Rahul, Akash and Sameer can answer this one. Fayaz going on to say, KL Rahul should never have made comeback based in his IPL stat padding, literally. He was actually rightly dropped in that England T20 series before last World Cup. Akash and then Sameer.
No, I mean, that's an issue everybody has with KL Rahul, but...
hold on here. Sorry to cut you off, because Rohit Sharma, and he's pissed off. He's used the motherboard, or did he say Ben Stokes? He said the Ben Stokes instead of the motherboard. So, look, Rohit Sharma not pleased at all, but brilliant knock from Rohit Sharma, honestly. 41 ball 72. It's Chamika Karratne, the man who did the Nagin dance, remember?
Not just him. Remember who else?
The wicket. Oh, yeah.
Sameer has jinxed it.
Sameer has jinxed it. But look, Sameer, knowing Sameer and how much he adores Rohit Sharma, certainly wouldn't have jinxed it. Chris Silverwood, in the meanwhile, delighted, fist pumping. India have lost Rohit Sharma. Just a quick reminder, 110 for 3. I think a 95-run partnership comes to end. But look, the platform and the wheels are fully in motion for a final flourish. Coming back to that KL Rahul thing, not firing against Pakistan, not having a good time against Hong Kong, not having a good time against Pakistan and now Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe not to forget. Fayaz is right.
But I think management are backing him for his abilities.
Okay.
I mean, you see, I think most of us would agree with this, that he has a ceiling that is like unmatched, probably even like higher than even Joss Butler at times. It's just his inability to not execute those plans out. So I think they're just backing him till I guess the World Cup. And I think that's a good move.
That's a good move. Samir, do you agree with that? Because I know you like KL Rahul as much as possible as well. What do you feel about him? Do you think India should start him regardless of his form in the World Cup?
I think currently, ever since he has come back from injury, his form looks a bit rusty. But again, this has been even when he plays well, this has been like as he spoke about the IPL, he was stat padding in the IPL. I'll not call it stat padding again, but again, we have seen the KL Rahul, who used to come at the top and, he used to hit 50s of 17, 18 balls and so and on.
Yeah.
So, it's surprising to see, why he has, changed gears. Probably because he started playing more of test matches, but he was always playing test matches even during that phase. So, I mean, it's very difficult to, compel why KL Rahul has put down his strike rate. And even now, if you check his strike rate, it's above 140, around 140, 150, or even more in T20. I think it is one of the top by an Indian batter. But it's surprising to see why, he comes to that zone where he starts scoring 50 runs on 50 balls when everyone knows that, he has all the capability and all the power hitting in the world.
Yeah.
So that is surprising. And of course, ever since he's come back from injury, he's been looking a bit rusty. And I expect Indian player management to back him, of course, to the T20 World Cup, because he's a big player. Unless someone else from the back steps up or, someone shows great form and then it becomes difficult to drop him.
It's interesting you say that. It's very interesting what Akash said as well. And it makes you think about how the team management, they've given him more responsibilities in terms of vice captain. Speaking of man of responsibilities, let's get Somesh on right now.
Change of guard with his earphones.
He's got his iced Americano. I was nearly making a mess of things over there. But guys, Hardik's way home. 111 for 3, 13 up. Before we say goodbye to the gentlemen,
they'll stick around.
They'll stick around for a while. But what I want to understand from them is, Mohammad Suleja, is there a way to join the panel? You can. You know what? We'll drop in the StreamYard link in the description below, and you come on. Shaunak, if you're listening, do that in the YouTube link. Let's see if Mohammad Suleja wants to come on. This is where you guys get interactive as fans.
I have a question.
Before we talk about anything, bhai, Rohit ka knock, bhai, matlab.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, honestly. Great.
हो गई बात अभी आगे.
Kind of,
Match आगे बढ़े. There are 7
अरे मैच आगे बढ़ेगा तो ठीक है, चलो ठीक है, बाद में आ जाएंगे रोहित की नॉक पे. ऐसी बात नहीं है, ये नॉक पे तो बार-बार बात होगी.
I have a question. Do you guys think sending Hardik at this point of time is the right move, or maybe they could have sent in Pant or Hooda?
भाई पर तुम ये पंत के बारे में हर बार यही सवाल पूछते हो जब भी कोई आउट होता है कि
because मैं बता रहा हूँ ना क्यों, because I don't see Pant succeeding as a finisher.
Why not? They have not tried him. I feel he bats like a finisher every time.
No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I don't see him succeeding as a finisher, and I've been saying this for the last 1.5 years, because what happens when he's batting in the last 5-6 overs is teams start bowling him wide outside off, and he completely forgets, like Rizwan, that he has the shots on the offside as well.
But the same thing can happen right now as well. If he walks in right now, the same thing can happen.
It's just a situational thing.
No. If he walks in at around the 11th-12th over mark, he still has at least an over or maybe 7-8 balls to maybe gauge the situation.
You're saying he has more sighters to kind of settle in, take some time.
Is this the format for sighters? Because if we sort of weigh people like Kohli that way, shouldn't we weigh everyone in the same scale?
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
See,
all the daggers to Kohli fans.
I'm not talking of 10 or 15 or 20 ball sighters. Like KL Rahul sometimes ends up taking a 20 ball sighter. That is not done. But I think 4 or 5 ball sighter is still required sometimes, especially when the pitch is tricky. Like today, Surya Kumar Yadav did take a sighter because he realized the situation was such that he had to take that sighter as well. But I think, Pant coming in and going straight off, I don't think there are chances of him succeeding in that role
No,
that much.
100%. But that's a good conversation to be sparked. If you guys are watching this, get involved, because the whole talk of the town has been about Rishabh Pant, especially the last time he failed against Pakistan, people having question marks. It's always been that for Rishabh Pant. Meanwhile, one question that we can answer right now, we'll try to, is from Har Sahib Singh. Thank you so much. Been patiently waiting in there in the wings. He goes on to ask all of us, how often do you think we will get to see Bumrah in this format after the World Cup? I'll start with Samir because he's a Mumbai Indian fan. As much as you'd like to see Bumrah play every game, Samir, in this format, honestly answer that question.
No, I seriously don't see Bumrah playing any. I mean, most of the unless it's a game against Australia or some big team, it's a big series. I don't see Bumrah playing any
I think
T20I,
Sky's
at
gone in.
least till the next year's World Cup. Till the next year's
Yeah.
50-over World Cup, because there is a Test series coming against Australia. I think we'll be playing more Test matches next year, and the ODI World Cup coming in. I think they will try to get him in the group for that. So I don't
Yeah.
see Bumrah playing
think-
much of T20
I
guys
agree.
I
till
think
next
to
year
add on to
next year
what
World Cup.
Yeah.
to add on to what Samir is saying, and I hope Sky's not out here.
Sky's not out, guys.
Oh,
Oh my
no.
God, please, Sky. Yo, just throw in the dive. Oh, he's home. Oh. Sometimes
Just
these
makes
slow-mo scare you, dude. It just scares you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Go
the
on.
best thing about Bumrah is, unlike other people, he doesn't need sighters. He can be on point from ball one, even after not playing.
Would you say the same thing about Harshal Patel?
I don't know. He's not played enough cricket to.
Yeah, but Bumrah, the banker, honestly. Gurkhiat, would you agree with Samir and Som there in the sense that maybe he should prioritize the red ball because we need him there the most?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay,
I'm saying with him, you
I
can
think
actually
50
play
overs
him
as
big
well.
tournaments to big tournaments.
And 50 overs as well.
No, even I mean, he can play the 2024 T20 World Cup. I mean, he can play tournament to tournament.
Yeah.
Based on how big the tournament is, and he's someone who can basically come into the 11 and bowl like he was bowling all this while.
So why can't they just have it in this contract, marquee white ball tournament?
That is already there. Obviously, we don't know what's written in the contract, but there is an understanding that this is what is there in your contract. Don't worry.
Literally, if they have any bilateral series, guys, they should give chances to all these Sakarias, Khalil Ahmads. It should be like a talent, like an Indian audition sort of thing.
फिर भी राहुल त्रिपाठी का डेब्यू नहीं मिलेगा, सबको मिल जाएगा.
Indian Idol.
I want to bring in a question here right now.
Sure.
Just looking at India's space department right now and the fact that Harshal Patel is still doubtful for the T20 World Cup. I mean, again, coming back to Umran Malik, his pace, if suppose, we have him, I just feel, I have a feeling that maybe in Australian pitches, his pace will be quite important. Maybe, if he plays some games around here and there and, then he plays in Australia. What do you guys think? Should he be
Yeah,
at the bench for the T20 World Cup, at least at the bench?
At least at the bench, because one, that will teach him a lot going forward in the future tournaments. At least be there. Even if he's not part of the playing 11, it helps. It really helps.
Hey, World Cup is not a place where you carry someone just to
Agreed, but
No,
he
I
could,
think-
like Samir
I think
said,
he'll
because of
be-
the pitches are conducive
I
to
mean, I'm
pace
just
and
talking
bounce.
with regards to Australian pitches.
No, I think
Yeah,
he'll
pace and bounce.
I think he'll go as a net bowler because he was a net bowler in the
Yeah,
last World
100%.
T20 as
Yeah.
well.
Even
But
if they
if
do
India-
that, that's a good move.
If Harshal
Yeah.
is not fit, and India think that Avesh is just far too inconsistent for them to rely on, the next person that I see in the pecking order or getting an opportunity is Mohammad Siraj. I don't
And-
see someone
okay,
else.
so-
Yeah, but don't.
What about Deepak Chahar?
But haven't we realized by now that the best way to win in Australia is play the players you actually you took as net bowlers and net players?
So what are you suggesting?
So then
mean-
we have Natarajan.
Yeah, Natarajan and will Washington Sundar travel as a net? Who will be the net
No, but,
batter?
see,
I'm hoping
if-
Sanju
if-
Samson goes as
No,
a
given
net
the kind of rotten luck at this point of time Washington Sundar has, if he's named as the net bowler, he might end up getting injured in the nets again.
Yeah,
he's
man.
had that kind of
And we don't hope that happens. But Gurki, that's just saying a hypothetical scenario, of course.
or maybe his luck will turn around and it will be similar to what Srisan's luck was in the 2011 World Cup.
Yeah.
Where out of the blue, you are just there with the trophy after 8 overs, 50 for no wickets.
Oh,
and
Tisha, lucky
getting
man.
smashed by Imrul Kayas against Bangladesh, 5 overs 53 runs.
Terrible. But Samir, good question there in terms of Umran Malik. Let us know in the comments below, because a lot of Umran Malik fans, we've observed that through past content as well, which we put out throughout the IPL. Every time there was, of course, Swanee on in particular, he was absolutely happy about that. Oh, there's a wicket here. Surya Kumar Yadav unfortunately perishing. Darshan Charaka getting a wicket in his second ball. The Sri Lankan captain striking 4 for 119. And you know what? I challenged a fan earlier to come onto the broadcast and have his say. And you know what? We're going to do something first on CDC Watchalong. Mohammad Saleja is waiting for us.
But
Mohammad Saleja.
Hi,
sir.
thank
How are you?
Thank you for having me on the stream.
No worries. Where are you from first and foremost?
I'm from India, but I live outside of India, so just watching it on a stream right now. How are you guys doing?
Well done. Which part of the world are you watching from?
Saudi at the moment.
Okay,
so very close to the stadium itself, so I can understand what the conditions are like.
The stadium?
Why aren't you in the stadium?
I tried looking for tickets, but there weren't enough, and especially the India-Pakistan one. I was looking for them, but you know, the demand is very high in this part of the region.
All right, be honest with us. Did you think that you would be part of a CDC watch-along tonight?
I just shot this message thinking I might be able to come on, but I've been trying to get a hold of you guys on Twitter, and I've also messaged you because I run a cricket podcast as well, so it's amazing to be on and to be aside. Amazing panelists.
Look, we like connecting with all kind of cricket fans, so welcome aboard on the cricket.com community, and it's good to hear from fans. And if you guys want to do a Mohammad Saleja, honestly get interactive with us, because this is where we guys are going to pick up the pieces in terms of the watch along. First and foremost, let's throw some attention to Mohammad right now, because Mohammad, what's your views about watching this match? We can all have our say because we've been going back and forth. Impressed with India? Disappointed? Expected more?
I think the top order, obviously KL and Kohli disappointing today, but you can't expect someone like, you can't expect Kohli to score a 50 every single game. And which is why obviously Rohit Sharma stepping up was nice to see, because he has struggled to get in form in the first few matches. So happy with the innings that Sharma's played and put India in the position that we are right now. So a few more runs on the board, and I'm just a bit because obviously second innings, you've got such a big advantage in the second innings that even a score of 180 seems like it's not enough right now. So I want to see India shift gears in the last final overs, and
given how Sri Lanka are chasing, Mohammad, like we're all kind of having our heart and mouth moments here. Just before you joined us, by the way, Surya Kumar Yadav kind of going for that uppercut, which he got a 6 earlier in the innings for, but a faint tickle which guided nicely to the wicketkeeper. Rishabh Pant, by the way, showing the word intent from word go, not literally word go, but the second ball. India 123 for 4 with 2 balls remaining in the 15th over. Prediction time then, gentlemen. I'll get Som's prediction in a bit. Mohammad and Sameer, what do you guys reckon? I know you just hinted 180 there. Can India get there and thereabouts? Sameer will get yours, but Mohammad first.
I think we can. Hardik Pandya is someone who can go off in the final few overs and get a few runs on the board. And 185 is something of a good target, I guess, because looking at Sri Lanka's chasing, the last 2 games, they've chased down at 170 in each of those games, respectively. So even 180 sounds like not enough, but I think 180 should be something we can really defend. And if our bowlers bowl well, obviously with Ashwin and Yuzi being there, and the left-hand batsman Sri Lanka have, and the advantage we have with Ashwin being there today. So hopefully 180 should be good.
Yeah, 185 is a good shout. Sameer, anything in excess? Normally you're optimistic with your predictions, but this time mix realism, please.
Okay, being realist, I feel India should go for 190. I mean, we have 2 very good hitters at the crease right now, both Rishabh Pant and Hardik Pandya. They are capable of hitting a few. And also the fact that, the score of 180 has been breached quite a lot of times at Dubai, especially, with Dew coming in many times. So, and even Sri Lanka chased that 180 run chase against Afghanistan as well. So, I don't think 180 is a safe score. And with the way the Indian bowlers bowled, I mean, I'm not being very optimistic here, as Avnish told. I think 190 should be the par score for India. Okay, if Bumrah plays, we can. Yeah, but if Bumrah plays any game, we can always have 10 runs below par. That's fine. But since Bumrah is not here, I'll just be safe with 190. And I think these guys can do it.
And that is a complete Mumbai Indian bias, but we love it. We love biases on the show. In fact, here's another one from Vasant Narayan saying, I would rather have Mohammad, this commentator, than the current one of this commentator.
So much.
A bit of flattering there from Vasant, but we appreciate it. And Vasant, if you want to get involved, hit the link below. More the merrier with fans, because this is the purpose of a CDC Watchalong, so we can all share our views and opinions and whatnot. Now, speaking of someone who wants to share their view, is Shubh, who's been waiting patiently behind the camera. I think he's just finished his dinner.
Maybe we'll just have the in-house team back again.
The in-house team back again.
Samir and Mohammad, you can join us at a later stage in the second inning.
Absolutely. So, Mohammad, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Big up on you and everyone else watching from that part of the world and anywhere, really. Get interactive with us at cricket.com. Mohammad, we'll see you in a while. Samir, likewise. Plenty of fun from you guys as well. Right, so the 15th over mark. Great to have a special fan there. Look at what we're doing here at cricket.com. Literally pioneering as we go along. The Asia Cup 2022 live watch along. You can watch it. And, of course, comment and let us know. We will get our in-house writers back in the mix right now. Because it's that death overs bit, which we're all going to absolutely relish. We have another one coming in.
Here is PJ Budhaus
in
back.
the meanwhile, before we get Akash onwards, take one from Harsaib Singh, who's been pretty interactive. We appreciate Harsaib and all his questions today. An interesting question. Best ex-cricketer Indians as commentators. I personally believe, for me, it's always Ravi Shastri. The voice, the power, the energy that man exudes on the mic is mad. Whoa. In terms of a cricket romantic, maybe Harsha Bhogle. But speaking of romantic shots, Rishabh Pant is honestly becoming
we got Pant.
Shah Rukh Khan of the 90s, capturing the
capturing the
nation's imagination. My bad.
Another one.
He's captured imagination for a while now.
So let's just answer Harsaib Singh's question quickly. Ravi Shastri for me.
Saurav Ganguly.
So thinks Sunil Gavaskar, surely.
Indians.
Yeah, exactly.
Deepdas Gupta. No, Deepdas Gupta takes the cake.
Shubh, for you, best ex-cricketer Indian commentator?
It's a very tough one, actually, since he has
Lakshman Sevaraman.
Murali Karthik.
I actually enjoyed Rahul Dravid in the commentary box.
Exactly, that is what I was about to say.
Get on there. That banter piece between Dravid and Ganguly with Bhogle being the ghee bujao fire was
Ganguly was salty, Dravid was
sweet.
I think he was
Sweet.
No, Dravid was just
sweet and salty.
eliciting a
And
reaction
both
from
them did
Ganguly.
ads for Britannia Crackjack also, sweet and salty, honestly.
But I would say, I'm not sure how many of you have listened to Abhinav Mukund. He's actually
He's good.
Very good.
Star Sports Select. We have a CDC stat which is featuring below. I'll read it out for you all as Hardik takes a single to long off. Apart from Suryakumar Yadav's blazing innings against Hong Kong, his remaining 3 innings this tournament have been top 3 slowest innings, 5 ball plus innings in T20 internationals. Look, cut him some slack, because before that, he's been reigning supreme, and we can't just judge him on 3 innings. We look at, of course, Sky generally right now. He's the man who approaches that intent. So it's it's a tough thing for Sky to keep doing this consistently. But how would you want to kind of stat pad that stat?
I mean, how can you stat pad that stat?
If there's
just say 3 bad innings, that's it, move on. Because we know his abilities. So
can we say the same thing about KL Rahul?
That's been for a year.
Yeah,
you can say it for 3 innings, not for 3 years.
Exactly.
Theeksana to Pant, and you know what? Theeksana, well bowled, mate. 4 overs, 1 for 29, finishing well.
Okay, Pant has finally started an innings well.
Yeah.
He's struck 3 boundaries in his first 5 balls.
Yeah.
Now it's up to him to capitalize and make this into a 40 of 20 or 35 of 18 or whatever.
If he doesn't, how will you judge him? Because he has come at a situation where he has to just come and
I'll tell you how will I judge him. If he doesn't,
can Shubh just center him in the center? Because
center him in the center.
In the center, if he can just
padding the stats.
Because like the producers behind are saying, oh, Shubh's little aesthetically displeasing. But yeah, Anirudh, continue.
If Pant say falls for 15 or 16, then I would like to see him play the same way for the next 2-3 matches, and then you'll start winning some trust and say, okay,
Believe.
this guy is doing this, he's starting to do this, he can.
But then again, if he's just going 15s and 16s, then you may as well throw Samson in.
What I'm saying is, last match he scored runner ball 11, runner ball 12, and he's been doing that for a while. If he's playing with this intent, scoring 3 boundaries of his first 7-8 balls, looking really good, and then he's getting out abruptly, then fine, you can give him 2-3.
Yeah, but maybe it's also a case where what Gurkeerat was saying just so earlier, that Pant is someone who likes a couple of sighters, but you can't afford so many sighters. And whenever he's had a couple of sighters in the Asia Cup, the time when he's chose to go big, he's got out, of course. So it doesn't work or help his case. I don't know, man. Pant.
What happened to predictions?
I was just looking at the score. I was going to ask you all the predictions. So
before that, I think our Twitterati has something.
Oh yes,
I have a tweet to read right now. So Tanmay Bhatt, he tweeted yesterday about the situation about Arshdeep's situation basically.
Shocking, by the way. All you Arshdeep despisers, go hide yourselves in shame. Honestly.
So yeah, Tanmay Bhatt basically said that he tweeted yesterday, Arshdeep's manager deleting Twitter and Instagram from his phone right now. But then he received a reply which says, no need, Arshdeep will be back stronger, unlike AIB.
Oh, talk about shameless plugs. I mean, that's a plug from CDC's friend, Tanmay Bhatt over there. If we can say that, Tanmay, if you're watching, you're watching. Look,
yeah, and by the way, about Arshdeep Singh, in this year, no other bowler has a better economy in death overs than Arshdeep Singh all over the world, not even just India.
Guys, by the way, Avesh Khan is out of the Asia Cup officially. Deepak Chahar is in. What do you think?
Oh, Deepak Chahar starts again in Afghanistan for sure. Start him. Start him and lock him in.
But is he a contender for the World Cup? But he has to come in because India has only 2 pacers.
I mean, Sameer was saying, why can't you take people like Umran Malik and stuff? I think Deepak Chahar is much more of a front runner than someone like Umran Malik.
It depends. If the ball is not swinging, Deepak Chahar doesn't have anything.
You already have Bhuvneshwar.
Okay, 1 second, guys. 20 balls remaining. We've already taken Harsaib Singh's questions, so thank you so much,
Harsaib. And
Harsaib.
has pinged me his prediction. It's 175.
175 is Gurkirat. Sameer said 180, 190, Sameer said. I think the fan that we got on Mohammad said 185. I'm honestly thinking 182, the exact same score we got against
182. I was also about to say the same.
Nice, boy. Nice. Sorry, you don't want to injure me in terms of my left
171.
171. Somesh has always been modest.
Thanks, man.
In terms of his score prediction. 171 basically means 31 from the last 3.
32. Yeah. 31 from the last 3, yeah.
But with Huda there and Ashwin there potentially.
But will they be able to
We already took the comment. Thank you, Harsaib, saying we already answered you. Ravi Shastri. Who else do you guys say?
Saurav Ganguly.
Deepdas Gupta.
Raj Dravid. Deepdas
Abhinav
Gupta.
Mukund.
Abhinav Mukund. So thank you. We really appreciate your question.
Sorry, Murli Karthik, we didn't.
Just because we are talking about Tanmay Bhatt, if Bastab is watching this, he's a very, 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 very big Tanmay Bhatt fanboy. Even if you say for fun that Tanmay Bhatt's channel sucks, he'll get triggered and he'll go on a rant for 10 minutes.
I am a big fan of his channel too, but not of Tanmay Bhatt basically.
Don't tell us Bastab, he'll get angry and he'll defend Tanmay Bhatt.
Bastab, look, if you're watching, you just heard
we are missing our storyteller today.
Yeah, Bastab is a storyteller, so we'll get him on for the India-Afghanistan watch-along. So tune in on Thursday night as well. We're going to be doing a watch-along then. Meanwhile, 3 hours left.
Carrying drinks.
2 hours behind.
2 hours behind.
Oh my God, they're going to pay the price.
Okay, my prediction is 181 now. I was about to say 174, but watching this.
1 second, Sri Lanka just used their bowlers really well because I'm looking at the cricket.com app right now. Shanaka won.
This is where it should come down.
Karuratne as well.
Who else has overs remaining?
Madhushankar.
Madhushankar has.
I think Madhushankar has one. Tikshna has bowled
basically no spinner. So I think, I mean,
Tikshna has bowled out.
3 overs, India can even get 40-42 runs.
Oh, he's gone down
around.
That is absolutely enormous. Shanaka getting a taste of his own medicine.
You know what Deepdas Gupta would have done here? Is it a 6? And after it reached the boundary, when all of
it is a 6.
Oh, it is a 6.
It is. Create the suspense for 3 seconds and then just...
bhai?
Bastapirida, I'm missing it, guys. See you on Thursday. Yes, see you on Thursday. And we will see you soon. Hopefully you're enjoying your fish thali, which you normally get. So big up on the fish. And don't get choked by the bones.
BP is under control.
BP is under control.
BP is under control.
But yo, Pant and Hardik, 11 ball 15. Both of them.
Oh, that's a very good.
Shanaka under pressure.
Shanaka doing Naseem Shah.
Shanaka is having a Hardik-like day so far. Like what Hardik did.
Except he took a wicket.
1 second. I just want to go back to a comment that Arya used to put out quite earlier when we had the fan live. So Shaunak, if you're watching, I think Arya put something about the Sri Lankan players and IPL auctions.
Yes.
Let me throw that open to the in-house guys right now. How many Sri Lankan players are there?
First and foremost, let me tell you in advance that it was the most ever in the history of the IPL. And then, I mean, in terms of number of players, we can count it out. Rajapaksa, then Hasaranga, Chamira, and then later on, that Malinga,
Matisha Patirana.
And Rajasthan had one, right? Sangakkara.
Mumbai.
ऐसे तो they had Malinga.
No,
and Malinga, Mumbai, Jayawardene.
Sangakkara is in English now. You can't count him as Sri Lankan.
Yeah, he signed a Kolpak deal, honestly.
But I think Chamira.
Oh, it's gone. gone.
He's gone. Oh shit.
But Chamira is not
Honestly.
in the squad. So Arya's question was in this squad.
In this squad.
Yeah.
But I think
So it's five.
is.
Patirana is there. He's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wicket,
But he's in the
unfortunately, Hardik Pandya perishes, but don't worry. Huda Man is going to be joining us shortly.
Hooganator.
Yes, the Hudanator. Call him what you want, but Deepak Huda. We can't call him the winning.
But do you
lucky
send?
charm
Will you
anymore.
send Pant in instead of Huda right now?
No, wait.
Honestly.
If Huda walks out to bat,
Yeah.
we say Huda is in the hood.
Oh, good one.
PJ
hood.
Woodhouse in the
PJ Woodhouse. Valuable distribution. Good to see and hear from you, rather. India would continue to extract as many runs from pacers as the 8 overs of spin would be tougher to go big on. Old comment, but maybe in hindsight, I agree.
I think this is what even Kohli thought, and they were
It's something that you were mentioning as well, right? Like when we got on, you were like, it's easier to target the bowlers.
But Rohit took care of Hasaranga.
He did take care of us.
Guys, I mean,
Talk about that
I've not spoken about
No,
Rohit
but there was
Sharma,
so we got the stat man Anirudh Kasargod on. By the way, we're going to get Anirudh back on at the mid for more stats. He told us a mind-boggling stat, which is a myth buster. This is just Rohit's second 50
I
in
heard
16
that.
T20 innings.
But think about it.
But there have been many 20s and 30s where he's
Just think about the versatility of the guy.
I agree.
In every game, he's playing the situation.
Yeah.
When he knows that he can be the first one to get out.
Exactly.
He's hitting a 15 ball 30 to give you the starts.
Yeah.
Today he knew that he can't get out now because India has already lost 2 wickets.
And we saw that in England and West Indies.
He anchored the ship, but anchored it.
runs as well.
Yeah. See, this is an anchor knock, 40 ball 72.
Exactly.
This is what you
Anchor
don't
should
need
be.
40
But you
balls
know-
55 from an anchor. You need
But
40
you know
balls
what
70.
comforts
that's
me?
a-
Oh, it's gone. That's gone.
And-
Shanaka.
Shanaka
had
3 wickets. Kaun keh raha tha
Exactly.
Hardik
It's
wala-
honestly.
So from Hardik versus Pakistan in
Silverwood,
second
yeah.
game, he's moved to Hardik
Versus West Indies.
versus
Okay.
Pakistan the first
It
game.
is capitulation for India. 150 for 6. It's Shanaka's
Are they
Dhamaka.
checking for the wide?
Or
Or
they
the second
can't.
bouncer?
Yeah, but it's honestly like Bopara appealing for that Ishant Sharma short ball in that Champions Trophy, and Dharmasena is like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Just walk out."
But India have one more batter
Yeah.
in the wings.
Let's see what Bismillah and folks take a call
Ashwin.
Ashwin.
Oh, Ashwin is there.
Ashwin,
Yeah.
boy, the
How
pinch
could you
anchor,
forget
the
all-rounder,
pinch
bhai?
anchor to stabilize things like that.
Your entire state will be disappointed.
By the way, guys, if you're tuning in right now, we really appreciate the
Bismillah,
20
Jan.
eyeballs that we have. 40 eyeballs.
Is he,
actually.
is he Jan or Jan?
He's born in January.
Jan.
Oh.
Oh, he's born in Bismillah Jan Shinwari. There, the
And he's
Pakistan
talking to a
umpire.
Shah, so it is not surprising.
Pakteen. There's pretty
Ah,
much
that's-
a lot of Pakistan umpires. If you're joining us,
That's not even a
subscribe.
bouncer.
Subscribe
That is a
right
bouncer,
now.
but yeah.
That's a short ball. That's not a
It's a short
bouncer.
ball.
It's a
He's
short
just-
ball.
Wasn't it above? Wouldn't it have been above his shoulder if he was
Indeed.
staying-
See, guys,
standing still?
Today, I mean, just not just because he's out for a duck, but if India don't bowl Huda today, I feel this strategy sucks.
Yeah,
If he's not gonna bowl, then play DK.
correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's true.
Sabir Alana, ever since I left the Watchalong India, only losing wickets. Tell me about it. There was something about even that fan, Mohammad, if you're watching, mate, there was something about you because ever since you've come on, it's been dominoes, so to speak, just falling one after the other. But that 171 that Som said still beckons. Shub, what did you say as your prediction?
180, I think.
Nahi, I said
Ah,
160.
now he's going to say
Yeah.
anything with Sue's Twitter
I
needs.
said 181.
Yeah.
Now, Bismillah on screen.
Is as
Oh, is that a no
confused.
ball?
He's as confused.
Bismillah goes
And
for
that's
the
a
goal.
goal.
That is something I've
Very
never
well.
seen in a while. Second, I mean, have you guys seen that before?
No, I don't
But
think.
he's
Not from
already
Shanaka.
But not in recent.
Not from Shanaka.
Shanaka definitely.
I think
And
Chanaka's over
Silverwood
is costing the
second
Star Sports
bouncer.
broadcast space for more screen
Advertisements.
space. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
they're
okay.
running out of real
The
estate. over there.
broadcasters have played a trick here. They definitely want India in the final.
They have. Oh my God, honestly.
And Silverwood is pissed.
Thicker Angelo Matthews.
Oh.
But yeah,
Look like
15
Angelo
balls
Matthews.
left,
That's
That is
151
very
for 5.
bizarre, though. I've never seen like this kind of a decision be called a no ball.
Ever in my life. I can't recollect anything like that. 27 people watching, really
But
appreciate it.
technically, it's a no.
It is a no.
Let us know if you guys think that was a no ball or not, because at the end of the day, it's a controversial call. Another one in this year's
Not
Asia World Cup. In terms
Yeah,
of,
it is
it is
slightly
kind of controversial, right?
Silverwood,
And
firewood now.
Oh, does he convert it? That's
Oh.
just 2 runs.
Great fielding. Who's that? Aslanka?
You have to
Proper-
run back and he
Proper
runs
EA
back.
Sports type ka
By
dive
the way,
tha.
how do you guys so far
अचानक से
rate
आया.
Silverwood's reign with Sri Lanka? It's been really good. I feel.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
got a good win
Yeah.
against Australia.
Australia, Pakistan,
Pakistan as well.
and Australia in the limited over series. They won the
They won.
ODIs. They won a great match in the T20Is. Now
Indeed.
they're in
Yeah,
pole
yeah.
position to make the Asia Cup final.
So basically, he learned from the best and now he's implementing all those chess
Yeah.
moves
Yeah.
in Sri Lanka.
From
Indeed. Mohammad Suleja, yes, apologies taken, no worries. But there is definitely
Silver
a
Rule
better
isn't
moments
happy right
ahead
now.
in
Yeah.
this match that we're seeing on a Tuesday. Thanks so much for the CDC
Oh.
Watchalong love and support.
Shot.
Huda going through the
Two
offside.
runs.
We'll get 2 more. He'll have to push again or
No,
no, they'll
just
settle
one.
for 1.
There's no Kohli in the middle to turn
Yeah.
ones into.
So
And
look-
there is punt, so you can't turn
Oh
two
my
into.
God,
So
155.
Shane feels this
154 for 5.
was a bit harsh.
Yeah.
Huda has got
Fair
lucky.
enough. It's a
Yeah,
very,
got
very,
really
very tight
lucky.
call.
I agree with you,
It's
Shane.
60-40, I
Why?
think. 60-40 maybe.
If he was
Yeah.
standing still, the ball would have been inches above.
Yeah,
his
but I'm
shoulder,
just
which
saying
is
it on the
enough.
I'm just saying it on the basis I've never seen that in international cricket.
Yeah.
अरे लिखा नहीं तो दिखा नहीं ऐसा
No,
थोड़ी
but-
होता है.
लिखा नहीं तो
Why
दिखा नहीं,
should
wow.
it's a
In-house
coincidence?
Vivek Razdan.
But it's a coincidence that it's happened with an Indian player, right?
No, but the rule says it's
Above
above shoulder, right? It's a
It's a no
bouncer.
ball.
So you're saying
It's a
India.
second ball.
You're saying
I mean,
India.
in which rule book? The BCCI rule book? Or the ICC
Oh,
rule
and that's allegation.
Oh!
That's allegation.
MCC, bhai.
The BCCI rule book. MCC rule book. Look, no, I'm just it's just tongue in cheek, but yeah, Shubh has a fair point. Like,
Not
why?
BC, MC rule book.
We can make our own MCBC's rule book, but look, at the end of the day, it's something for fans to ponder if that happens again. 2 for 24, Shanaka completing his second over. Punt on strike. Really need a final finish from Punt, honestly. But Shani,
I
fully
think he's
agree
gone.
with you.
Oh,
Shot
shot.
goes around the ground.
Punts
He
luck
like
will
to keep
change
strike,
because we have changed seats.
so he'll just keep strike, and they won't
And
take on
Govindu.
Hasaranga. Oh, he'll come back. He'll
Wow,
come back.
Vindu Hasaranga.
Govindu.
Samir Alana, if Huda doesn't bowl well today as well, do you think DK will be a better fit in number
Definitely.
7?
Yeah, Somesh had the same
exactly
opinion,
what
yeah.
Somesh said. And it makes sense because otherwise, what are you playing Huda for, honestly? What are you putting
He's
Huda for?
definitely.
But you know the
not-
sham? Because Ashwin's there today, Huda's over anyway diminish. We didn't see Huda bowl the last time.
No, but
out.
it's the
What is
sixth
the guarantee?
option. That's the
Okay.
Yeah. Plus, he's an off spinner, so
He's a
against
seventh
a stack
option.
of left.
sixth option.
Kohli.
Plus, don't you think Huda is getting wasted at 7 anyway? His main strength is how he attacks the spinners and everyone. in the
Everyone
middle
wants to
overs.
bat higher in this batting lineup. Who
Who
wants
will
to
you
bat as a
bat
finisher?
and move
tough.
down.
It's
That's what-
basically
Will you move
That's
fully
what-
down?
Honestly speaking,
Huda is
Kohli
wasted.
should come down. Kohli can bat
No,
at 6,
it's-
7.
it's-
He can
yeah,
hit pace.
pace.
वो आते ही
in the
पेस
death
को मार
overs.
सकता है
In
क्या?
the death
Yeah,
overs,
yeah.
You can
भाई,
hit pace
field
when
खुली
he's
होगी,
set.
Yorker
But the
पड़ेगी
ball,
set.
ball won't move.
Yeah, that's actually a very
Yorker
important thing. When
पड़ेगी, he
he's
doesn't
set.
have those lap
Okay,
shots.
this is an interesting question. If you guys agree with us or disagree, of course, you can please let us know in the comments. Should Kohli bat lower than 4? That's, I think, what
We can solve this, wait, also, we can solve this. Just ask Anirudh Kasargo to check Kohli's strike rate versus pace, ball wise.
Yeah.
0 to 10 balls, how
Guys,
much?
Let's
I
leave them
can
to
bet on it. His strike rate in the last 5 overs would be above 170.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's because of the entry point.
Because he said.
Yeah,
because he said.
exactly,
He can't hit
entry
from
point.
ball one.
Yeah.
We don't know that.
Okay, meanwhile, 157 for 5. 2
Oh,
overs remaining. Bowling.
too far
Madhushankar
across.
getting
Too
rid of
far
Huda. He
across.
got Kohli out similar. I mean, not similar fashion, but bold
Not at all
regardless.
similar, but yeah.
157 for
Yeah.
6.
That's a bold delivery from.
Yeah, bold delivery. Play bold,
That's a
honestly.
bold delivery
Bold
from.
Huda, honestly, it's not looking.
Was this a no ball?
No,
Bouncer?
no. That reminded me of an Obed McCoy slow ball.
Maybe
I was
if
gonna say.
Kruger Van Wyk was batting, it's a bouncer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Madhushankar. By the way, what is your take
और
on
फिर या फिर वो अपना कौन था?
Swapnil Lanka.
Tyrion
Let's
Lannister.
not-
just at the top of your head,
तो
guys?
भाई top of the bill
Just at the top of your head, how is Pant against left arm seen generally? Does he do well
I think against Pacers,
No,
he
I
does
think
well.
It doesn't matter.
His numbers are not good, but
against?
It doesn't
I mean,
matter to
doesn't
me.
matter.
There's nothing that you can say technically कि हाँ
see,
यार
the point is Pant doesn't survive long enough to actually have those matchups into
Yeah, in T20s.
some valuable
And
consideration.
if it is, it's a small sample size. So
Yeah, I mean,
You know, there was a match last, I think it was an IPL 2021, I think, where it was against RCB where Pant failed to chase 8 or.
oh yeah,
Nine,
Siraj
yeah,
bowled the
yeah,
final over.
yeah.
Was it Siraj?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
Siraj.
yeah,
And Ashwin comes out to bat.
Was it in the Middle East, I think?
Ravi
No, no,
Chandra.
no,
it was just
Ahmedabad.
before
Ahmedabad.
Ahmedabad.
Okay, okay.
Just
Oh, yeah,
before it
the,
got called off.
the AB.
Wait, Ashwin's
AB, I think.
average is better than some other Indian batters'
His average is
Yeah.
10 runs better than Mushfiqur Rahim.
29.
And
What
his
do you think
strike rate.
it is?
Strike rate is
Bad.
better
Almost,
as well.
almost
Bad,
equal.
29. But honestly, you judge a good T20 batsman with Basra, right? So you
Uh,
add the strike rate, you add the
But
average. If
you
it's
should
170.
know how to apply Basra as well. You
100%.
cannot add. You cannot add average
Yeah.
and strike rate. You can just compare them separately.
True,
Don't
but
add
like
them.
taking a page out of the Simon Dool book is what he normally suggests is that if a batsman averages 130 and strikes at 140, that technically classifies into a decent T20 batsman.
What?
Batsman averages 130.
130?
Average
And
is 30.
140.
And
Okay.
strike rate,
Now it
strike
makes
rate is
sense.
140.
Strike rate is 140.
That's good, I think.
And average is
That's
30.
good. But what if a batter
it's
strike rate is
basic-
160 and
yeah.
average is only 10? Does that make a difference?
It doesn't, but I'm
So
saying
that is
someone
why
like...
you should not add that.
But say like Andy Russell is an average of maybe 19 or 21, but a strike rate of 190, 200.
Yeah,
That's
that-
still in excess of 200, right? So
Yeah,
that goes
that-
in excess of 200. So that is
Yeah.
not, you cannot compare that with your Basra
Oh,
addition
and
of
he's-
170.
slogged away. There is a man there.
And
And India are
gone.
capitulating. Pant now goes. Madhushankar. I just asked the boys, how does he fare against left arm pace? They said it doesn't
Not
matter. It does
Not
matter.
enough pace on that
Because,
ball.
Yeah, it was a left arm spinner.
And yet
if you ask.
another
Yeah.
over
Can we
McCoy
make
slow
a-
delivery.
Can we make a website like has Pant succeeded in T20As yet?
Oh my God.
Have
The
a
question
countdown.
That
marks.
reminds me of
the
Bojack
daggers
Horseman.
will be
Tata,
out.
What time is it right now?
What time is it right now?
Man,
And
that
also,
was-
there's a
did you
Twitter
see
video.
that
It's
slow ball?
not
There's a
batting.
back-
Has Tottenham
slow.
Hotspur
Yeah.
won a trophy yet? No, 10 years,
Yeah.
12 years and counting. So 14 years and counting.
Oh, Fires S getting interactive again. Love it. Man, how can the idiots coach and captain know that DK's pace hitting skills are unparalleled and they want Hooda to do that job? Bizarre selections overall, worse than the previous regime.
There is a reason behind why Hooda is playing
Exactly.
because he bowls off spin. That
Bowls
is
off
it.
spin.
Bowls
If
off
Karthik
spin.
was an off spinner and Sanju Samson could bat left-handed, तो ये सवाल
Yeah.
आते ही नहीं.
Plus,
Okay.
Karthik is a wicket keeper, so I think.
But again,
yeah.
I mean, it will feel bizarre if he's not bowling. He should.
Yeah,
he
he
should
should.
bowl.
He
That
should
is
have bowled in the last game as well when Hardik. It was not Hardik's day,
Yeah.
and it is very surprising if you play Hooda and he has not bowled enough.
Yeah.
He's played like this is 18th or 19th game.
And-
I think he's bowled in just two of
And
them.
everyone was kind of, sorry to say the word, horny after seeing Hooda bowl in the West Indies and then taking inspiration, saying he'll be a great bit for
Maxi.
matchups and
Yeah.
Maxi
teams
of
who
India.
have more left-handers, and Sri Lanka is one of them.
Ball, yeah.
But look, now Ashwin really needs to get at least 10, 12 runs. Soam's actually coming close in terms of 171 prediction right now because it's kind of petering that way. 160 for 7 after 18.4. Madhushankar 3 for 23 must be absolutely on top of the moon with a spell. Anirudh?
Coming back to Hooda,
Yeah.
so if you're not going to bowl him in Asia Cup,
Yeah.
and how will you bowl
Exactly.
him in the World Cup?
I think-
So,
Cup.
will
I think-
Hooda feature in that Australia
You
South
know
Africa
what?
series?
This is my worry.
Yeah, I think.
Right now, what they have in mind is if someone gets injured, then we have an
Exactly.
option.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the way they should,
You
look at
you
it.
need to try him first. You
Exactly,
Need to check,
yeah.
You need to assess how he goes at international level with the
Exactly.
ball. After that, only.
But
you
is this
can-
a knee-jerk reaction from India? Dare I say, I could be wrong, after Jadeja's injury, saying right now,
You
just
need
for
a
that.
left-hander.
Yeah.
So Pant comes in, DK has to.
yeah, but
go
who's the
out.
second spinner then? If you don't play,
They have Ashwin.
They have
What the
Ashwin
hell?
today.
yeah, but I'm saying in Australia they
Bishnoi.
only play 2 spinners.
I think
So Hooda then anyway goes out of the equation.
no,
right?
playing Bishnoi makes sense in Australia because his he'll have pace from
Yeah.
the pitches.
Middle
well.
age-
Gurkirat
Bishnoi
now
is very
running to
tough.
delete his Twitter, joking. Yeah, Hasai Singh, good on you. Spot that man out. He has 23k followers,
Easy
and
to
honestly, he
spot
needs
him
to be
would be.
found out. Oh,
If
Ashwin
you
there with a
can
short
spot
run.
this man
No,
on
no, no.
Twitter,
No short run.
He's-
It was like extra long runs. I think.
So are you
they
sure?
gave him 1.5.
What do you
I
say?
was just saying that if you want a tougher job, if you want some challenge in life, try to spot this guy on
Find
Twitter.
him.
Yeah.
If you can find his account,
then you can find anything.
If
बैंगलोर
no-
में फ्लैट भी मिल सकता है तुम्हें ढूंढने से भगवान भी मिल सकता है कुछ भी मिल सकता है बैंगलोर में.
That is true. So try to find Anirudh S on Twitter. I surely think you guys won't. If you guys do, we'll definitely give you some goodies.
Amazon gift voucher.
Bhuvi
definitely.
wants to, but Ashwin will
Yeah,
want to
but-
keep strike. 19 overs gone, guys. 162 for 7. Remember, we got 182 against Pakistan, 192 against Hong Kong. Will it be 172 against Sri Lanka? I don't know. Honestly, it could be that.
By the way, I like this version of Madhushankar bowling like Shaheen with the new ball and McCoy with the old
Exactly.
ball. Just
Yeah.
like-
Like
Mac.
best of two worlds.
Pant and Hooda, thank you, Fires, so much for getting involved. And we
Hooda.
really appreciate it. Your last point about the bizarre things was talking about, and let's take this one right now with Pant and Hooda never deserve to be playing in the
Getting a
11.
call.
Akshar, and most importantly, DK died for this. Yes, agreed. It's just unfortunately, I think if you joined us in one of the earlier watchalongs, we were saying that it's worse now for Dinesh Karthik because Jadeja's injuries kind of pushed him back. Elaborate on that, Som.
Nothing. It just come at the wrong time.
Wrong
because
time,
when,
man.
When Jadeja was there, he could have, like they said, they wanted to bat him at 4-5, and that
Yeah.
get DK. That had DK getting the chance to play in the 11. But now, since he's out, they need someone in the top 6 to bat lefty. So that brings Pant in.
No, that also brings Akshar in, right? So that's
So,
what
I mean,
Fires said.
but they don't trust his batting.
Oh, they
enough.
don't trust his batting.
Doesn't this summarize DK's career? He's always the right man at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Dhoni. And
But every time someone says Akshar, the batsman, is not as good as Jadeja, fully agree. But then you can draw inspiration from that knock that him and Lalit Yadav played
you
for
want?
Mumbai?
And
I mean,
West
he's
Indies
not
wala
in
bhai,
West
West
Indies.
Indies.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry. More recent times, West Indies.
Yeah,
as
he's
well.
acting like the Indian management. They've just forgotten his mom in West Indies.
क्या सवाल क्या था?
Akshar
Aksar and DK died
DK
for this.
died for this.
For this?
भैया
But
अक्षर
with
and
a-
DK, it's not
But
easy
good point,
conditions to
Fayaz.
bat.
Good
DK
point.
might have failed too. वो भी fail कर सकता था यहाँ पे.
Yeah.
These are tough conditions to bat. It's not as easy. So
I will ask the same question about Akshar also. If you are not going to test out Akshar's batting here,
Short
how can you
Ashwin.
throw him in
Yeah.
the World Cup in Australia on bouncy wickets and all? Like, yes, he's played against West Indies. Yes, he played that a couple of good knocks in the IPL, but he's still largely untested against quality bowling attacks in white ball cricket. I know he scored a couple of 50s in Test cricket, and that those were like good attacks. But if you're not going to test his batting out here in Asia Cup, especially when Rohit explicitly said before the tournament
Yeah.
that we will experiment, we will try out things, and India have not really experimented so far. So it's kind of the build-up is getting a bit shaky.
But I mean, don't you guys feel the fast striking of Huda is very Ravi Shastri-esque and not like how things under Rahul
and
Dravid
playing
has
him
moved.
out of position also.
Yeah,
That's
I
like
mean,
confirm Ravi Shastri-esque.
Yeah. I mean, maybe like
I
you
just
said,
feel that he had performed for long enough that he should be
merits
not
the
really, but I mean,
chance.
it's not the same thing, right?
Oh,
He's played with
yeah.
smaller teams. It's
I'm
Ireland,
talking about
Zimbabwe.
domestic cricket as well. The domestic cricket.
But there are
he
many
did
players who've
very
done well in.
IPL. Maybe he was not bad actually for Lucknow.
I mean, that's where I feel
Definitely.
Rahul. No one is more hard done by than Rahul Tripathi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But Rahul Tripathi
I mean,
doesn't
with
bowl off.
Huda, they've like jumped the gun. Like he's been swapped over 10 other people who performed better than him.
But
Just
he
because he
bowls
goes
off
off
spin.
spin. Yeah,
But
that's-
that is
Again, even in the IPL, he was not bowling enough.
yeah, that is a different thing. It's just that
It's just that he has
management
the
has not
ability to
used
bowl.
him.
That is
Yeah.
just
the management has not used him. Here I will blame
Bowled
them.
him, another wicket falls. India is
All out on cards.
Oh, yeah, could be, honestly. 164 for 8. Shamika Karuratne, another wicket for him. India really not getting the momentum going into that second innings. It's honestly scaring
half
me
of
as
the
an
innings.
Indian fan right now because 164 for 8. It's a must win. Remember, it's a do or die. On the words of Vivek Razdan, Karo ya Maro. Honestly, will we be doing Karo or Maro?
Abhi tak to karo. It's a decent total.
You have faith. I have faith in Rohit Sharma, bro. I'll tell you why. Because every time I've seen it from an RCB lens as well, a Mumbai Indian game that is, every time Mumbai have their balls in their mouth, Rohit just knows exactly what to use.
Bumrah or Malinga hona team.
I know, agreed, but he still
as
gets
Michael
the best
Clark
out of
once said that instead of John Buchanan, my puppy could have coached that Australian team. So I'm not demeaning Rohit in any way, but I'm just saying that if you have Rohit, if you have Bumrah and Malinga in your side, and both of them at the same time for a couple of seasons as well.
Fair point. So where would you derive confidence if you're an Indian fan with the ball in hand? Bhuvi?
Bhuvi for sure. Bhuvi for sure because last
This man
I can't say Bhuvi for sure. I mean, Bhuvi is like every 5 games, he'll have 2 off games. At least the new Bhuvi.
Man, I mean, that's a little tough. He's been performing.
Maybe 1.
But IPL to properly
IPL
this year.
only the last game which
But last 2 IPLs have were, I mean,
but
he has been on and off. It's a sinusoidal curve.
Okay, fine. Who else can really shine
See,
tonight?
you know Peak Bhuvi? Peak Bhuvi had like 5 years of domination.
True. Shana Yaras is going on to say this is a Sri Lanka versus Pakistan final. It'll be one of those old-ass Sharjah Cup, Asia Cup sort of finals if it is Sri Lanka,
Pakistan last played a Asia Cup final in 2014, I guess.
Yeah.
14, no, that was Bangladesh, Pakistan was
That was
Bangladesh,
12.
Pakistan
That was 12.
12.
That was 12, I think he was talking
And 14 India didn't.
about.
make a
Harsaib
final.
Singh, do you think Huda will go on to become
14
another
was an
Umran Malik?
Afridi game. Afridi hit.
Oh, Arshdeep.
After that
Can be run out. Nearly is run out.
There
165
were
for 8.
memes that sorry India, you did not qualify.
Yeah, one second.
Okay.
Harsaib Singh, Shubh answer this, Som answer this, Anirudh answer this. Do you think Huda will go on to become another Umran Malik? I think
What
he
does that
means just
signify?
being shelved after a good start.
I mean, wait, we'll ask him to clarify what he means by
Yeah, just
saying another
taking a
clarifying
different
that
Umran
question.
And I
Harsaib.
actually don't feel Umran Malik is shelved. They've just realized
Yeah.
that he has the potential
Too
to be a
soon
very
now.
good
He's
red ball
undercooked.
bowler. And
Undercooked as
he's
well,
playing
right.
in the India A team.
Yeah. But a good observation from Harsaib. What I would ask you to do is maybe kind of just go back to the question and be more specific, and also share this whole video with your friends. So of course, all of them can get interactive with us because we're going to be picking the best questions from all you fans in the halftime analysis and get more on that. 2 balls to go. The penultimate ball right now.
1-6.
Karuratne Ashwin! it!
Whoa!
1-6, 1-6.
Kya baat laun
Oh
ne?
my God! And so he's got 171 spot on. If there's a wicket in the last over, woo!
Last ball.
क्या मिलेगा क्या इसको पर?
कुछ
आज तो कोई snack भी नहीं है.
तालिया भाई, तालिया.
You know,
तालिया.
today
भाई इसी ने कहा था ना ताली बैन.
Ban है, ban.
तालिया भी खाएगा.
ताली ban.
Tikshana was nailing the in-swingers with the new ball.
Yeah.
Our Sri Lankan pacers are nailing the off-cutters with the old ball.
Oh my God, Tahir Southern power,
What is that?
honestly. Which is
Correct.
just
Imran
No,
Tahir,
it's,
Saddam Hussein and Ramesh
it's
Pawar.
go on.
ये क्या कॉम्बिनेशन बना है
We can
भाई?
explain it off.
It-
ये
it-
कौन
we'll
सा
explain it
कॉम्बो
off
पैक है
air.
जो हमें फर्नीचर एंड करते हुए नहीं?
But look, last ball, India 171 for 8, 19.5. Pramod Anand will take your comment right now. Would someone like DK be disappointed miss out given that he's been groomed as a finisher over the last few months? Were India right in playing punt over him again? That's the debate that we're having with a lot of fans. So thanks, Pramod, for getting interactive with us. And look, I mean, it's each to everyone's opinion, really. I think some people would say DK, some people would say punt. I would personally say DK, the form that he's in, and that I'm an RCB guy.
If you picking
Is
DK,
that back-to-back?
Oh, is there a
I don't
wicket?
think so.
And
so
so
many-
many.
Oh!
Let's cross your prediction. India get 173 in the
अशरफ ने
end.
इसकी तालियां बैन करा दी भाई.
Stop
So,
the press, Ashwin has run a
173.
2.
And Sri Lanka have normally chased in anything in excess of 175, but today it's
It's been an
174.
off tournament
So-
for Hasranga actually. He's a pretty good fielder.
Yeah,
Catches
yeah,
भी off
it
करे,
is.
run भी खा रहा है.
In and out, butterfingers.
In and out, यार.
Last
my
game, last
God.
ball, this guy Fakar Zaman dropped, and this
Indeed.
this game
India
take
lost
on.
that game though.
Let's take a stat before we get the stats man on Anirudh soon enough. Kasargo, that is. India in the first two matches scored a run rate of 13.3 and lost 1 wicket in the last 5 overs. However, in the last 2 games, they have scored at a run rate, or wait for it, 8.9. What does that tell you?
Tells us that DK has been missed sorely in the death overs
But
against Spain.
DK did not do anything in the first 2 games, so.
But
Not a
Acha,
correct
Avnish, one
conclusion to
question
draw.
for you.
Yeah.
You said that you will pick DK over Pant, but then won't you be uncomfortable with a situation where you have all 11 right-handed batters?
Man, I'm an old school guy. I don't care about matchups.
This is actually, we discussed this
Honestly.
in the last game as well.
I agree with you, and I agree with many viewers saying Rishabh Pant has to play. But the thing is, and it makes more sense for Rishabh Pant to play after Jadeja's gone out, right? Because then
Yeah.
you're crying out for a left-hander. I don't know,
I
bro.
just-
Look, we can have this conversation because, like even Sridhar pointed out the last time we spoke to him, he was saying that in Australia, all the World Cup branding and everything that they're doing in the build-up of the World Cup, Rishabh Pant is the poster boy for India. So he has to play. He will play, even though he got a 13 ball 17. Hardik 13 ball 17. India 173 for 8, by the way. And if you're watching this on cricket.com, subscribe, like, share this video as much as possible. We're all the way up to 11:30 by the looks of things. At least India's over 8 will take us there. So comment and subscribe. Coming back to you guys, are you guys safe? 174 on the board.
I thought you were asking in context of
Bangalore
Bangalore Rains.
Bangalore
that it is,
Rains as well.
Because
Good
you
point.
just
mentioned
said,
by
are you
Shok.
guys safe?
Yeah, good point mentioned by Shok.
But once, no, we are not safe. Anything can happen from here. Sri Lanka have the batting to get to this total. India have the bowling to defend it, but they must be low on confidence as well. So yeah, I mean, it is going to be a good game.
no
I
X
think.
factor bowlers in today's lineup. Remember.
Yeah.
No
What
Bishnoi,
scares
no-
me, what scares me is that and Sri Lanka's batting there.
And if you remember the chase against Bangladesh, they lost like 3-4 wickets early on, but they kept going.
Exactly.
And
That is
then
their-
it's just
They
chasing
were like
down.
5 for
That's about how they
77.
do
They
it.
chased down in excess.
That is what I said at the start of the show as well.
Yeah.
That यार 180 plus वो 2 बार chase कर चुके हैं.
Yeah, but I think I look forward to 2 things. I just hope Ashwin sticks to his off spin
Yeah.
and doesn't try too hard to impress everyone. And B is
हुड्डा bowling.
I don't care
Good
anymore.
bowling.
I mean,
But one second, let me ask you another question.
Could have done
India were what? 15 for 2. Would you take 174 if I had asked you that?
yeah, I would have taken it.
Right?
I would have
Yeah,
taken
yeah,
it.
for
Yeah.
So we can't be too greedy. 173 is what we ended
But
up
at one point they were, I think after 12 overs they were 105 for 2 or something like that.
with. Yeah.
When Rohit and Sky were batting.
From
In
there,
fact,
we won't take
13, 14 overs, they were almost 130. So
Yeah.
last 6 overs, they could have gone, they've reached 190
Yeah.
as well.
And Ashwin 6 in the end could really end up being a difference maker.
This is what we thought in the last 2 fours as well
exactly,
of Ravi
right?
Krishnan. But I think India needs Chahal to have a good day. He can't just keep having off days.
Yeah.
And like everything might depend on whether Rajapaksa fires or not today.
Not
If he
just
scores
Rajapaksa, but
30 or-
all of them, right?
30 or 15.
It reminds me to ask you guys watching this right now, if Sri Lanka get across the line, who will it be? And if India get across the line, who do you guys think will shine on the day? Will it be Arshdeep silencing these critics? Will it be Chahal, like Som said? Let us know in the comments below and follow us on the social media bits that you can see and use the QR code. Now, speaking of which, I just need a small breather. So to change the com box, we'll probably get Gurkirat back on right now. And we can take one from Akash's dad, who's gone on to predict 173, not a great total against Sri Lanka. Uncle, fully agree with you. I'm getting really nervous watching this. But as you guys can see, at least these three confident men have India in full faith.
I just want a good game.
Good game. Good game.
I don't give a fuck about anything
Look,
else.
I mean, Shubh just wants to sit on the fence for his Twitter gainers. So we'll let that be. But boys, I'll catch you back in 10 minutes. Let's get Anirudh Kasargod on, as well as Gurkirat and Sameer, hopefully. Tune in shortly, but stay watched along in terms of the watch along. So
You guys are taking over, I guess.
Do you have the?
I don't have it. We had two, and I took mine away, and I returned it back. So, दूसरा कहाँ है?
No clue, but we're still waiting for one more. So, Gurkirat is here.
Gurkirat is smiling a lot more than usual. So, Gurkirat, what's in the air today?
No, because I'd said it when Surya was dismissed that it's not going to be an easy finish for India with Pant and Hooda to follow, because firstly they don't even have the respective games against pace bowling, and two, it wasn't a pitch to come in and go from ball one. And also
Yeah,
I'm happy
exactly.
because 175 is much more closer to 173 than all the other predictions that came in.
Yeah.
I would have loved Ashwin to score that 4, but never mind.
Yeah, but actually the point is कि शुरू में जब India lost two wickets quickly, तब उस समय अगर कोई बोलता कि 173 बन जाएंगे तो we would have taken it. So I think we should look at from that lens as well. यहीं पर वो बात intent की आती है ना कि because Rohit batted with intent, even after a false start and even after losing so many wickets at the end, India could still reach a above par score. This is an above par score. I mean, you'll have to bowl really bad from here to.
A lot would depend upon due. If there is no due, then this is probably 15 runs more than par.
But again, then point वही आता है ना कि हम बोल रहे थे कि यूज पिच है ये वो है, तो फिर यूज पिच है तो उसका इम्पैक्ट दिखना चाहिए ना. It will be slower. By the way, we have Anirudh with us as a statsman. बताए सर.
बोलिए सर.
क्या कुछ पता है, कुछ नगेट्स दे हमको.
अभी कुछ नगेट ज्यादा कुछ नहीं हुआ था. खाली सूर्या ने जब छक्का मारा था, so he went past Rohit Sharma's record of 31 sixes in a calendar year. तो अभी उसके पास 32 है, which is the most for an Indian in a calendar year.
And then who is just behind?
So Rohit Sharma 31 2018, Shikhar Dhawan 25.
I'm talking about कि इस साल कितने, because if anyone has a chance to overtake Surya or not.
अभी फिलहाल के लिए तो नहीं है. Nobody has played that many matches as Surya has played.
Yeah, that's true.
So that is one of the thing, and most of them are a bit far itself, like 15 वैसे कुछ है. तो it's a bit difficult with the World Cup also coming ahead. Probably you can expect some another 14-15 sixes more.
What else? अभी सूर्य के बारे में बात करने का उतना मन नहीं है क्योंकि
Okay, तो अभी मधु शनका का स्पेल जो था आज 3 for 24 is the best for a Sri Lankan bowler against India in T20 eyes. Sorry, third best. So Wanindu Hasaranga का 4 for 9 in 2021 पहला बेस्ट था, और दाशुन सनका 2016 में 3 for 16 निकाला था. तो these are the top 2 spots. इसके सिवा तो कुछ ज्यादा है नहीं, बस उतना ही हुआ है. एक जैसे कि मैंने बोला था, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट इस सीरीज के हिसाब से तो बहुत सारे हैं. मतलब लाइक इंडिया का डाउनफॉल जो हुआ है लास्ट 5 ओवर्स में. सो बेसिकली लास्ट 2 मैचेस में दे हैव लॉस्ट 6 विकेट्स. सो किसका लास्ट विकेट किसका गया था?
Yeah, I think you pinged as well कि लास्ट 2 गेम्स में लास्ट 5 ओवर्स का रन रेट has been just 8.9.
8.9.
Any good matchups to look forward to second innings में?
अभी फिलहाल के लिए तो कुछ ज्यादा नहीं. गुणतिलका या फिर पतुम निशांक का, ये कोई बंदे है नहीं जो उतना खेले हैं मतलब इंडियन बॉलिंग के खिलाफ. So even in T20s also they don't play in IPL, which is like बोल नहीं सकते कि हाँ भाई ऐसा है.
Can you dig up?
Can you tell me Bhanuka Rajapaksa's strike rate against
Ashwin?
off spin?
Yeah, or against Ashwin, his matchup in IPL this year.
हाँ मैं वो बता देता हूँ लाइक 1 सेकंड.
शानका ने 2016 में 3 विकेट निकाले थे.
भाई I think this is that Pune वाला T20 where India got out.
अच्छा वो एक तो हाँ कुछ नहीं किया था जब डबल फिगर्स में ऑल आउट हुए थे.
Double figure, the ball was doing a bit.
That but in own condition में mostly it used to be Suranga Lakmal who used to be our
Suranga Lakmal was in 2018.
Yeah, 2018 में था. हाँ.
So basically इस साल बनुका राजापक्सा ऑफ स्पिनर के खिलाफ 108 का एवरेज रखता है और स्ट्राइक रेट है 113.7. So
उसका so he's not getting out.
He is not getting out लेकिन खाली स्ट्राइक रोटेशन हो रहा बस.
तो सही है भाई जब वो आएगा तो एक तरफ से अश्विन एक तरफ से हुड्डा लगा दो.
हाँ अगर एक और बात यह है कि इस साल 2022 में बनुका राजापक्सा लेग स्पिनर्स के खिलाफ 5 बार आउट हुआ है 10 इनिंग्स में एंड ही एवरेजेस 9.6 विद अ स्ट्राइक रेट ऑफ 111.6 जिसका वर्स्ट रिकॉर्ड है लेग स्पिनर के पास मतलब लेग स्पिनर के खिलाफ सॉरी.
So again वही अश्विन भले ऐड किया हो चहल needs to have a very good day today.
Yes.
If India are going to close
exactly.
This. Cool.
So and then everybody knows about Dasun Sanaka against slower ball. वो slower ball के खिलाफ बहुत ही मारता है. Like in 2022 he has a strike rate of 203 against slower balls.
203
तभी तो हर्षल पटेल को पटक के मारा था.
हर्षल पटेल को पिटा ही पढ़ाता पता है
धर्मशाला में. That is a very relevant stat because not many batters have such a good strike rate against lower ones.
So again वही भुवी ने जो लास्ट मैच में जो गलती किया था 19 ओवर में कि सिर्फ स्लोअर वन डाले
के साथ बॉलिंग करना पड़ेगा अभी डेथ ओवर्स में.
He will need to have a backup plan.
Yeah. तो गुरगत क्या लग रहा है किस तरफ मैच जाता हुआ दिख रहा है?
Yeah. It's highly dependent upon due because Sri Lanka didn't start well against Bangladesh also. They were behind the rate for quite a part of their innings and then Shanaka played well, got them to the touching distance and then they won the game. So it's difficult. I would have been happy with 10-12 runs more, but I think it's a game that will be won by spinners if India do win it. Baki, if at this point of time, I'd rather be in the Sri Lankan camp than the Indian camp.
Okay.
That's a big statement. That's a big statement actually.
But just from the पुराने मैचेस में देखा जाए अभी हाल फिलहाल में जो हुए थे the dew was not there actually. So just presuming कि इस मैच में भी वो ट्रेंड कंटिन्यू रहेगा और ड्यू नहीं देखने को मिलेगी. If there is no dew, then where do you see the match going, knowing that
if there is no dew, then I think India have 13 runs more than par probably. 160 would have been ideal. But with dew you never know what happens and how the pitch changes because it has happened quite a few times in Dubai where the pitch has changed post the innings.
Yeah, they are soaking wet in the second half of the T20 match. So you never
cool.
know.
एक मैच याद आ रहा है मेरे को शुभ बहुत स्पेसिफिकली क्वालिफायर 1 ऑफ द लास्ट आईपीएल.
मारो भाई बहुत जोर से मारो मेरे को.
जाने से पहले एक और सैड बोल के चला जाता हूँ.
बिल्कुल भाई आप ही का है यार ये सेगमेंट. दिस इज योर सेगमेंट.
2 सैड बोल तो 3 बोल.
हाँ कुशल मेंडिस एज एन ओपनर अगेंस्ट लेफ्ट आर्म पेसर्स उसका एवरेज है 14 5 डिसमिसल्स के साथ 12 इनिंग्स में और 122.8 उसका लोएस्ट है.
लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिनर
के खिलाफ लेफ्ट आर्म पेसर
तो अर्शदीप आएगा इधर.
पर कुशल मेंडिस की किस्मत बहुत जबर रही है भाई अभी तक.
भाई एक टाइम याद है
हाँ भाई बहुत ही गजब
बैगिंग डक्स फॉर फन. जब लगाओ देखते ही आउट.
So will that Anirudh will see you again around the 10th over mark and Gurkrit I think we have you back after the power play. So
Chalo,
the in-house boys are back. Guys, we need wickets in power play.
I will take a leave for a while. Sure. You guys have fun.
No problem. Shub is going to write news.
Put the wipe on. Yes.
Like I said, it's confirmed. Get out.
Honestly, not mentioning anyone else here. But look, so just moving a little bit. Maybe you can occupy the chair. One of us will occupy the chair, and then one of us can sit nicely.
Sit nicely.
Okay.
That is not symmetric, no? Fuck symmetry.
Yeah, fuck symmetry.
Asymmetric.
So India, of course, set about to defending this total of 173 for 8. Appreciate all the comments coming through, and lots of fans, of course, wanting to get involved. Get involved with us on Twitter, on Instagram. And you saw earlier, if you were part of the watch along, how we got a random fan to join this particular chat. So if you want to be one of those, hit us up on Twitter, DM us, and we will, of course, share you the StreamYard link. Arshdeep to bowl. It's a no-brainer, this Bhuvi Arshdeep, because the two right-handers out in the middle. Overthrows and buzzers, as Nasser Sen would say. Kusal Mendis, the leading run getter for Sri Lanka in this year's tournament. But like Shubh said, he has that knack of getting ducks, almost like Nicholas Purin, but from the Emerald Island part of the world. Would you be ballsy enough if you were to throw Chahal the ball? Just 1 over in the power play?
But Chahal usually didn't bowl in the power
I know.
If someone has to bowl the power play, I might give it to
Thank
Huda.
God.
Yeah.
Please, rain gods.
Yeah, the rain god here
Please be kind.
are taking our Tata Sky viewing privilege away. So be kind.
MBZ end.
And BZ
What is
end.
MBZ? Mohammed bin?
Yeah, that's close. Mohammed
And
bin
this
Zayed, I
is
think.
for Avnish, who said Nissanka doesn't show intent.
Doesn't show intent.
There is
Look
this
at him.
intent.
Nissan
4 of 8.
Micra.
He's showing 50% intent.
Normally, like when you guys think of cricketing nations, you think of certain bat makers. For Sri Lanka, SF just stands out vividly. And then, of course, Jayasuriya back in the day. For Pakistan, it was CA, Isan, Malik,
Yeah.
all of those.
CA.
For India, it's Bas, BDM,
BDM.
the good old
BDM.
SG.
How could we forget SG?
Yeah.
SS. But now SS has been
Australia, Kokabura.
taken up by people like Van Dusen and stuff, right?
Hmm.
So, who's, by the way, not in the World Cup squad. And by the way, I just realized that Australia have won the game earlier,
they did.
which is
What a game.
nuts. What a game that was. So,
And
Cameron
Cameron Green just
Yeah.
said in the post-match.
Australia's Hardik Pandya, basically. The one which is going away.
Cameron Green said in the post-match press conference that he had pain in his abdomen, groin, legs, arms, everywhere, and he didn't know what the hell was going on. But
And
somehow
they
he
still sent him to do the press conference.
But it's still, it's a very important knock in Green's white ball career.
Yeah.
Kind of to come in at 44 for 5
For
against an attack which is Bolt, Santner, Lockie Ferguson, Matt Henry, which is as strong as an attack, strong an attack you can get these days in ODI cricket,
For
because
sure.
everyone tends to just rest players in ODIs.
And Australia as well, they had a wake-up call against Zimbabwe. They're playing all the teams, funnily enough, in the Southern Hemisphere. Zimbabwe, New Zealand, I think South Africa later on in the summer.
But do you like what Australia are actually doing with Cameron Green? Playing him at number 7, 8, just giving him a taste of ODI cricket, just preparing him probably for the World Cup next year.
Yeah.
I think
Not
he'll
next year, I
eventually replace Stoinis, I think,
Yeah,
in the squad.
I don't think next year might still be too
2020
early, I guess.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
He'll be ready.
Yeah, he
not
will
early.
be ready.
It's
And
not
the way
early.
he's kind of being fast-tracked generally in all formats for Australia,
But it's
positive
India,
things to
right?
come.
And see,
Exactly.
that is what I feel.
He's better
For
than
India, so they need an extra spinner. So that is where they'll need an all-rounder to be a pace bowler.
Yeah. Oh, Arshdeep going
Or they can
full.
just slot in.
Could be a run
Ashton
chance here.
Oh.
And Kusal Mendis literally scampering over the line. India, good start here, especially from Arshdeep and Bhuvi, to be fair. Just one in his over. Arshdeep, shocking stuff that he got, of course, on social media after that Pakistan match. But hopefully he shines bright and silences all those critics. KL Rahul only silencing the Sri Lankan dressing room there with the run out, which... Wait for it. Where is the ball?
Oh, he was gone.
Oh, he was gone.
He's
He was gone. KL knew it as well. KL knew it. Oh, it would have been curtains. Guys, let us know if you think it could be curtains for India if they manage to go out tonight. I mean, if they do lose, they go out eventually. I was asking Som as well, and he was like, what
And
are you
he
talking
was,
about?
he was acting like a proper RCB fan.
Net run rate.
If they lose today, then we'd want Sri Lanka to win all three.
Oh,
he's
like
got
one,
that
one,
one
one.
away.
He's got that one
So
away.
you'd
and he
want to
strung it
dust
up.
his calculator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll throw in a hypothetical scenario. As an Indian fan, would you be more scared if Sri Lanka were, say, 40 for no loss after 6 overs, or if they're like 65 for 3? What would you rather take?
I would take 65 for 3.
I'll take 65 for 3.
I would take 40 for no loss.
And
Because
why?
Nisaka doesn't have a gear like the
Yeah,
others.
but then you think about the depth that Sri Lanka have generally.
But the overs is
Man, all of them don't care about their wickets like the Indian batsmen do.
Exactly. That's why the overs then become a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, it's a give and take, but I think I would be, like Som said, 65 for 3, I'd be happy.
But 65 for 3 was
Gives
the
them a
scenario
platform.
from which exactly they
Yes.
beat
Yeah, but
Bangladesh.
still,
And
I
even
mean,
But
Yeah.
Bangladesh and India,
see,
of course,
Bangladesh
different
have
quality.
only 2 world-class bowlers. No, India
No, I
has
understand.
slightly more.
But they
According to Khalid Mahmood. Oh, in swinger,
not-
in swinger.
but
Not
they,
according to Khalid Mahmood.
Oh,
Yeah.
according to the other man.
you know, they took apart Rashid in the
Yeah.
last match.
They did.
The issue is 65 for 3. It gives them a platform where they're like kind of having an upper like advantage.
Yeah.
They can choose and pick which bowler to attack.
But you know, it's actually pretty, you know, cool how both the lost boys in Sri Lankan cricket, Chandimal and Kusal Mendes, have kind of found some kind of redemption in the
Yeah.
last 4
In
months
separate
since
formats.
Silverwood has taken over. You know,
Separate formats, but
But again,
nonetheless,
no,
yeah.
Chandimal has even played well in. Did he play the ODI?
Oh,
Slashed
there is third
away,
man,
but
but
I
it's
don't
no
think
man's
he's
The
land.
way these two are batting, I don't think it'll be 40 for no loss, for sure.
Yeah, they're
It'll be
going
either
kind of going.
32, 30.
Oh, yeah. He'll say he. I think he's trying to say the score might be a bit higher.
No.
And wickets as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it looks like it'll be
I'm
low.
not projecting the current score. I'm just
Okay.
saying the way they're throwing the bat.
At least you're saying that they have an intent to go after things.
I want to see who bowls in the power play apart from Bhuvi and Hardik.
Hardik.
Obviously, Hardik will
Hardik.
come in. Maybe an over of Ashwin, but against the
Do you
right-handers,
think
it
there should be a
depends.
slip?
Oh, this time
Oh,
surely gone. Oh no,
no,
again,
no,
it's no man's
oh,
land. No, yes, it
no.
is.
How?
Oh
That
my
is-
God, no man's land once
But
again.
the cutters are working really well today for
Yeah.
both sides.
Yeah.
Already, was this a knuckle ball? I think it was a
I
knuckle
think
ball.
it was a.
Or was it standard?
I think it
pace?
was
think
a
it's
leg
leg
cutter.
cutter.
Leg cutter.
Seemed like a leg cutter.
Nisanka again trying to go leg side,
Off cutter.
skewing
I
this.
don't know.
completely getting found up.
No,
by
this
Bhuvi,
was Kusal Mendes.
or Kusal Mendes, my bad. So right now, Sri
And-
Lanka trying to go hard, but just certain things haven't clicked. They got a streaky boundary. If Arshdeep Sal ball,
Shot!
nothing streaky about
Shot.
that though.
6.
Flat 6 from Petam Nisanka. Honestly, apologies
Oh,
to
what?
I think
you
it's one more.
because I doubted your
One
intent.
bounce.
Oh, it's one bounce just
This
before
reminded me of Sachin's 4 against Magra in that
Magra, right?
Nairobi
Yeah.
Gymkhana. After that, he
Brilliant.
did a nod.
And I think Robin Uthapat's 6 of Brett Lee all those years ago, Wankhede, they were playing that
One
little
bounce.
T20, I guess, and he just came down and he swiped him straight over his head. Sri Lanka looking good, boys, at least Nisanka early on still in this power play, just 16 balls, 16 balls bowled, 16 for none against
Is there
Spain.
another slow ball?
So, what delights you more, seeing a short batter take the ball on the rise and hit it like, you know, with a flourish, or do you like watching tall batters, the
Do a
long levers, just like Crawley and all, just drive it like
It's ironic because I'm a tall guy. The only tall batsman that I actually liked watching was Kevin Peterson because he just knew how to
everyone
fucking
loves
bat.
KP.
or Cameron Green.
Or Cameron Green. In terms of short batsmen, the ones that really stick out is Arvinder Silva's, funnily enough, when he was just threading Venkatesh Prasad and Javagat
Sachin.
Srinath
Not Sachin.
on the top.
Not Sachin.
Sachin, of course, comes to
Wear
mind.
helmet at the back also.
But yeah, short. Which are the short batsmen?
Swapnil
See, all
Asnatkar.
the Dravid lovers don't go to Tendulkar first. They just beat around the bush and then finally mention
Parthiv.
Tendulkar.
Swapnil
Tendulkar's always there.
Asnatkar.
Asnatkar,
What about
Parthiv.
Prithvi Shaw?
Oh,
Obviously, he's
yeah.
one of the most
Prithvi
watchable
Shaw,
players in the country.
Parthiv.
Watchable.
Parthiv. I love Parthiv's hook shot. He used to like hook for fun.
Hook for fun,
He used to
honestly.
hook.
He was a good hooker.
He's a proper hooker.
Proper hooker. But yeah, short batsman, tall batter. Let us know because I think in terms of height, Pant is the shortest that India have right now. Who else comes to mind?
Sure.
Ishan Kishan, but he's not playing.
Bishnoi.
Yeah.
Oh, but Wesley Madhavere from Zimbabwe is a very, very elegant batter to watch.
Oh, I
He's
thought
also
he
short.
was going to say very, very short.
Yeah.
Like,
Wesley, very, very mother. Honestly. That's not his name, by the way. That's just Anirudh's
yeah.
joke.
Josh Little is a tall fast bowler,
Yeah.
ironically.
Yeah, which is weird. None for 17, Sri Lanka.
And here
And
he
Hardik.
is, Hardik Pandya.
IPL winner.
oh, is that a cutter again?
It's going to be interesting to see Hardik how he approaches this innings with the ball in hand because remember against Pakistan taken to the cleaners, none for 43 in his 4 in that match.
It's a cutter,
Obviously,
off
it was a
cutter.
one-off.
Do you think Hardik will not bowl the shorter ball today and will try more of a cutters?
Maybe, but where are chits and giggles?
Or Chits and Giggles will be, of course, with us shortly. I think it's being prepared right now behind the screens. Oh,
beautiful.
But he's not got the full.
Are you
Oh,
kidding?
has he?
That is the
Yes.
bloody shot of the night.
Yeah, it's a bloody shot of the night. And Bismillah agrees. Sixer. Honestly, brilliant pickup shot from Pathum Nisanka. 20 of 15. Welcome to the bowling
It's not
attack,
Pathum,
Hardik
it's
Pandya.
It's Pathum.
It's Pathum, not Pathum.
Yeah.
Pathum
Pathum.
Nisanka.
Pathum
honestly.
Nisanka.
Oh,
It was
that
in the slot.
timing.
I
And
think-
he's like holding the pole.
In the slot.
Yeah. 83
Basically,
meters
Hardik
short.
heard what Akash said. Don't bowl short. Try
Like,
something else.
I'll bowl slot instead.
All right, guys. 23 for none. It's getting a little nervous right now. We need a wicket.
What if it's 60 for no loss?
Oh my God, yeah.
Okay, 50 for no loss. More realistic.
Two.
Tweet box. Suraj Sharma going on to say, Gurkirat Singh Gill and cricket.com. Is Pant the best left-hand batsman we have right now? Anyone in the ranks?
No one apart from Ishan Kishan.
No one apart from
Soon,
Ishan
Tilak
Kishan.
Verma might,
Tilak Verma, yeah.
probably in a couple of years,
Yeah.
hopefully.
I have an outside name, which is Sanjay Yadav.
Sanjay Yadav is
That's
a good
just-
call.
What about Devdutt Padikkal?
Oh, Padikkal is
again,
there.
but
Padikkal
top
is
heavy,
there.
we're good, we're sorted.
But
Isn't
let's
Padikkal
see.
is more suited for 50 overs.
Let's give Padikkal a couple of more years. He showed some signs of evolution batting in the middle order for
Sure,
RR
yeah.
this season.
Yeah, we can say
Maybe
the
a
same thing
couple of
about
more-
But
showing.
so far he feels better suited for ODIs, like
But
Shubman
That's
Gill.
true.
But
Yeah.
but another man who showed evolution in the middle order, at least in this year's IPL, was Shivam Dube.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, see, Shivam
Interesting.
Dube is the kind of guy who
See,
has his
everyone
strengths
performs for
and his weaknesses.
CSK.
Everyone performs for Dhoni. They just want to be a
Even
servant.
Uthappa almost got back into the Indian side.
I feel Dube is like Kushdil, except Kushdil thrives against pace and Dube thrives against spin.
but we
Ooh.
saw
He's
him
like-
drive against pace this year. So
Oh, Dube.
Dube.
At
So it's a-
times, but
yeah.
again, yeah, I mean, good that finally he
yeah.
did get a few consistent.
Yeah, I mean, good
scores
shout
under
there. I
his
mean,
belt.
thanks for getting interact with us, Suraj, on Twitter. There's plenty of questions like this we'd like to
Tilak,
answer.
are there anyone? I mean, can you think of anyone else? And I think Sai Sudarshan is a good prospect.
Yeah,
but
Sai
obviously,
Sudarshan.
And his
Too
strike
early,
rate
too
is-
early.
No, his strike rate is not like.
but he
at-
can evolve. Like Rahul
He
at
can
one
evolve.
point was a 105 strike rate batter.
But Sanjay Yadav.
What about
against
Krunal
spin.
Pandya?
Krunal
Yeah, I
Pandya is a
think
good
again
name.
we talked
Yeah,
about it in
yeah.
the last match itself. Krunal.
What about
good
Mahipal
shout.
Lamrod?
Good shout.
Good shout.
Good
But again,
shout.
he has to start.
Anuj
playing
Rawat.
consistent.
Sagar
Can I prove
Sehgal,
them?
एथलीट मैनियक फॉर स्पोर्ट्स एशिया कप से बाहर होने वाले हैं और सपने वर्ल्ड कप जीतने के need changes to the team, better execution of our strategies and to peak at the crucial moments of the game rather than giving the opposition the advantage. Fully agree, Sagar.
But I think he's jumping the gun. It's not like we are the Indian team is getting out.
Yeah, I
Still in
know,
the game
but
big time.
maybe he's
Also-
thinking ahead as well.
Also, just to remember, Australia were thrashed by Bangladesh 5-0
Yeah.
and they ended up as world champions.
Yeah.
So
So anything
never
can happen.
exactly.
And you know what?
But-
Sometimes many people say we have to use these games such as the Asia Cup, Australia, South Africa to figure out our 11. What if India just play their cards close to their chest and then pull out random bunnings out of the hat?
That is not
No,
happening
that would-
because
yeah.
Dravid said in the press conference that he wants to play the best 11. My thing is, I mean, the biggest lesson that I drew from Kohli Shastri era was there's no point winning bilaterals if you're not going to perform in the ICC tournaments. I mean,
Yeah.
not they did perform. I'm not saying they didn't, but they lost those crucial moments when needed. So I would rather take these losses.
Yeah.
Not this particularly because Asia Cup definitely matters more than any other bilateral losses. But I'm okay with India losing a few games just so that they can actually
So
make
if-
the necessary
fine.
tweaks.
Dare I say, if India go out tonight, how important does that Australia-South Africa series become?
Pretty.
Otherwise,
important.
also,
Smash through the
shot.
offside. Arshdeep is not
Love
having a
that.
good day so far. 31 for none. And Kusal Mendes saying, listen, I'm in this party as well.
Oh, that's so. He just cleared his front leg, trying to go through the onside, and he
And
bowls
pace
it
was
offside,
So
and he just
basically,
crashes it through the
I think
pace
offside.
was
Arshdeep
offered.
bowled a very good first over. What happened here is, before this, Kushal was moving a lot.
Yeah.
Mm.
But this time, he just stayed
Oh,
still.
he fell down. On,
And Arshdeep has changed ends. Right?
oh,
Yeah, he's changed it.
He was bowling from the Mohammad bin Zayed, and I think it's
a
the
shout out for Royal
Sports
Challenge package drinking water. How
Yeah.
many have you
Ginger ale.
had?
Ginger ale, bhai.
The black and white ginger ale is honestly a
and
better
and
choice.
what's your opinion on Royal Stack music CDs?
Very good, very good. Slightly cheap and
Yeah.
not good for hangover, but good.
Music CDs. Come on. What's your favorite? What's the
Music
songs
CD,
you've
yeah.
listened to from Royal Stack
No
music
idea.
CDs?
Is it just like a random.
Oh mama.
or be what you wanna be.
Yeah.
अच्छा ये भी है क्या?
It's just basically
I don't know. मतलब सही में सुना नहीं है.
it's a mix of random assortment of songs, honestly. It's really bad.
Are you
It's
fucking
actually
around?
there.
seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I once searched on Amazon.
But
to
CDs
see
is such a throwback anyway, right? Like who?
What?
Yeah, but they're still
actually
selling
buys
music
CDs?
CDs.
Who were the actors in the last CD you owned?
Oh,
Oh,
he's got four more. He's got four more.
Brilliant batting.
Room.
This
Both-
one was a
both
brilliant
slightly
batting.
slower ball outside
But I
off
think bat
stump.
bowling Room.
118
and in the
clicks. Yeah.
So I mean, it's the worst case scenario for India. That could happen in this Asia Cup is not crashing out, but it's having RCB lose his confidence. Because India don't know if Jasprit Bumrah is going to be fit. Harshal is going to be
And
fit.
right now he's just our left arm option.
And Avesh looks cooked anyway, and he's struggling for confidence at the international
No,
level.
right now Arshdeep's our only
So,
left arm option.
who
I know
knows?
we have Khalil and Sakaria waiting in the
And
wings, but
then will the inevitable happen? Will they call up Shami in the last moment?
oh, and that's something that Sridhar wanted, by the way.
Or get someone from Australia, Mukesh
Like-
Chaudhary.
But it's funny, right? Because Shami, even though termed by Sridhar big boy for the big
Like,
tournaments,
dreaded
hasn't played a T20 since the last T20 World Cup.
Dreaded run from it. Mohammad Shami always arrives.
Mohammad Shami always right. And Shami in this match, at least knowing his nickname second in Shami could have been handy. But India struggling to get a breakthrough right now. 28 balls into the innings, 4.4, 37 for none Sri Lanka. Kusal 9 of 9. Nisanka really the initiator in
Nisanka
this.
was 4 of 8 at one point, and look at him.
Yeah,
he's
Nisanka
just-
honestly the aggressor. Oh, and Kusal
that's
Menendez
That's a 6, right?
goes to Gaushala cow corner, honestly.
And he's hit it towards Shikhar.
Honestly, guys, Anida Dastas,
They're closing in on
65 for 3 in 6
60 for no
overs.
loss.
It could be 65 for none in 6 overs.
And what do you think of this move to Sri Lanka for a long while? We're opening with Gunatilaka and Nisanka.
Yeah.
And now they've just promoted Mendes, and this does look like a masterstroke ahead of the World Cup right now.
Yeah.
Mendes is just killing
True.
it.
Yeah.
As
You know, the other question which invariably the Indian media and the world media will ask is that Rohit has done it in the IPL, but this is his first big tournament as an India captain, and he's choked.
I mean,
And dare I say, hopefully that's not the case. I still have confidence.
Oh, good move,
in
probably
Rohit
coming
and
around
India.
the wicket.
But
Oh,
it's 44
smart.
for none, so
Smart.
surely. Alarm bells.
So I have a friend
almost.
who basically pings me only when India is on the verge of losing.
What the hell, Sean?
Big moments, big tournaments, and he just pinged me saying, "Kar di बेइज्जती फिर से."
So good on you, whoever you are. Honestly, appreciate that. Sean Denoy going on to say, can we see some acting skills from this lovely CDC panel? That's a good game, honestly. Let's try getting our cricket imitations out right now. I want to see Avnish's Rajnikant. If I have my shades on, I could. If I have like maybe a fake cigarette, maybe I could do that little quick thing that he does. But I mean, I'll try. I was actually going to go for my best cricket imitation.
Can we just roll a piece of paper?
I'll tell you what.
Can we just roll?
I will tell you guys to enact some sort of batsman or bowlers, and I want your best impressions of it, okay? So let's start. Ganguly on strike.
I thought he's pulling.
Ganguly on strike batting. I'll do my impression first.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you would do the other thing.
Yeah.
And then going offside,
Pretty
for sure.
accurate.
Good.
Pretty accurate.
What about Ishant Sharma bowling to Steve Smith?
This.
All of us just going, shaking our head ridiculously. Chahal bowling one before the power play, by the way.
Somesh.
And he's being dealt with.
Amrish Puri.
Somesh is Amrish Puri.
Hey, how
Wait. Somesh, please do a Murli Karthik impression.
No, Somesh is Amrish Puri.
Wait. Somesh should do a Murli Karthik impression.
This over.
And he
let the cameraman point to someone. Then I do.
That actually sounds a little bit like Amrish Puri also, right? Like when he's throwing food for the pigeons, saying honestly, it's good stuff.
किस लखन की बात करती हो?
I think we didn't, coming back to cricket for a while, we didn't really talk enough about how good Nisanka is against spin, like previewing the match, because one thing that stood out in the Sharjah leg of last year's World Cup was just how comfortable Nissanka was against spin.
And Sri Lanka.
And if you remember that South Africa match which Sri Lanka lost, David Miller hit like 18 runs of who was that bowler? Lahiru Kumara, I guess.
Yeah, last over.
And Shamsi and who was the other spinner? Shamsi and was it Maharaj? No. Shamsi
Lilly.
and no. Well, Maharaj only, I guess.
Someone else.
They were. They were just troubling all the batters.
1 second, a fan. Love Avnish's energy. Keep him on forever. Thank you so much, AV, whoever you are. Really appreciate it. This is what honestly drives the watch along. We need more energy, but good points mentioned by Anirudh in terms of Nissanka against spin over there. More to come, obviously, if we see Nissanka more. He's gone over mid-off for 6 more.
So
this is a big power play. Anirudh said 65 for 3, but it's turning out to be 65 for none. Not like he said it, but he was giving us a choice whether would you prefer 65 for 3 or 40 for none. Clearly, Sri Lanka in the midst of it, funnily enough. Boys, this is turning out to be
a hammering.
An absolute hammering.
So when is the flight booked?
When is the flight booked?
No. Now it's time for ACC.
When is the flight booked for people like Sakaria to play Afghanistan?
More importantly, we are free on Sunday, right?
Yeah, we're free on Sunday, honestly. But regardless, guys, even if it's a Sri Lanka Pakistan,
No.
we are going to do it. I will do it. We don't overcommit, but we have to. Ben Brown, where were you this evening? Good to hear from you. Arshdeep needs to bowl his aggressive game and not to be thinking about making mistakes. Interesting, you brought up Shami. Bottom line, he gets out.
Base down.
Yeah, food for thought, Ben. Food for thought. He needs to bowl his aggressive game. So far, none for 24 for Arshdeep, so he can come back potentially. And he's an all-phase bowler, so he could bowl the critical overs going ahead. But India need to get a breakthrough. Who will give us a breakthrough? Ashwin? Surely.
Ashwin.
Even though it's right-handers?
Ashwin, just slow it down as much as you can. Try to get the batsman caught at the long boundary, maybe.
Yeah.
But now Sri Lanka can literally play this.
I'm trying to play Shane Warne in my head. Add 2 wickets to this score.
What?
If I add 2 wickets to this score, even then Sri Lanka are ahead. So
Somesh will just go, what's wrong with you, Marlon Samuels? Fuck you.
Yeah, why Marlon? Marlon?
I think a change in panel is on the cards.
Yeah, it is, of course. So who do we have next?
And a surprise guest joining us, and I'll be off for a break. And
okay, who's a surprise guest?
You can take a call.
Yeah, a surprise guest. So I'll tell you what, let's get Gurkirat on if he's listening or watching, and that surprise guest that Somesh is referring to, and then we can say goodbye to the folks for the moment. Meanwhile, Hardik back in the attack, none for 10 in his first over. Need a couple of good overs to be stitched up at this Indian lot, because by the time we know it, Sri Lanka could really need just under 9 maybe when they're at the halfway mark. Who is Shivan? He's on StreamYard. Get him on. Shivan, beg your pardon. Shivan will be joining us. We'll definitely have something to say. Get Gurkirat on as well. And we will, of course, say bye to Som for a bit. He will just have a little breather and come on. Shivan, if you can hear us, good to see you, my friend.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Good to see you. First and foremost, thoughts right now. India 173 for 8. And so far, not looking pretty, man. By the looks of things, we're going to be crashing out of this year's Asia Cup, dare I say.
Yeah, it looks like the broadcaster's dream of an India-Pakistan final is dying at the very second. So a lot of
dying like, a slow death sort of dying.
I don't think it's a slow death. It's like pretty quick death.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure. So Shivan, just hold on, because we're going to get Gurkirat once he joins in as well. But it's going to be fascinating to pick your mind and his in the next 3 overs or so about how things are going to be unfolding in this match. First and foremost, there's been a lot of chat about Rishabh Pant or DK, Shivan. Where are you sitting in that fence? I mean, are you on the Pant side of it or on the DK side of it?
So I've been a huge Pant supporter all his career. I've been like a fervent supporter of Pant, but I just think Pant's T20 numbers over the last 1 year, he hasn't convinced me. I know he's done really well in the IPL for Delhi, but in that blue cap, I don't know, it just doesn't seem that he's like clicking in T20 cricket, T20 internationals. And because we're playing in Australia where the pitches are flat and you don't really need his game against spin, I'm leaning towards DK because he's proven and he has, you don't want to say experience, but he has that mettle of performing at the highest level, where Pant just consistently seems to fail, even though how many of chances we keep giving him. So
exactly, right?
DK.
DK it is, and great points mentioned by Shivan, because it reminds me of the video that we did earlier on cricket.com in terms of showing Pant and his vulnerabilities in T20 internationals. And it's not a small sample size. It's about 40-45 games in, and Akash can tell us more. In fact, we've got Gurkirat on right now. Good to see you, Gurkirat. Great to see you as always. And Ben Brown also wants to get in involved with this conversation. It'll be brilliant if we can get Ben in as well. So get Ben on whenever we can. Gurkirat, when do Indian fans, the Indian team, Rahul Dravid, etc., start pressing the panic bells or the alarms, so to speak? Because right now, 62 for none. Dude, this is looking like Australia, Zimbabwe.
Yeah, the panic button should have been pressed, I think, 2 overs ago. I think Rohit made a huge tactical mistake over there by bowling Chahal in the power play instead of Ashwin. You look
It's
at
a little
the
bit
numbers.
ballsy, but I understand his move, right? Like spinner against the two right-handers.
No, but Chahal, whenever has bowled in the power play, he struggled because he also doesn't have the pace to rush the batters. And you saw what Ashwin did in the IPL as well. When both Chahal and Ashwin were playing for the same franchise, it was always Ashwin coming into bowl in the power play. So Chahal's trajectories and the lines that he bowls are obviously more aggressive, more loopy. So this was a bad tactical call. Rohit's had a bad day as a captain because
And it's not very rare that we say that, right? Like, because normally we're lauding his captaincy and all of that. And just reminds me, because you mentioned that Chahal's slower and maybe someone like Bishnoi could have suited this game perfectly, but he was unlucky to miss it. When you saw the team selection, Shivan, were you surprised that Bishnoi was left out for Ashwin, or did you understand that move tactically?
No, because of Sri Lanka's left-handers, it makes sense. And I think in this World Cup, in this Asia Cup, India is giving an opportunity to everyone. So in the World Cup, India won't chop and change as much, because right now we want to, if you have a DK, you have a Huda, you have a Bishnoi in the squad, you want to give everyone a match. And Ashwin hasn't really gotten a game since coming into the T20 squad back in the West Indies series. So I think it makes sense to give Ashwin a go. But I'm surprised he hasn't bowled the first over after the power play as well. So we're going to see him on now, I guess. So
we're going to see him on now. So Ashwin comes on right now.
So
you mentioned the left-handers over there.
I just
but Bishnoi, the fact that he bowled so many googlies.
I just want to ask Gurkirat one question. I mean, do you think Hardik having an off day forced Rohit to bring on Chahal? Because there's no other reason he would bring in Chahal at that point in the innings.
Good point.
Probably yes, but I think when you have someone like Ashwin in your team, you can anyway bank on him for 1 over in the power play just to change up things, right?
Especially from around the wicket.
Yeah. Also, maybe the 4th over could have been that option, because they had three silent overs where they were only looking to get sighters. But now
that my God, Ashwin as well has been taken to the cleaners, guys.
Vishal Mendes is just.
Oh my, he's picked up Ashwin over extra cover for a 6.
That's a brilliant shot.
Sri Lanka 70 for none. Literally, this is looking like Jayasuriya and Kalabara out there in disguise. It's not even looking like
against the turn as well.
Mendes.
I think it's
against the turn as well.
It's a mirror image of Jayasuriya and
it's a mirror image of them.
Just one thing.
Go on.
In today's fantasy preview with Anirudh, I had said that Kushal Mendes should be a vice captain option because he was coming off great form and he also keeps wickets. So
I agree with you there. What about your What about your captaincy choice?
Yeah, the captaincy choice actually sucked today. I had picked Kohli to be the captain, and he unfortunately didn't score anything. But
it's fine. It happens. It happens to the best of us, Gurkirat, so don't worry about it. Let me just read out a quick cricket.com stat. For more stats and analysis, check out our app and the live blog right now. So as you guys can see in the ticker below, in this year's Asia Cup, Arshdeep Singh has conceded runs at an economy of 6.5 runs per over in his first over. However, wait for it, in his second, he has an economy of 11.89 in his third overs and 11.3 in his fourth overs, respectively, which paints us a clear picture, I guess, Shivan?
Yeah, so I think in the death, he's been like a mixed bag. I think in this Asia Cup, he had a really good last over against Pakistan, but he's not been as effective on these pitches compared to how he was in the West Indies and England. So I'm surprised that Arshdeep's numbers have been so poor considering how accurate his Yorker has been. But again, this is all just good experience for Arshdeep and even Avesh, even though he's not playing today. That just to get these reps before the World Cup. Because if Harsha Patel is not fit and if Bumrah will be fit, but one of them are going to have to play that third seamer's role. So I'm happy to see that Arshdeep is getting these games under his belt.
But do we pull the trigger so early and say that no, Arshdeep shouldn't play? Because Arshdeep has shown over the years, right? 2 years in IPL.
Yeah, I mean,
that he can bowl at the
it's tough to kind of omit him straight away, but hopefully he gets a longer rope. Ben Brown going on to make a cheeky comment saying, just make MSC captain for life. In any format, Indian captain is a tougher job. India needs to sort that out quickly. Completely agree. But look, I mean, you know the conversation which could beckon if India lose, guys, Gurkirat and Shivan, the fact that Asia bhi nahi conquer kiya, what about the world, right? So we can keep talking about the World Cup. Honestly, this whole, I mean, Gurkirat, you mentioned it before the Asia Cup started. This tournament could cost India because they wanted that greedy extra India-Pakistan fixture. They could now bounce out of the tournament and it could just be falling flat right in front of their faces.
Yeah, so this format wherein you have Super 4s after the group stage, ideally if you are having Super 6 or Super 8 like the 2003 or the 2007 World Cup had, you carry points from the group stage, right? But this Asia Cup or the 2018 Asia Cup hasn't had that because greediness of the broadcasters. So the most sad people today, if India lose today, will not be the Indian fans. It would be the higher ups in the Star Sports office because they actually centered the whole thing around 3 India-Pak clashes. And if India lose today, that third India game is.
And honestly, even that ad, Shivan, that Rohit Sharma has been doing, art time Jitana and all of that stuff is just gone flat.
Star Sports has a history of their ads falling flat. Star Sports have had a history of their ads falling flat right from 2013. I once made a whole Twitter thread about it, and very recently also, like very recently when they had when Australia were coming to India in 2019 for the ODI series. You know, they showcased Sehwag carrying those kids and saying, oh, they have peed and everything, and India ended up losing. And you know, it was very funny how last World T20 after India had lost New Zealand, the subsequent bilateral series they were hyping it as a revenge series.
So, exactly. I mean, it's just all the way to make money. But look, let's try to get Ben Brown involved right now. Ben, if you're watching this, join us right now. Is how Shivan is joined us, so we can get you a part of this discussion, because you've gone on to say Pandya should be the permanent captain in T20s. Lots of people will agree with that, especially the guys who have a recency bias. But the way Pandya has been playing his cricket right now, at least in the shortest format, he deserves to go. Is that a fast stretch, Shivan, Pandya to be captain, or would you stick with Rohit for a while?
No, you stick with Rohit. Rohit has shown in the IPL. I know we don't only look at the results because your bowling attack determines your results in the T20 format.
2 and 2.
But
correct.
I don't think you should judge Rohit Sharma based on this Asia Cup, because honestly speaking, India have a better team. India have a better chance of winning the World Cup than this Asia Cup. Our team isn't suited to these Asian conditions, despite us being an Asian team. Like, you have your Rohit and Kohli at the top of the order who can't really play spin, and our spinners have been up and down in their form. So I'm not too worried about this Asia Cup. If Rohit does really poorly and continues his poor tactics in the World Cup that's coming up, then I'd consider Hardik Pandya. But right now, you stick your guns with Rohit, especially how the team has been changed in terms of the approach while batting and bowling. So you stick with this for at least 1 year.
I think more than the Indian spinners, more than the Indian spinners hitting bad form, I genuinely believe that it's a case of their mindset right from the beginning. If you look at the Indian spinners when they are bowling, even in their academies, they are asked to throw the ball up, look for wickets, right? And even if you look at the lengths at which the likes of Kuldeep, the likes of Bishnoi, the likes of Chahal get hit for boundaries, it's either the full length or the flighted loopy delivery. So that is where I think Indian spinners sometimes tend to not judge the situation perfectly. And I know there is this misconception that even people and ex-cricketers and commentators say that they'd rather take a 3 for 40 instead of a 0 for 25. But if you look at the likes of Rashid and Narayan speak in interviews, they themselves say that their focus is ensuring that they don't tweak the runs, because they might not get the wickets, but they ensure that the wickets come at the other end. And that is something that Ravi Ashwin did very well in this IPL for his team. He might have taken 10 wickets lesser than Chahal, but his economy rate was around 7.4 as opposed to Chahal's, which was 8.4. And this is when he was bowling the tough overs in the power play and then one odd over in the death. So that is where I think we need a little bit of perspective, and this perspective needs to be given forward to the team management, I suppose.
So where do you think there should be a change? Do you think it in terms of mindset or in terms of preparation?
I think in terms of mindset, because I have said it before, someone like Ravi Bishnoi can be India's Samuel Badri. I won't say that he can be India's Rashid Khan, because Rashid's also a great fielder, which Bishnoi is, but Rashid's also a very handy lower order batter, and Rashid can turn the ball away.
Bishnoi is 8 of 2.
Yeah, so
that's because Hakar Zaman.
But Bishnoi doesn't turn the ball away from the right hander, which Rashid does. But what Bishnoi does very well is he tends to bowl that flatter trajectory, which also bounces a lot more than what the left-handers expect. And to the right-handers, they keep setting up to hit the ball away on the offside, but the ball keeps coming in with the trajectory. So Bishnoi can be India's Samuel Badri, and Samuel Badri was fabulous in the 2016 World T20. I think, if I'm not wrong, he had an economy rate of less than 6 in that World T20. So hopefully, India take a leaf out of that book and ask Ravi Bishnoi to play that role, because there is no reason why Ravi Bishnoi can't be successful bowling in the power play as well. Samuel Badri used to bowl 3 overs in the power play.
Yeah, Samuel Badri, big up on Samuel Badri as well.
Varun Chakravarti was so successful in the IPL because he just hammered on that good length. He didn't really bowl too full. He didn't really bowl too short. So I don't know why he's out of the India setup right now. But India need those bowlers to hit that good length more accurately. Like what Ashwin has done in this over so far. He's not really giving them too much room or too much flight to work with. So I agree. That's something that Indian spinners should be looking at.
Yeah, good shout. I mean, Varun Chakravarti as well. I mean, he's just literally disappeared off the radar since that last World Cup almost. Ben Brown, humbled by the invite, but watching undercover at work. We appreciate it, Ben Brown. But look, let's get another man involved right now, and Somesh right now. Som's back, and Akash will take a small breather. But Shivan and Gurkirat can stay on. 1 second, 89 for none. What is a scene, Som?
So, obviously, I mean, from where I see it, India is out. I mean, we just have to...
Whoa!
We just have to...
He's jumping the gun.
Clearly, I mean... See, I mean, what does it tell us? I mean,
Somesh jumped the gun when he said he predicted that India should go unbeaten in this tournament.
Yeah, man, big time. But, I mean, see, to me, this tells us one thing. That playing so many bilateral series is a futile exercise.
Yeah.
Because inevitably, it leads to all your important players cooked, injury prone, and as far as, I mean, you can talk about increasing your bench strength, but it inevitably leads to a few other players who basically fucks up with your mindset regarding the best 11.
Yeah.
And this is what we have seen since the Shastri era, since India basically started playing a T20 every Sunday.
So how do they change things? Gurkirat, how do they kind of iron this wrinkle out?
No, I think I tend to differ on this. It's actually I can't stop laughing right now because I am seeing the Rohit Sharma.
Even I couldn't, honestly.
Coming back to the point that Somesh made, I don't think you cannot not play bilaterals as well, because without
that... I mean, come back to how Australia manage their workload, and inevitably they end up winning all the trophies, right? Their players are not playing every Sunday, but Indian players are, and they're like trophyless for 10 years now.
For Australia winning that World T20, a lot of credit goes to Aaron Finch for winning the tosses.
Yeah. I mean, whatever it is. I mean, see, okay, so basically you're saying India lost to Pakistan and New Zealand because they did not win tosses on the night?
That was definitely a factor. I have never denied it. 100%.
Big reason.
But champions need to win regardless.
But then doesn't it undermine T20, the format as a whole, that instead of just playing it out there, you can have a toss and everyone can go back home and party instead of watching the game?
It undermines Dubai as a venue, because at Dubai, in the last 24 games, 21 games have been won by the side batting second. There have been a few exceptions. One was
like the IPL final, but I don't think was it in Abu Dhabi with CSK?
No, it was in Dubai.
It was in
Dubai. Yeah, and it was in Dubai. The IPL final, the India-Hong Kong game, and New Zealand beating Scotland. So that undermines Dubai, the T20 venue, to some extent. And coming to your point of T20 being that format, T20 is actually a format where the role of luck or chance is the biggest, because the length of the game is reduced. you'd see this in tennis as well. It's much difficult to beat the top 3 in Grand Slams where you have sets of 5 as opposed to winning them in beating them in an ATP tournament where you have to play 3 sets.
Okay,
right?
yeah, cool. I mean,
Except TFO
but
beat
then
Nadal last time.
coming back to the point, India is basically, since the IPL is over, they've played Zimbabwe, they've played Ireland, they've played South Africa, they've played West Indies. I mean, what did it tell us on the night? India, I mean, ended up...
See, Ben Brown has a suggestion. India could tote 2 T20 sides and reduce the overall workload on players.
But what does it tell us? I mean, ultimately in a big tournament, you have to select an 11. And no matter what the management is, I just feel India have never got the 11 right. I mean, I was of the opinion from day one that with Deepak Hooda, everyone is just jumping the gun. If Jadeja was out, they should have just backed what the combination that they had in mind in the first place and just swapped like for like. Why did they with Akshar and just trust him? Otherwise, what's the point of picking him?
This I agree that tactically India and Rohit as well as Dravid have been off today, because if you are going to select Pant and Hooda ahead of DK, right? You can't be playing him in that same spot at which DK has been doing well, especially looking at their respective games. Both of those players do much better against spin as opposed to pace. And if you are going to use them at 6 and 7, it doesn't make any sense. So India have been
but then who comes at 6 and 7? If you have Hooda and Pant in the side, then who comes at 6 and 7?
Then it had to be Hardik at 6 or at maybe 7, which is why one of the reasons why I said
Akshar is not in the 11.
Yeah,
if he's not in the 11, then what do you do?
Akshar's not in the 11, but this is why I said in the last game that India probably needed to held back Kohli and have Sky at 3 and Pant at 4, because India didn't have finishers who could finish against pace.
Okay, here's one, Gurkirat. Here's one. We'll take one from Onkar from the tweet box, who says India needed finishers and IPL's best finisher from last 2 years, Rahul Tewatia, not giving a single match, while Deepak Hooda is top order batsman playing as a role of a finisher. Hashtag politics. I think he meant politics rather than policies or polices.
So this is, I mean, I think...
Let Shivan take that. Shivan, come in here, because who's India's best finisher right now? DK, like you said, because you were on team DK, right?
Yeah, DK is India's best finisher. I think Rahul Tewatia has improved a lot as a cricketer. He's become very street smart. He knows how to finish an innings, but I wouldn't say he's in India's best 11 or best 15 right now. He's done well for the Gujarat Titans and not Gujarat. Yeah, Gujarat.
Yeah.
Right. So good luck to him. I'm happy he's been finishing games for them, but I don't think he's a number 6 for India or a number 7 for India. He batted a number 6 for Gujarat most of last season.
But does he kind of fit into that role only because of the left-hand bias that suits him in this case?
Yeah, but he can't really take on spin as well. So it doesn't really matter if he's a left-hander, that means. So I'm still preferring Dinesh Karthik in number 6. And if Dinesh Karthik is not the option, then you obviously have to go for Rishabh Pant at number 6. Because Rahul Tewatia doesn't really offer much with the ball anyway. Like, he's going to...
Actually, see, we are at a stage where England's test team was at some point of time that whoever is on the bench certainly starts looking a better player.
Yeah.
So, I mean... That's what I'm saying. I mean,
no, but I don't think we need to jump the gun about this Indian T20 team, because we've been doing well over the last 1 year. I think these 2 games in this particular venue won't define India's T20 team during the World Cup, because the conditions are completely different and who the opposition will face will be completely different. So I don't think these two.
But
you can't
the conditions are going to be alien, right? The conditions are going to be alien. It's not going to be like India.
No, but I'm talking about India had to defend in these last 2 matches against Pakistan and Sri Lanka.
But who's to say that the same situation might not arrive in Australia? Because
there won't be as much on Australian pitches.
Okay, but Jadeja is out. There's no... I mean, you never know. He has been... Harshal is out for a while. Back. You never know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You never know. I mean...
don't say that, so...
I mean, who's to say? I mean, do you know when Bumrah is available next?
I'm hoping for the Australia one.
Yeah, so just consider it for a moment.
There's no reason for Bumrah to play the Asia Cup. So him not playing the Asia Cup in any game before the World Cup is the perfect decision for...
I mean, Bumrah not playing the Asia Cup...
Gone! Virat! Chahal gets a wicket. Rohit gets a catch. Big wicket. Is this the start of things to come? Sorry, guys. A wicket has fallen in the midst of this conversation. A great conversation, which Harsaib Singh will also have his comment read out in just a bit. Sorry, Harsaib, for keeping you waiting, but a brilliant 50 comes to an end from Patham Nisanka. 52 of 37, trying to reverse sweep Yuzvendra Chahal, and the skipper positioning himself
The
perfectly.
shot was on
Backward
actually.
point, reverse sweep. Honestly, I mean, I was just gonna say that they're gonna do something funky here. They did. Good partnership, though, the highest ever partnership, by the way, for Sri Lanka against India in T20s. So well done to the men from the Emerald Islands. Shivan, coming back to your point, but before that, a good shout out from Har Saib in the comments over there. Shaunak, if you can reflect that for the fans and all of us right now, because he has something to say with regards to KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant. Shaunak, if you're listening, can we feature the fan comment right now and play that on air? Because it was pretty much whether India should take a gamble in playing Rishabh Pant and KL Rahul. Yeah, here we go. I know it's extremely weird, but should India try and open with Pant and Rahul after the Asia Cup in the bilaterals?
But what will it solve?
What will it solve?
Because Rohit will inevitably come back. You have fixed KL Rahul as your vice captain, so you can't drop him. And if you're playing KL Rahul, you have to open. I mean,
okay, Gurkirat, how, if you were Rahul Dravid / Rohit Sharma, how would you best utilize this 3 T20s against Australia and then 3 with South Africa before the World Cup? What is your main thing that you want to tick off the box?
See, obviously, one big question mark at this point of time for India is the top 3 is not going anywhere. The big question mark for India is
top 4. Surya as well.
Okay, Surya. I was taking Surya as number 5. The biggest question mark for India right now is that is Pant in their 11 or not? Right? If Pant is in their 11, then they have to see how they want to utilize it, because the way he was utilized in the last game and this game doesn't make any sense, right? Because you've played him for a particular reason. You played him to counter someone like Mohammad Nawaz, but he came into bat when Nawaz had already bowled 3 overs. And today also, if he's going to come in at bat number 6, he's not going to give you returns. He doesn't have that range against pace at this point of time to succeed, or to even give you that assurance that he can succeed at that role, right? So they first need to fix this, that do they see Pant in the 11 or not? If they don't see Pant in the 11, then they have to look at the next best possible option of who is going to be their number 4 or
that's that. 1 second, there could be another wicket here in this over, unless it's no man's land. It isn't, and Surya Kumar Yadav takes one. India back in the game, baby, big time. And on that note, we can also take a question from Akash's dad, rather a comment. Thank you, uncle, for of course reaching out to us, and CDC's watch along again. He goes on to say, I feel T20 is more a mind game than a skill game. Shivan, do you agree?
Well, everyone at this level has all the skills. It's how you apply them and handle the pressure mentally is what makes the difference. So I feel most
ultimately
at the highest level.
See, skill and mindset. Apart from that, I think T20 games are won on combinations. Why Mumbai Indians was such a successful team when they are over? Why Chennai is? Because they have batting depth and they have bowling options.
Bowling depth.
See, Huda, this is the 19th game that he's playing. The reason for him being in the side has been because he can bowl. He's hardly bowled in like 2-3 games. Last game also he did not bowl when Hardik.
He bowled in West Indies. He didn't get a game against South Africa, and I don't think he bowled in
T20. This is his 19th game. In India jersey. But I think he's not bowled in more than 4.
No. 19 games in both formats combined.
Everything put together. And the one recollection we have of Huda as a bowler was in the West Indies, which Gurkirat, of course, put up great tweets upon and sold Huda as a bowler.
In the last game, Hardik was having a shambolic day with the ball, which is expected. He can't perform every game. But India did not try him. Today, India is under pressure. So obviously they won't gamble with Huda. So if Huda is not going to bowl, effectively you are with 5 bowling options. So why would you then drop DK and play Huda?
Exactly. On this logic, right?
Because if you are sure that he's going to bowl in every game, then it makes sense to drop someone like a DK, because DK brings something to the table which no other Indian cricketer does at this moment. The ability to hit 6s from ball 1.
Agreed. And the experience. Which comes to the fore. Harsaib Singh going on to say, I wish Rohit, sorry to cut you off. I wish to say Rohit in the middle somewhere, as we've seen that he has the ability to hit the ball. Imagine Rohit in the middle order. We were actually funnily debating Kohli is a death over specialist.
I think Gurkirat will agree with me that India, I mean, every team which has had Kohli can try him as someone who can bat at 5 and 6, because he's a very good pace hitter on his day, especially if the ball is not moving.
Yeah, if you
This
see
is
in the IPL, I think Evan Lewis became a pace hitter. He played for Lucknow Super Giants in a couple of games. He came at the death and did really well. I think against Chennai, he played an excellent
Against
knock
Chennai,
at
yeah.
So I think
yeah,
Kohli
but
can be something in that mold.
I can't resist this. I can't resist this. But in that game, Chennai didn't have a pace attack. They had
Yeah.
they had
Brett
Dimitri
Bravo
Douglas.
and
They had Dimitri
Dwayne
Douglas,
Pretorius. Dwayne
Mukesh
Pretorius,
Pretorius.
Chaudhary.
Dwayne
Mukesh
Bravo,
Chaudhary.
Shivam
And Shivam
Dubey.
Dubey bowled at 19 though.
Mukesh Chaudhary didn't bowl at Evan
Oh, he
Lewis
didn't
in
bowl
that
that
game.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then there was Tushar Deshpande. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
Correct.
but I'm
And
not
see,
questioning the
this
skills
is
of I'm not questioning the skills of Evan Lewis. I'm just saying it's a
yeah.
little bit too much to call it a pace attack.
But my problem, see, this is where I have a issue with playing so many bilaterals. If India were not playing bilaterals every Sunday, then you wouldn't have seen Deepak Hooda being promoted before there is a fixed role for him. Because right now he's a good cricketer. I'm not denying it, but he's batting out of position and nor he's bowling. He's in the team because he's done well in bilaterals, and I mean, I don't want to shoot him, but most of his success has been against Ireland and all. So I mean, you
Agreed.
can't count for it.
No, okay, I
But
agree
he
with
had
you
an
on the
excellent
bilateral
IPL
chat.
as well. He had an excellent
did.
IPL.
Not
where he
really.
did
I
well.
mean, see, someone like Rahul Tripathi has been having successive IPLs which
No,
are
but
way ahead than what
but
Deepak Hooda has
just to
been.
just to bring in a point over here, Deepak Hooda was in the squad for the Sri Lanka T20s as well before the IPL. So he was in the reckoning after the Syed Mushtaq Ali. He had a decent Syed Mushtaq Ali and Vijay Hazare. So that is why he was brought in.
That is
But
what I'm saying. See, the logic is he can bowl, but
yeah,
that then again brings me to my point that you are not bowling him. You're waiting for
I
a
agree with
day
you.
when
I
one
agree
of your
with you.
fifth bowler gets injured and can't bowl, and you need someone to just finish his quota
Yeah.
off.
So, as a stopgap.
This is something that I remember being an issue with Venkatesh Iyer as well in South Africa. You played him in the 11 in the ODIs.
Yeah, but you're not
he
bowling him.
But you didn't bowl him. I think
Yeah.
Venkatesh Iyer only bowled and in the third ODI he was anyway dropped. So in the two ODIs
Yeah.
that he played, I think he bowled only 4 or 5 overs. So
Yeah.
this has been
I-
an issue with Rohit somewhere, that he's lacked the trust with
But it's,
And the
it's
tough part
He
crazy.
was
is
the captain in that series.
yeah, if something like this would have happened in the Shastri Kohli era, people would have been with their guns out. But I mean, no one expects Dravid and Rohit to do.
But I also think they want to
Essentially,
give Rohit and Dravid a blank canvas to start fresh, because they don't
Yeah,
want to,
and
of course,
also,
compare them
I
to the
think-
previous thing.
I think we need to read less into the selection in this Asia Cup because a lot of it is just giving people opportunity instead of finding the right combination. I think India already
But
have.
I think that's very modest. I mean, that's again cushioning Rahul Dravid, the person, because you have to win the Asia Cup. I mean, who's to say that Asia Cup doesn't count? Then what counts?
Agree. I think
World
this is
Cup
still
counts.
the World Cup counts.
Okay, see, we'll let the World Cup.
No,
come.
the
We
Asia
will
Cup.
talk then.
Look, I agree with Shivan, but I also agree with you because
Obviously you will agree with the
I'll tell you
cushioning for your.
no, I'll tell you
idol.
why. I'll tell you why. The fact that Asia Cup right now is a dress rehearsal, but it's also a marquee tournament. So we have to get the
I mean,
wins.
this is the lamest
sorted.
comment I've heard. Ki, bhai, Asia
I
Cup is a
think-
dress. What is a dress?
I mean, this is the way it's strategically placed before the World Cup. This is always going to be a way to find our best team out and all of that.
Right?
out,
I mean,
right?
okay. I mean, we are
Apart
very,
from the
we are, we
South
are
Africa series.
very well placed for World Cup if we are not able to beat a Sri Lankan team.
True. So now it's just kind of either a reality check here and there.
No,
No,
but
but
I think
Australia lost
there
to
is
West
one
Indies.
thing-
They lost to Bangladesh before the World Cup last year, and
See,
they
Bangladesh pitches don't count. They don't count
so
for
even
anything.
they lost to
there
West
is
Indies.
there is one thing that I
See,
agree
there is-
that I would agree with Shivan, and I said this before, much before on our podcast as well, that these pitches in UAE won't be ideal for India because one, they offer something for the spinners, and India are quite lucky that this World Cup is happening in Australia, because it also somewhere takes out the struggle of Indian batters against spinners, right? So that way India are a little lucky. But having said everything and discussed everything, if India are knocked out today, it has to be the most disappointing result under Rahul Dravid and Rohit Sharma so far.
more
Especially,
disappointing than the loss
I'm coming to it.
Test series
Coming
in
to the
South
white
Africa.
ball.
Okay.
I think the worst
Okay,
result
so
so
I
far.
have- I have-
The worst result so far has been the Edgbaston Test. But yeah,
Yeah.
this will be quite close.
But I have just 2 points. You said a World Cup being in Australia will take away the challenge of India not having to hit spin. Now, wickets in Australia the boundaries are long,
bigger.
Right now, you anyway don't have a lot of 6-hitters in the team. One of them, you're not playing him. Australia obviously you'll have to hit more boundaries than the other team. You cannot just win a little bit longer boundaries and you can take the gaps and keep on running too. It's not going to happen. So you lack 6-hitters. And secondly, you don't have bowlers with enough pace because Avesh Khan has been on and off. Other bowlers that you're playing, they don't have enough pace to be very, very successful in Australia because one thing, those pitches are dead. So if your pace attack has to have 140 plus kind of stuff, which Indian bowlers won't have. So, I mean, I think we are counting too much because our record in Australia has been decent, and it has been decent in Test cricket, not really in white ball cricket. We lost the ODI series, if I'm not wrong, and T20 cricket series we got lucky because Jadeja was concussed and we replaced him with Chahal.
And Australia were playing. And Australia were
Ben
playing
Brown
with
getting
Batsman
involved,
shot.
saying I'd take a Bangladesh pitch over the fake turf we play on Canada. I fully agree. I don't know what the weather is like sometimes when you guys play there in Canada because the ball might sometimes just hold up in terms of freezing in the air before you guys face
and
it.
More importantly, just one point that I really appreciate about Australia, and that is why I brought in that comparison.
Yeah.
If you think about it, whenever there is a high-profile
catch that. Oh, come on.
Chahal has not attempted a catch today. I mean, no matter what it is. So, with Australia, forget about the format. Whenever they know it's a big game, you will see Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins fit.
Yeah.
Whether it's a very important test match, whether it's a very important ODI game, whether it's a very important T20 game. So at least they're doing something right.
But that's also because the BCCI has a big cash cow. They just want to play every other tournament.
This is the point that I was making earlier.
I mean, the BCCI are never going to listen to things like this.
They are not, but ultimately it is affecting the team, right? It is affecting the results.
So they should literally just take bilaterals as a way to bleed in the youngsters. Sakaria, Khalil Ahmed, your Padikals,
I think I mean, if it's up to me, the best 11 will never play the bilaterals unless and until it's against England or Australia.
Yeah, agreed.
That's what's been happening actually. That's what's been happening.
I mean, no, none from the best 11. I'm not saying the best 11 as a team.
Okay.
The players, players were important. See, for India, I think if you talk about injuries, the three most important players are Jadeja, Bumrah, and Hardik. So I would actually play them in only marquee tournaments.
Yeah, because they are injury prone. So even Hardik is coming back from his injury. So I think that's why he's been.
Catch that! Has Ashwin got a wicket? Gone. He has. Of course, it's Guru Tilaka Upadhyay, who's been absolutely scratchy. 7-ball-1, which probably is honestly a blessing for India in the longer scheme of things. 110 for 3. And you know what? Rohit Sharma departed at the score of 110 for 2 as well. Sri Lanka losing their third wicket. Similar phase. It's going down to the wire, guys. All of a sudden, India are back. It's India-Pakistan final. Watch us in the Watchalong.
I think I'll have to eat my words.
I have something to say. Okay, if it's a battle between Ashwin and a left-handed batter,
one second, Kohli's on ecstasy here. He's on MDMA of some sort. That is ridiculous. That's a mixture of MD, Coke, everything, man.
I'm
honestly,
surprised.
Kohli.
If anyone likes to gamble, right? Ashwin against a left-handed batter is as safe as a gamble as it can get in any format, unless the left-hander batter is Nitish Rana.
Yeah, and you know what I like to that? Ashwin against a Sri Lankan left-handed batter, he has them for breakfast every day.
Hey, what about Ashwin against Sunil Narayan?
No, but he's gotten Sunil Narayan out.
Yeah.
Nitish Rana, he's never dismissed. Sunil
I
Narayan,
think he got run out once, right?
Sorry?
This IPL he got run out once, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there are few players who are not prone to matchups at all. Yeah, there are few players who are. For Nitish Rana, I think Josh Inglis also is one of those players for whom matchups don't count. Obviously, but Nitish Rana, there is a clear pace weakness, but against off spin, he's solid.
Right, so here is Sri Lanka's Liam Livingstone.
This is where the game is.
Rajapaksa, honestly, he has Sri Lanka's ace of spades in his hand right now. How would he want to play it? Shall he play it up straight up, saying all in terms of the poker analogy here, guys, if you guys are watching, or whether he kind of takes it as deep as possible, because Sri Lanka, like we've been mentioning throughout this watch along, have incredible depth. They have Karuratne, the man who's the Nagan dancer, bats all the way up till 7.
And by the way, coming back to that stat,
bowling Ashwin.
Rajapaksa averaged around 110 against off spin in the IPL or T20 cricket, but
And
his strike
Ashwin has
rate was
one
also
over.
around 100.
And Ashwin has
So
one over.
He's not giving his wickets away to off spin.
Do Sri Lanka have more lefties after this?
These two guys know Sri Lanka team much better than I do.
Oh, sorry. Any more lefties to come in, guys, after this?
Hasaranga's left.
No, Hasaranga's a right-hander.
I think Danger Man.
Yeah, he's saying Hasaranga's left
Danger
in the
Man is
dugout.
Hasaranga and Sanaka. Who are other Danger Men?
No,
Karuna
can also hit it.
Karunaratne.
I think
Karuna can also hit it.
No, I can hear Gurkhirat.
Oh, I can't. So my thing is off.
Oh, is it now? I think you'll have to just press it back or just use the Bluetooth over there. Technology hits us once again, guys. Sorry.
Maybe the
I match right now. It's 64 of 36 balls, and I think if India sneak in one more tight over, Sri Lanka are in huge trouble because then
huge trouble. So now
Because
Chahal and Ashwin for the next two, Shivan, or do you think otherwise?
I think it depends on if Chahal concedes too many
Chahal
runs.
and Ashwin for the next two, and then to eat 2 overs of Arshdeep, 1 over of Bhuvi, and 1 over of Hardik.
Oh, God, surely. Oh, God, surely he's given him. He's given him, but they review straight away. Kusal Mendes is not having any of it. 37 ball, 57 potentially out.
Has he reviewed this because he feels he's a very important man? Or?
Honestly, I don't know. But India have stormed their way back into this game. If you were a betting man out there, a bookie would have called you and been like, you know what? Just put your money here.
You know which game this reminds me of?
An RCB game?
No, not 2002 Champions Trophy, India, South Africa.
Oh, yes.
I mean, there I
we
think
were cruising.
I think Kirsten got retired, hurt or something because he was Gibbs. But here nothing like that happened.
But there it was Yuvraj spectacular.
But here, I mean, nothing of that sort is happening. But Sri Lanka is just basically throwing the game.
And it was an off spinner that day in Virendra Sehwag who turned the game. Honestly,
but what a catch from Yuvraj.
It was a great catch. That's Plum's home. Crashing.
Unless and until there is a nick.
Oh my God. Ben Brown, Ashwin definitely bowled the over that they needed. I'll tell you what the game-changing over was. It was the fellow
Chahal.
I was going to say fellow
ex-RCB.
Fellow RR man, ex-RCB. But yeah, Chris Silwood can't believe his eyes. Sri Lanka losing their last 4 wickets for 13 runs. And good on India to come back. That's why I can never write Rohit Sharma off as his captain, because we've seen this multiple times in the IPL where he just knows how to squeeze the best out of whichever resource he has.
In IPL, Rohit has a cheat code.
Looking, like Shivan said, sorry, Gurkhirat, go on.
In IPL, Rohit has a cheat code in Bumrah. So
can't hear you. 1 second, we'll have to kind of remove you guys shortly, but we'll get both Chu and Shivan on. Apologies from the bottom of my heart, because I think the Bluetooth has run out respectively right now. So Shivan, Gurkhirat, thank you so much. Really hate the way to kind of cut you off short like this, but more to come from you guys hopefully once we sort this out, and it makes for a final fantastic crescendo. Thanks boys once again. We'll get the in-house team back right now in terms of Akash and Anirudh. So Shaunak, if you're listening, trim these guys out and put us full frame. Maybe try to get someone else on as well. Akash and Anirudh are back in the scene. Ben Brown, of course, with his comment, they're saying Ashwin bowling a fantastic over. Miss-stumping. Is it a miss-stumping? Now. Dasun Shanaka. First ball that he faced and gets away with it. It's come back to being a nail biter, gentlemen. What has happened in the last, since the last time we met?
For everyone who doubted Chahal, not anyone in this room, but in general.
No, I actually was. I thought it's Sri Lanka's game, and I was like,
I think it's still Sri Lanka's game. They have.
I threw the.
So now, okay, what does Cricket say? Can anyone tell me? Cricket is, by the way, the world's best predicting algorithm,
Right.
and it's on the app, so you can check out the cricket.com app. It will tell you a live prediction right now, which all these guys are appearing into.
India 72%.
India 72% win, which is remarkable, because if you looked at it 20 minutes ago, it would have said vice versa. Sri Lanka 70% favorites after that 97 run stand.
Who do they have left now? They have Chamika.
They have Chamika,
Hasaranga,
and Asita.
and Theeksana.
Theeksana also.
Who can really...
No, Theeksana scored against
Asita was Asita the one who scored against Bangladesh?
10 of 3, yes.
So they can bat, and Chahal has been
I really hope Arshdeep has a redemption today. I mean, it has been tough.
Yeah, agreed.
2 days for
I
him.
think
It's too
Rajapaksa stands between India and okay. Can't write out Shanaka as well.
Shanaka and Hasaranga. I mean,
Hasaranga and T20. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but Shanaka is a bigger threat.
Exactly. Hasaranga is like more suited to ODI cricket, I would say.
So would it be weird to say that will Rajapaksa save Sri Lanka?
Rajapaksa's namesake.
He didn't understand that.
Oh, that way. Sorry.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty cool car. So 1 second, Chahal, 3 balls left in the spell, 3 for 27.
What a
Definitely
comeback.
bowled
He got
the
absolutely hammered in the
game-changing
first
overs.
over.
Oh, game-changing overs, another plugin for the cricket.com app. We have all of them. So Chahal's definitely standing front runner in that regard. 114 for 4, Sri Lanka, 14.4, lots of ones and fours.
Okay, so guys, this is just carrying the discussion that we were having earlier. Do India playing so many bilateral series affect them in 3 ways? I mean, obviously there come a bit of positives as well because players are like playing, but it
injuries
cooks up the players. I mean, most of the players end up being cooked. B, key players get injured time and again because you never know. I mean, you cannot just not play any of them.
Catch that. There is a wicket there. No, there isn't. He goes over mid-wicket for 6, Rajapaksa. And we've experienced this multiple times before with him. Sorry to cut Soma off there, but it's getting now, 10s in an over, 54 of 31, which is going to be really interesting.
This is,
Next over Ashwin, and that is going to be an over.
Next over Ashwin, next over also Shubh comes back in, so that's going to be one to watch out for.
He can, yeah.
Or he can come on. I'll take a small little wee break. I can't even use the Susu finger because Susu finger has been broken right now. So.
And you have to charge this as well because we'll need this.
Oh, we'll need this. We'll need this as
but
well.
I do think that
is this charging?
Yeah, so I've not finished my point, and I would want Shubh to chip in as well.
How do we charge it?
USB-C.
Would you have one?
I don't have one. Check with the OnePlus user. There'll be somebody.
Shubh, come here. I have a question for all of you. It's everyone knows that India plays so many bilaterals. They're playing a game every Sunday. So do you think instead of doing good, it does more harm because players are cooked? A lot of them then become injury prone because they are playing more often. And third, it throws up a few players in the mix, which ultimately affects your mindset in terms of preparing for the best 11. Because that is what happened with Huda, right? Again, second game in a row, he's been preferred over DK, and you're not going to bowl him. You're not going to bowl him now, no chance.
True.
So ultimately, it does more harm than good. What do you think?
Yeah, it does. But I mean, I don't think they look at it that way. They just care about economical.
They don't.
aspects.
They don't. But
I mean, at the end of the day, cricket, every sport is about money only. Right?
See, one thing I really don't like about this is, as you mentioned, is it makes the players really injury prone, and we have seen in this Asia Cup itself, Virat Kohli holding the back of his leg. We have seen that side with Rohit Sharma endless times. Ashwin is another guy who is injury prone as well.
I just sorry to cut you in here, but I just want to elaborate on what you've said. People will defend this by saying that most players are rested from time to time. But think about it. You are a Jadeja. You're rested. There is someone playing in your position who does the same role as you, is performing. How would you feel? Wouldn't you be a little insecure that, oh, this guy's performing, my place is a little dodgy?
Yeah,
and he would just call up and say, I'm available.
Sorry, that's a very good shot. That's a six.
That reminded me of a Jayasurya type.
And one more thing, India playing so many bilaterals is also, one more thing is that a Barstow can pull out of the 100. A Stokes can pull out of the 100. Steve Smith can pull out of the BBL. No Indian player can pull out of the IPL. So they have to play.
Assuming he didn't want to play IPL this year, he had to. He was forced to
let
play.
us just assume that all of them are going to play IPL. So that means that playing so many bilateral is inevitably resulting to be a futile exercise.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that can be true. And the thing with IPL is, first of all, it is the longest tournament. The second thing is that a lot of the major Indian players are bound to play all the games, even when the games don't matter at all in the context of the tournament. We saw that Mumbai Indians didn't need to play Rohit Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah in the back end of the tournament of the league stage phase. I even wrote it in one of the reviews, and I remember Akash pinging me that is not going to happen at all. I said, it is not going to happen, but it should happen, because if Mumbai Indians are already out of the tournament, then Rohit and Bumrah should at least rest or should rotate, but that did not happen. Both of them ended up playing all the games.
Bite on the screen. Chahal in this match, first 2 overs, 33 runs at an economy of 16.50 wickets. Last 2 overs, 11 runs at an economy of 5.5 with 3 wickets.
Because that 2-wicket over
and he's not a stranger to comebacks. So yeah.
So actually, that 2 overs brought the game in balance.
Did
It
you see
split
that?
slightly Sri Lanka, but
He has bowled 217 carom balls against right-handers. What?
Yeah. I think that's his stock delivery against right-handers.
And 3 against left-handers.
Yeah.
Oh my.
No, but more importantly, do you think it's Chahal's brilliance or Sri Lanka just, letting the game off?
I think that
I think-
that shot was on the reverse sweep. But after that, I think Asalanka has a very shoddy tournament, and he just continued that way. That shot, he could have played that over out. Sri Lanka were anyway in front.
Exactly.
And I think
This
this
ball was good though.
start they made,
Yeah, that was great.
the start they made was so good that they could afford to lose
Take it
so
till
many
the-
wickets
exactly.
and still probably be favourites to win this match.
Yeah. That's exactly why they could have.
See, the difference
played
right
out.
now is if let's say India would have had Bumrah to bowl from here, then situation would have been different.
Or
But he
Harshal
does not.
Or Harshal.
And that's the point. That's the point I keep bringing, that there is no certainty that Bumrah will be fit for the World Cup.
Okay. Do you think, just a quick, you can answer it yes or no. Do you think Bhanuka Rajapaksa walks into the Indian 11 right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Being a lefty.
Being a
yes.
left-hander.
that is
And his
another
impact
question.
was
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shubh, you can.
But
You wanted to say
the question is, will Bhanuka Rajapaksa, if he is in the Indian team, will he get a longer rope?
He will.
Because there's no
Being a
guarantee.
left-hander,
Sanju Samson plays a similar rate. He doesn't get a
Because
rope.
he did not score 100 against Ireland. That was the qualification criteria between him and Huda. Simple as that. You had to get 100.
Okay, Arshdeep time.
Yes.
Yeah, you
for
were saying
redemption.
something about the bilaterals.
Come on, Shubh.
No, my point. I have a point on Jadeja that suddenly we are. Suddenly we have come to know that he has a knee injury because of which he has to sit out of the World Cup as well. My point is that I think he had a history. He in the recent past he had actually missed quite a few games due to that knee, right?
Yes.
But he was still. They were still playing him day in and day out whenever they could. So that is another question, that Jadeja's injury is not something that has suddenly come up. It was it was in the process actually, and I don't think Indian team managed him very well. And it is another result of playing. Jadeja played Test cricket as well. He played IPL. Every game he has been indispensable for the side. So again, this is another point where playing too much cricket has already resulted in Jadeja's ouster from the T20 World Cup. So I think that is a very valid
do you think
point.
like BCCI should intervene, say before the IPL, and say like, no, you're not fit, you should not play?
They won't.
BCCI should.
No, the
but they
question is,
won't.
should they?
Should they? Should they? तो बहुत सारी चीजें ना.
They should. Why? There is
That's
absolutely
right.
no doubt. But they
just
don't.
think about.
See, at the end of the day,
much
see,
pressure
at the
from
end of the day,
franchises.
see, one is that, but at the end of the day, IPL is BCCI's property, so they can
dictate.
still take the call.
Yeah.
But should they start taking the call is a question.
They should. That is absolutely no doubt about it. But the fact is, we all know that is not going to happen because IPL. I mean, it is there.
So, guys, please comment and let us know if such a situation arises. Should BCCI take a call?
This is a subcontinent thing, though. You saw with Shaheen Afridi also that
they overplayed.
He had a knee injury and they did not send him to rehab even. He traveled with the team to Netherlands. He traveled with the team even to Dubai for the Asia Cup. And then they were like, okay, fine, now we'll send you to rehab. Like, why? What is the obsession with like? It's almost like people want to deny that these guys can get injured. You know, like maybe they only want to rest people like. You know,
Shaheen Shah played in Zimbabwe as well last year. He played all the games, and I was like,
what
is the point?
But I must say,
so we have a comment coming in from Ayush Gupta, and the comments reads: if Pant can't finish games, coming at number 5 or 6, should India play DK or someone else? He's terrible, literally terrible. I'll have to emphasize that because it's in caps. He is terrible, literally terrible. Should not consider his test form in T20Is. It is completely different ballgame. So
angry, crying.
Right. So do you think India have this issue or tendency of mixing formats?
I don't. See, first of all, I just feel that Pant has a T20 player in him. It's just that he has not been able to do it as yet, and the role he does, the way he tries to do it, he tries to be flamboyant all the time. He is more prone to failures, and for some reason, we have only seen failures from him for a long.
And today was a decent knock. I mean, today was not a bad knock.
Today, you just cannot judge him at all. When he came out to bat, I even asked Anirudh as well that would you judge Pant from today's knock, because he has come at a point where he has to come and start hitting from ball 1.
It's a tricky situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Pant in Test kind of feels like, Pant in T20s feels like Rahane in Test, because when Rahane gets out to a pitch, you still see that he scored a low score, but you can't blame him for that particular innings. But he's failed in so many other occasions that it feels that, okay, you got out today, but there were 10 other occasions you could have scored and you didn't. So you don't have the luxury of, failing. I think that's the case with Pant. He doesn't have the luxury of failing because he's played 50 innings and he's probably had 3 or 4 good knocks. That's it.
So what
Okay,
about?
so I mean, I just have a very different question. After the IPL and this,
That's a misfield that will cost India 2 runs.
Before
a couple.
I mean, before you guys were here, there were a few
couple.
comments thrown out that this tournament doesn't matter. It's basically a dress rehearsal for the World
If you
Cup.
are not going to perform in the dress rehearsal as well, so for the main tournament,
So now, I mean, that was basically thrown out as a defense. Now, I want to ask you guys, as a captain, do you think Rohit Sharma has had 2 off tournaments tactically? Like IPL and this big tournaments I'm talking about. IPL mein, Mumbai Indians screwed up their combination because they wanted to play Devil Brevis. They just ignored Tim David altogether.
I just want to put one point in that Rohit और Javardhan दोनों का ही साल बहुत खराब रहा है because Javardhan's other team, the 100 में, the Southern Brave also ended up at the second last spot.
Oh, that's a brilliant
Rohit
Yorker.
Sharma is happening the same with him. Mumbai Indians की नहीं चली
and
और India
right
की
now,
यहाँ
I
पे.
mean, they just want a 6th bowling cushion and now they've dropped DK for almost nothing.
The 6/6 bowling cushion is actually important. I mean, you cannot go into a match with only 5 bowlers.
Okay, wait. If you're Rohit, how would you go about this, like closing this innings out? How would you have done it? Would you have bowled Deepak Hooda in the power play, or what would you have done differently?
I would have bowled Deepak Hooda somewhere in the start, but the point is that Lanka actually got such a good start that you couldn't fit.
It was
Deepak
not
Hooda
necessarily a good
into
start. It became a good start from the Hardik's 4th over, right?
4th over, but you are not going to bowl Deepak Hooda in the power play, especially with 2 righties in the middle.
I mean, see, ultimately that's just very minimalistic, or not even minimal. I don't know what the word is, but that's not very clever thinking, right? I mean, first over, what if the bowler is Washington Sundar? He bowls the first over, right? Even,
Maxwell for Australia.
I mean, if at all you want the 6th bowling cushion, why not just give him the first
in
over?
that case, I think they should have used Deepak Hooda as a bowler much earlier in the tournament. I mean, Pakistan के against use करने का perfect opportunity था, नहीं किया. I don't know क्यों नहीं किया. And if you are not going to bowl him, Deepak Hooda doesn't make sense in the side.
And if you are not going to bowl him against a side that has 3 left-handers in its top 5, then again, where are you going to bowl him?
We have a comment which is sort of the similar line, which comes from Vipul Anand. Thanks for the comment. He says, seeing current bowling attack, do you feel it's too weak? Also, why are they not using Hooda? So we were just discussing about that.
घंटा मुझे idea नहीं है चल क्या रहा है. The first part, I think it is just that we are missing an X factor.
Yes.
Bumrah लाता था.
Exactly. Harshal
So do you
used to bring that X factor is
Do you think
missing
the
right
Indian
now.
team or the management believe that Avesh Khan was that X factor and he just couldn't perform?
I don't. Yeah, maybe at the start of the season, maybe, but the way he was going, he was certainly not at his best rhythm for sure. And going by that, I'm pretty sure they must have thought, okay, this guy is not our X factor. But maybe at the start of the season, when they picked him for the first time against South Africa, maybe that was the case. I don't know what was going in their heads. But yeah, having said that, I truly feel that Avesh Khan is another player who has the potential. He is a more complete bowler than a lot of our other options. He can bowl slower ones, Yorkers है उसके पास, bouncers मारता है, 140 kph he can bowl. So just that maybe this is not his year, and it happens with players. We have seen it happen with the best of.
And actually, one more point about Avesh Khan is, if you think about it, now Australia mein, everyone is assuming that India is going to be strong in Australia. It's just an assumption, right? It's an assumption. I think the assumption is based on how well we have done in tests. If you look at white ball, it's not like we have been thrashing Australia whenever we go there. Okay, now one thing that will work in India's favor is pitches are dead. They're batting wickets. Plus, there won't be a lot of spin for people like Kohli and Pant to counter. But the grounds are going to be bigger. So you need 6 hitters. And India...
We'll just finish Somesh. Before.
So India do not have natural 6 hitters apart from DK at the moment, who can hit 6s from ball 1. Clearly, you're not playing him. Second, because pitches are dead, your bowlers who do not have pace are basically
hit me
guys. And that is where you need players like Avesh Khan, who have pace and who can hit the wicket.
Mohsin is another. I mean, too
Okay.
early, but I'm just giving an
Yeah.
example.
We'll just take the comment before. Ayush Gupta goes on to say 55 plus matches argument, like not yet matured is senseless and also get set and not finish games. How many matches? I'm not a hater, but can another player be tried?
I
But
agree
who-
completely.
who
There
is
is
the
no
player?
difference.
You need a left-hander first of all.
Anyone.
But I
Exactly.
don't agree with that point. You don't have to force fit a left-hander. What is the point of playing a left-hander?
But
just
अगर
for...
7-8 अगर तुम्हारे पास
But then,
righties है, won't you feel
but
uncomfortable with that
if you don't have a
situation?
worthy left-hander, would you just force fit a left-hander?
Australia had.
Do you have a better left-hander than Pant right now?
I'm saying, why do you have to play a
हाँ ठीक है
left-hander?
तो फिर ठीक है फिर मत
Why can't they?
चलाओ यार.
Why can't they play
It's
Sanju
just that
Samson?
I trust in his potential and I know at some point he will come good. So I'll just
See,
keep
I
playing
think
with him.
I completely agree with you. But the point is, I think he has to bat in the top 3.
And
Okay.
that is why actually
That is why
felt,
he doesn't fit in
I
this
felt
11.
tonight was the perfect opportunity to send Pant at number 4. So Surya
4
Kumar
is
was
too
one.
late. 4 is a
नहीं, आज
specialist
के
role.
दिन मैंने आज के दिन की बात
Okay,
की
okay,
भाई.
wait. Ideally, if you had to play Pant, given that India are playing him and trusting him, where would you play him, and what do you think is his strength?
I would still play him at number 4,
Okay.
and his strength actually lies in that he can actually
Oh,
play both
That's
pace
a
and spin.
That's a 6.
These
Yeah.
shots are always 6 with the modern day bats.
They are like favorites, no? From here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
they were favorite the moment Bhanuka hit Ashwin for a 6.
Yeah.
There was 145. I have suspicions over the spin gun.
Okay,
That is
continue.
not 145.
So Ben Brown agrees with
Yeah.
Ayush that Pant is more of a test player, which all
So
of us agree.
definitely more of a
what is
test
his
player.
strength then?
But I will still play him at number 4 because he can counter spin.
Okay.
I'll just ask him to भाई कि थोड़ा सा stable रह के अपने shots खेल. He's falling around while playing the shots. So that is what I will ask him to do. 4 पे खेल, थोड़ा तमीज से खेल, pressure मत ले, अपने हिसाब से खेल. That is it.
And what about you, Sumesh? Where would you play him?
I'm saying that you don't have to force fit a left-hander just for the sake of having a left-hander. I think Pant should bat in top 3. Otherwise, he doesn't fit in the 11. Same applies for Huda. I mean, he's not a number 6 or number 7 player.
Okay, and you?
I would actually. Okay.
No,
I would draw a parallel with. I think you would understand. I wish Avanish was here at this time. Pant in T20s reminds me of Pogba for United. Everyone are waiting. He will unlock his potential. Yeah, come on, Avanish.
Okay, guys, 1 second. It is getting down to the fucking.
Let me finish my point.
Yeah.
अबे कुछ down to the कुछ नहीं हो रहा क्योंकि
Pant in T20s reminds me of Pogba at United.
Yeah.
Everyone was
Thinks he
waiting
would
for
have been,
years.
yeah.
Like he will unlock
And it
his
never
potential.
came.
He
It
will
never
unlock his
came.
potential. He's potential.
See, Vipul Anand has a
Okay.
question.
Guys, just move slightly
do you think
from
instead of Avesh
aesthetics.
Khan, India should have invested in Mohsin Khan in his IPL was better than Avesh? And why Shami is not included in the T20 squad? First point about Shami, I would reiterate that often we come around situations where someone who's on the bench starts looking better than those who are playing.
Yeah.
And Shami, with Shami, that is the case. He's not a very good T20 bowler. He's good up front when the ball is moving, but he's not a...
if the ball is moving.
Yeah. If you're playing him, you have to bowl him 4 overs up front. That's it.
Yeah.
You can't bowl him after that. Going back to Mohsin Khan, I think all of us here are very big Mohsin Khan fans.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt he was the find of the IPL, and at least in this IPL, he was, I think, the best Indian bowler.
Emerging player कौन था इस बार IPL में?
Tilak Verma?
Yeah,
Tilak
Tilak
Verma.
Verma. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe he was.
I think him or
Okay.
Okay.
Movie time.
1 second. It's Pakistan, Afghanistan.
And
tomorrow.
Pakistan and I think India.
So Pakistan, Afghanistan tomorrow, and then Afghanistan play back-to-back matches.
चलता है यार अब
Yeah.
T20 तो back to back
See, because Sri Lanka, the host, they get break in.
Yeah.
That was the scheduling.
Right, guys, if you're joining us in the CDC Watchalong, really appreciate it. Tell us
21.
what's going to happen.
21
to win
21.
of the final 2 overs. Bhuvi bowled a shit over against Pakistan, the penultimate. Can he make up for his shenanigans
Sri Lanka
tonight
need
against Sri
20
Lanka?
and
20 of
we are being
Finish
watched by
my-
20 as well.
Football
Finish my
analogy.
Pant point.
Yeah.
Pant in T20s is like Pogba at United.
Yeah.
Pant in Test is like Pogba in France.
Or Juventus.
Absolutely
Or
spot on.
Juventus.
Pogba sucks for United.
Yeah.
He's
That
outplayed.
is what I've
He's
learned
actually-
from
Yes.
he's out of
Watchalong.
place.
And Pant sucks for
Yeah.
T20Is.
But we
Pant
really
को नहीं पता है,
appreciate
but
Vipul
I
Anand,
understand
Ben
वो कर
Brown,
सकता है
all
वो.
you guys commenting, and of course letting us know it's been a riveting watch so far. Hopefully India go across the line right now. What does Cricket.com say right now, Shub?
Clearly,
figure
the
it out?
previous time it was wrong. It
Cricket
said-
is saying fuck off to Star Sports of their
It is.
They're
They're
giving-
giving,
they're giving 50%
just
Pakistan.
imagine if it's Sri Lanka
4%
Afghanistan Asia
tie.
Cup final.
4%
Giant K. Umran was the emerging player this IPL.
Yo.
Yes.
Umran.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Where
guys.
is-
Thank you so much.
Opportunity from Banuka. It was a pretty crap
Yeah.
ball actually.
Yeah, the
from
crap
Bhuvi.
ball got away with this.
So the question is, where is Umran now?
19
Why
of
is
10.
Umran not there?
Because he
He's
has
playing for
been-
India, yeah, bro.
He's playing for India.
Exactly.
yeah.
Why should he? But shouldn't he be playing for India?
It's
Why
too-
India A?
I think
raw.
he's undercooked.
But then
for
again,
international.
another one of those examples, the player in on the bench has better than
No,
two in
true,
the
and
bush.
it's something that you were saying, the fact that we could actually miss out on raw pace apart from Bumrah in Australia.
Yeah.
So we need someone like that. Avesh obviously is just early days in his career. Bumrah in to bowl wide,
yeah,
surely,
yeah,
because
yeah,
Shanaka is
But
being
if
really
you see
strategic.
someone like the teams that have won the BBL in recent times, nobody has done it with raw pace. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Sydney Sixers have
Daniel
Hayden
Sams.
Kerr. What is
Daniel
that guy?
Sams.
Another left armer.
Except Perth
Thunders. Oh,
Uh,
yeah.
Hey,
Who?
what is that left armer? Bendu Arshis.
Bendu Arshis.
Yes,
Yes.
Bendu Arshis.
Perth Scotch is at Andrew Tate.
Oh my
So you
god.
can't
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
But I'm
He's a
happy.
better
But I'm
draft
happy.
than
Bumrah is
Shanaka.
going for Yorkers.
Okay, what is
and not
Bhuvi's
those-
ploy here? Wide
Wide
outside
Yorkers.
option?
Wide Yorkers.
Wide Yorkers.
नहीं भाई यार बहुत दिक्कत है
But
भाई
against
Yorkers के साथ।
Shanaka, I don't think it works because he can hit the
Yeah,
ball
exactly.
straight down the ground.
You just miss your Yorker a bit, he'll
Yeah.
just hit you over.
And Ken
Start
Richardson knows that.
Last game we said Arshdeep needed 17 to 15 at least.
अच्छा guys, what I feel कि इंडिया के साथ दिक्कत हुई है दोनों मैचेस में that they were not sure about what a good total is while batting first.
That is there, and then the lack of wicket-taking options in the middle overs.
Well,
Oh, do you really
certainly,
think so?
both
But
those
then
things.
didn't they keep on losing too many wickets to actually push for
That's
190?
Slapped away for
That's one edge for
4.
four.
161 for
No, I'm
4.
just
Sri
saying
Lanka
that
in
I
13
don't
of
think that India
9.
is a very good batting first side.
Oh my
Okay.
god. One
That's
second,
it.
guys. Can we just address the elephant in the room right now? India are
Yeah.
going to be going out of the Asia Cup, which is big news.
can-
No one really saw this. None of us. Maybe
Yeah,
all
I
the
was
viewers.
actually-
Wait.
We were all
India will
saying.
win without losing a match.
Unbeaten.
Before that, Ben Brown asked, is there room for Prithvi Shaw on the side? Unfortunately, right
Yeah.
now, I don't think there is purely because Rahul and Rohit are opening.
And
उसके
there's
बाद
Ishan
third guy
Kishan.
would be
Ishan
Kohli,
Kishan.
fourth guy would
Yeah.
be Kishan,
Pant.
fifth
Yeah.
पे आएगा
And Gaikwad,
sixth पे
exactly.
Pant, सातवें पे
Sky,
Surya,
Sky.
Yeah.
and
Huda.
Huda, Gill.
I'm
No,
Tripathi,
he's not
Padikkal.
even in top 10 right now. क्या Prithvi
I'm-
Shaw, which is
I'm
very
Bowling,
in top
man.
10.
Again,
That guy,
Shanaka
bhai,
gets
gaya man.
4.
I'm not sure if he has room.
India
In the,
are losing this right now, guys. Absolutely
Abhi-
diabolical.
yeah, I'm not sure if he has room in the side, but he has room in this room. If Prithvi Shaw, you're watching this, please, you're welcome here.
Yeah, Prithvi Shaw, we also have cough syrup, so don't worry
Oh.
about it. Honestly,
Yeah.
don't worry about it.
I
Below the
really
belt.
didn't want to crack that joke.
Oh,
मेरे
well,
mind में
let's
भी आया,
crack
but
it
yeah,
now.
like-
We're having absolute fun here. But look, right now, it's not fun for
Are
India.
they celebrating before the match?
They might be. But Darshan Shanaka in the press conference,
If
by the
Kohli
way,
does it, you're like, oh, what a guy. And if you're Sri Lanka,
aggression
you're
in
like,
your face.
This is what we
he
like.
said it's not always about India, Pakistan. It could be Sri Lanka and Sri
Yeah,
Lanka
Shanaka
making
is at a fantastic year यार. Hazelwood को मारा, Bhuvi को मारा, जो आ रहा है सबको.
it is.
Ken
I
Richardson
remember
also.
But from here on, I would want Sri Lanka to actually go on and lift the Asia Cup.
Yeah, imagine that, right? So then they would have beaten pretty
And
much
they
everyone.
lost their first game against Afghanistan.
Yeah.
and
And then they beat Afghanistan, they beat Bangladesh, they beat India today, they'll potentially beat Pakistan.
and we need to talk
They
about
beat India today,
just
now they have to beat Outlook.
how finally Shanaka's leadership, I
PJ
mean,
Woodhouse in the house.
how stable it has been, Shanaka's leadership since he took over as captain last year, I think.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think there was even some internal politics that Shanaka was only made captain because he favored someone.
Yes.
There was a
Selectors or
contractual
something.
dispute.
Shanaka
right?
gives
Yeah.
me a Darren Sammy vibe.
He's like,
Yeah.
But, I mean,
Why? Because
sorry,
he
Darren Sammy,
doesn't
you
He
are-
has that winning
but,
effect, bowls, bats, all of that.
Shanaka is
Okay,
better
big ball,
actually.
big
Shanaka-
ball.
Shanaka's way
coming
better.
up,
I'm really
he can
surprised that
bat and
Shanaka
bowl.
wasn't part of the IPL scene.
oh,
He should have really come in at least as an injury replacement.
Yeah.
also.
I think he can.
14 runs.
So 1 second,
He can
India
easily
yet
play for
again
Punjab.
find themselves in the same
Same
position,
squad,
7 of 6.
needed of 6.
And-
They
and-
needed 7 with a bat
and
against
the
India
same
के
Pakistan.
हर
bowler.
मैच में
And
7
against
of 6
bowler.
रहा है क्या?
Again, 7 of 6. It's ridiculous.
Now we went back to that West Indies match when Rohit gave Avesh the last over instead of Bhuvi, and the argument was that Bhuvi has been playing for so many years, he's done the job so many times, we don't want to test him, but you don't get those
Yeah,
opportunities so much, and we are seeing it now that even Bhuvi was shaky in the IPL last year, I think 2021, where he was a bit shaky at the death, and
And Bhuvi just had back-to-back
You know what I'm looking forward to?
shocking games.
When India would be playing Afghanistan, obviously just for
And
formalities.
India first against Afghanistan.
And Star Sports will show the ad. Now, time for Australia.
Yeah, which is a complete role reversal of projecting it out. But look, Arshdeep, please, man, for the love of God and for the love of yourself, pull it back.
See, that's what.
Can't blame him
yeah,
now.
exactly.
I know you can't blame him now, but it'll be
Messed it
honestly,
up.
it'll be a great story if you can just hush up all
So
the
what is
stupid
with India and
Pakistani balls.
UAE? मतलब जीतते ही नहीं
Yeah,
हैं।
honestly. It's just shocking. As you can see, the points table there, Sri Lanka, if
The
another
only
win.
India who have won there is Mumbai Indians.
So once if Sri Lanka win tonight, they're through to the final?
And
Yes,
if Pakistan
yes.
win,
No,
no,
they
it
are-
depends on tomorrow's.
Oh, that's
Bowling
all
us
India.
deep,
about to
bowling
start
us
with.
deep.
But do you
Absolutely
think
bowling.
from here on, any ICC tournament that has to be rescheduled, BCCI will make sure that it is not
UAE.
rescheduled?
Yeah. I think so for sure. And they should.
But I think if Pakistan win tomorrow, Pakistan and Sri Lanka through, I guess. That's
Yeah,
over.
yeah, that's
And
over.
India, Afghanistan, a dead rubber.
It's a dead
That'd
rubber.
be like Silverwood redemption arc. Yes.
Yeah.
It
That's
is.
a
I think he
redemption arc we didn't
completed
expect.
his redemption arc when he defeated Australia with this Sri Lanka side in that test match, because
Thank
his
you, Giants,
test
for that
record
comment.
as England coach against Australia is
How
kuch
much?
bhi nahi
6
hai.
needed, right?
That's an arc. I
6
think
or 5?
Why always knock out?
And Silverwood, I mean, ultimately, India cost him his job, right? So he must be
South
absolutely
Not
African
India,
fans,
actually. I mean,
please.
Australia.
Why
Australia,
always
India as
knock
well.
out and do or die? We choke.
Oh, yes, India as well.
South Africa, man, should please take that.
और batters both failed in Asia Cup. यार ये perception की बात है यार, इसमें मैं क्या ही
See, I think we lost because we were playing with 10 men.
Maybe.
Mhm.
Who's
Who does it?
Huda.
Or your
Huda been sent off.
or the umpire.
10th man. By the way, football plug-in here. Chelsea are losing, just FYI. But
Against
doesn't
who?
matter. Against Dinamo.
Oh, Champions League.
Champions League is started.
Heave.
But look,
Really, I don't
India 6 runs away
because-
from losing this match and going out of the Asia Cup. Unless Arshdeep have heroics, another
Oh.
single.
Could
They'll
this go
scamper
down
through.
to a super over?
5 of 4. Jadeja's doppelganger. Sorry, Jadeja's understudy.
Ozil's
Not
double
understudy.
ganger.
Sorry.
Is it Ozil's double
Probably he
ganger?
can even take over Jadeja.
That's
now.
Chris
I mean,
Shrikant's doppelganger there.
Thank you, Ayush. Thank you for the comment.
Thank you so much, Ayush. Really appreciate you and the rest of the community to get interactive with us on CDC. There's plenty other watch-alongs
There's
left.
another
Ben
comment.
Brown says India's performance got
Totally
worse as the tournament went on. They really didn't settle into it after the
Because they
first.
batted
As
first
much as that is a
only.
dagger to all our hearts, I agree with you, Ben.
But then a few fellow experts feel that it is because India lost the toss, and in Dubai, that is
I
what matters.
feel that
No, but-
Gurkirat.
because
We got a point. We got a point there.
India
behind.
batting first have not been great. That's
Yeah.
why
But they
on
have
tricky
posted
pitches,
under par totals twice, right?
Yes,
So
and
that's
yes.
on
also
tricky pitches, they
Come on, let's have a wicket. Let's have a wicket. Come on, Arshdeep. Get
He's
this
got a
guy
ball
out.
blocker.
Oh, bowling,
bowling.
man. You can't have
they
two
took-
here. Please, for the love of God.
No, it's
Oh, they can't prevent the two.
oh,
It's
bad
3
throw.
of 3.
Bad throw as well.
Is there a Mushfiqur?
Is
there
Rohit
a
actually
Mushfiqur?
is Rohit actually feeling the pressure now?
Yeah, he knows
Yeah,
like
that people
Bumrah
will be
kahan-
after him.
Bumrah phone उठा मजाक नहीं रहा अभी ये.
So if he had phone a friend, that's the first number he would call
That
now.
is.
अच्छा Bumrah is not fit. Malinga भाई.
Oh.
See, I
Or
think,
Mitchell Johnson.
Mitchell Johnson, हाँ.
I think the biggest takeaway from this game would be, I think India won't be dropping DK anymore because they know
Yeah,
that
yeah.
what he brings is
Yeah.
absolutely essential.
Mhm.
But will India learn? Have India learned? Because they've not done it in the past.
Let's say against Afghanistan, it's a dead rubber essentially.
Exactly. That wouldn't make any difference, right?
Yeah, but what makes you think they'll play DK in Australia?
See,
They might play him against
it's
South
a dead
Africa and
rubber,
Australia.
so we can all predict a KL Rahul 20 ball 60 coming.
Yeah.
At least bare minimum.
He did that against what? Scotland?
CSK, Scotland. He's done it against
Against
everybody.
Afghanistan as well.
Afghanistan,
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay, 3 of 3. Will this be the winning moment, the losing moment for Indian fans? Dare I say 171 for 4. Remember the target 174.
Naggin man is there.
3 of 3. They're
Ready to-
waiting to celebrate. Sri Lanka would
Come
be
on, now again,
absolutely
they're fucking
into
taking an eternity.
raptures.
And Rohit somewhat
Oh my
doesn't
God,
agree
Arshdeep.
with
So actually,
Arshdeep.
we had a shocker tournament, right? His third bad match in a row. The
I
economy.
think he's been
Second
good at
bad
the death
match.
today.
I think
Yeah.
the
I think
first.
he kind of lost it in the first two
First
overs he bowled.
overs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because if you look at this over, it has been flawless so
I think
far.
this, although not like for like comparison, but this Sri Lankan innings has been very much like England's innings at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
No one expected openers to
Mm.
take the game away, but
Yeah.
eventually
Yeah.
that
And then
is
a
what.
collapse in the middle.
Oh, and good
down the
bowling
leg.
again. Good bowling again. Could be a run out. Oh, he was
down
on
the
the
leg,
leg.
There was
right?
no backup. There was no
He was
backup.
in
Everyone
the
is in.
way.
Was it down the leg or inside edge?
Everyone is in. Everyone
2
is
of
in.
2. 2 of 2. Can India pull out a miracle here? I mean, it takes me back to
Oh,
that
that's-
welcome quote.
That's backed.
Miracle. 2 of 2. Guys,
India will say abhi hum
Yeah,
zanda hai.
that's one pitch, one hand from Hardik. He could have dived forward, but he wanted to go for the direct
You
hit.
want him to ruin his back again, like
Yeah.
before the World Cup?
But he's nodding his head. So that does mean
The
goes
Asia
to the
Cup is
super
on the
over.
line, guys.
Deserve what line?
Asia Cup.
Asia Cup is on the
But-
line.
but you
on
know,
the line. Avnish,
Okay.
catches dropped on the last ball against Pakistan. India lost. Catch dropped on the last ball here.
Yeah,
So that is a tactic to
that is the tactic.
beat India.
indeed.
Drop the catch of the last ball.
He's even in the Nagin
Was it
attire.
a drop
Chavaka
catch?
Karrat ne.
Last-
He's got the
Snake
snake
Snake charmer. Snake charmer.
Yeah.
the charmer.
He's the-
Oh, Hasaranga dropped it today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is the snake Chameka.
Oh,
Right.
yes. KL Rahul with some advice.
Arshdeep's former
So
captain.
definitely,
going to
so
be-
definitely India are going to lose.
Arshdeep's
It's a
former
fateful
captain.
piece of advice. Or
Indian fans already looking away. 2 of 2. Real
Who says
miracle
catches win matches?
needed.
so if India get knocked out, we are never seeing this format again.
Oh.
Just like the 2007 World Cup.
or these teams.
Right. Is this the moment which matters? Arshdeep bowling. The
Oh!
drop ball. Surely run out. Oh,
yeah.
this is why we need Dhoni. They might
They're
run
running too.
overthrows. And they run overthrows. Is it?
What?
They do. Sri Lanka home. Sri Lanka win. It's ridiculous. Rishabh Pant surely should have got them out. It doesn't matter. India
Twice in
out
2
of the
games.
Asia Cup. Big breaking news right now.
Winning the moment
Absolutely
mein haar gaye, bhai.
shocking.
So Rishabh Pant had a chance to do a Dhoni.
To do a Dhoni.
Actually.
And
And
look
decided
at
not to, like-
Karuratne, Sri Lanka over the moon. 6-wicket win. Guys, first reaction. What
break
the
a screen,
fuck
right?
are we seeing?
They didn't break a sweat chasing
Exactly.
this, honestly. They did it very easily. Even
Shanak is like, kya
So there
dikkat hai,
was-
So
bhai?
no India-Pakistan final. That's the news that we really want to transmit right now through our screens.
Forget no India Pakistan
Unfortunately-
fell. India are out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That is the big
basically-
news.
So basically, they got a bilateral series, but it was just a 2-match bilateral series.
but it's hilarious that
unfortunately.
ACC made this format
Yeah.
just so
India,
that
Pakistan.
they could get 3 India-Pakistan matches. And India is the team
Feel
that's
for
getting knocked
Jai
out first.
It's
That is
absolute tragedy if you're an Indian fan.
ACC and PCB as well.
And sorry, Sri Lanka, you're not coming back for Paytm Pro.
World Cup, hold on to your horses. Asia Cup, what the F right now. Ayush Gupta going on to say Bhuvi is not a death bowler. It should be finalized.
What?
Karma bites us. Should not be considered. Sri Lanka
There
weak
is
team and
some
testing
beef
player on the
between-
bench. Ash Huda while I'm Bishnoy and DK. That may be a knee-jerk reaction from Ayush, but look, at the end of the day, you're fair to say whatever you want, mate. Look, India just crashed out of the Asia Cup.
But should he have
what's
Bhai,
happened,
itna
man?
time
should he have
What
thrown it as a
happened?
non-striker? There's no need, I think.
There was still a lot of time, bhai.
Even he
Yahan
was
bhi-
gone. Even he
Yeah,
was
but-
gone.
But there's no backup, so that was clearly a double.
You got a feel for Rohit Sharma, who played a blinder today, but unfortunately, Bismillah there, signaling the buys.
Yeah, but guys, you can't
He's
beat
saying,
you
India,
can't beat
Tata,
an
bye-bye,
11-man
Tata,
side
bye-bye.
with a 10-man team.
A
So
10-man team. So that was basically it. Comes down to India being tactically
Yeah.
outwitted on the day. Maybe, being smart for their own good. Huda in the 11, not being bold. Of course, just having an off day with the bat.
Equally, Sri Lanka
Oh.
also didn't do anything for Sri Lanka. So
Yeah.
you could say that.
Took the comment. Thank you
Yes.
so much, Ayush Gupta. Really appreciate it. Let us know what you guys are feeling in this moment in time right now, because all of us, maybe 1.1 billion of us, called it absolutely wrong. I'm surely there was a lot of other
I
people.
said that since India is batting first.
Agreed.
I need that.
Yeah, we
Therefore-
need that because we're going to get on a special guest right now. But look, it's being charged and you get it.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I need to go and get
So
that.
till Avnish gets it,
Right.
one word or
But-
one line
Yeah.
from you guys.
And player ratings as well.
About this
follows.
game. About this game. Where did India
Well
lose this
played,
game?
Sri Lanka.
Where did
I think
India
it
lose
was,
this game?
The last 5 overs with the bat
Okay.
and Sri Lanka's opening stand.
Okay. Where did India lose the game? Please don't say toss.
I mean, this is what it feels like. See, I'll just keep on saying the same point that essentially it was a 10-man team.
Okay. And you? Where did India lose the game?
The
It's not
last
on.
6-7 overs of the innings at the bat, first innings at the bat, and then I just think they didn't have a plan with the ball. I think they're just like, okay, go and bowl, and you saw the fact that Rajapaksa kind of took on Ashwin and made that whole matchup thing a joke.
So we have Vivek sir with us. Vivek, can you hear us?
And we can't hear him.
Yeah, I can.
सर कुछ बताएं सर, दिल ही टूट गया.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल टूटा तो है, ये बात तो बिल्कुल ठीक है. और मतलब इतने करीब पहुंचने के बाद मैच नहीं जीते तो निश्चित तौर पे काफी दुख हो रहा है.
सर आपको कहाँ लगता है कहाँ पर कमी रह गई आज? क्योंकि
मुझे
रन तो
लग
हमने
रहा
जो
था
बात की थी उतने बन गए।
जिस तरह की पिच थी उस हिसाब से 170 रन कम नहीं थे। मतलब जब भारतीय टीम बल्लेबाजी कर रही थी उससे थोड़ा सा अंदाजा लग रहा था इतना आसान नहीं है, खासतौर पे जब कोई नया बल्लेबाज आता था बल्लेबाजी करने, तो उसके लिए शॉट लगाना इतना आसान नहीं था। मुझे लगता है कि ये जो पहले 6 ओवर में आपको विकेट नहीं मिली ना, और श्रीलंका को वो जो स्टार्ट मिल गया पहले 6 ओवर में, पावर प्ले जो उनका जिस तरह से चला, उसकी वजह से थोड़ा सा परेशानी ज्यादा पैदा हो गई। नहीं तो अगर शुरू में आपको पहले 6 ओवर में एक आध विकेट अगर मिल जाती तो मैच एक अलग ढंग से चल सकता था।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। और कहीं ना कहीं हम बात करें थोड़ी टैक्टिक्स की, तो हमने देखा कि हुड्डा को प्रेफरेंस मिली, उसके कारण डीके को, दिनेश कार्तिक को बाहर बैठना पड़ा, एंड हुड्डा को प्रेफरेंस मिली क्योंकि वो एक बॉलिंग ऑप्शन है। बट पिछले मैच में भी उन्होंने बॉलिंग नहीं कराई, और इस मैच में तो खैर कभी सिचुएशन ऐसी लगी नहीं कि कोई पार्ट टाइमर को हम ट्राई कर सकते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको लगता है कि वो डिसीजन थोड़ा बैकफायर कर गया, क्योंकि एक प्रूवन फिनिशर को हमने बाहर बिठा के रखा, एक प्लेयर के लिए जिनमें काबिलियत तो काफी है, बट ना तो वो फिनिशर के रोल में सूट करते हैं, ना ही वो उनकी बॉलिंग पे इतना ट्रस्ट है कि उन्हें प्रेशर सिचुएशन में बॉल दे पाए। तो ऐसा लगा कि कहीं इंडिया 10 खिलाड़ियों से खेल रही थी आज।
सुमेश, देखो क्या होता है कि जब मैच खत्म हो जाता है ना, उसके बाद ये सब बातें करना थोड़ा सा आसान हो जाता है। लेकिन जब आप टीम को जब आप बनाते हैं या टीम का जब आप चयन करते हैं, तब आप ऐसे सोचते नहीं है कि इस तरह की परिस्थितियां आगे आ जाएंगी, क्योंकि उसका आप उस वक्त अंदाजा नहीं लगा पाते हैं। कि बाद में तो ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ, ये भी हो सकता था, बिश्नोई को ही खिला लेते अश्विन की जगह, वो भी तो तेज बॉलें डाल रहे थे, ज्यादा लेग स्पिन और ज्यादा कैरम बॉल डाल रहे थे, ऑफ स्पिन उन्होंने जो की उसमें उनको विकेट मिल गई। तो फिर बाद में तो चर्चाएं काफी हो सकती हैं, लेकिन मैच शुरू होने से पहले मेरे को हमेशा ये लग रहा था कि रणनीति इतनी बुरी नहीं थी, क्योंकि वो एक विकल्प जो छठे गेंदबाज का है, वो आपके पास अगर है तो वो ज्यादा बेहतर होता है। उसका आप इस्तेमाल करें ना करें, वो मैच की सिचुएशन के हिसाब से चलता है। लेकिन वो विकल्प होना, अगर आपके पास ऐसा खिलाड़ी कोई मौजूद है, तो वो उस विकल्प को हमेशा कप्तान को लेके मैदान में उतरना चाहिए। आप लोग भी आपस में भी बात कर रहे थे, मैं वो सुन रहा था। जी हाँ, आखिरी के कुछ ओवरों में जितने रन बनने चाहिए थे शायद उतने नहीं बने, क्योंकि आप देखें ऋषभ और हार्दिक पांड्या दोनों ने 13 बॉलों में 17 रन बनाए शायद। तो मतलब आप लगाइए 26 गेंदों में 34 रन बने। उस वक्त आपको 200 से ऊपर की आपको स्ट्राइक रेट चाहिए होती है। तो उन 26 गेंदों में कम से कम 50 रन बनने चाहिए थे, तो आप वैसे ही वहां पे 15-16 रन कम हो गए। तो जिस तरह से सूर्य कुमार यादव और रोहित शर्मा जब बल्लेबाजी कर रहे थे, उस वक्त जो खेल चल रहा था, ऐसा लग रहा था कि 180-185 रन बोर्ड पे लगेंगे, इतनी दिक्कत नहीं आनी चाहिए। तो थोड़ा सा वहां गड़बड़ हो गई, लेकिन ज्यादा फर्क पड़ा कि पहले 6 ओवरों में आपको जो विकेट नहीं मिली, और थोड़ा सा भाग्य ने भी साथ दिया श्रीलंकाई बल्लेबाजों का, कहना होगा, क्योंकि बहादुरी से बल्लेबाजी की उन्होंने, और भाग्य भी बहादुरों का साथ देता है, क्योंकि इतनी बार गेंद हवा में गई और हर बार चहल से पहले गिर जाती थी, 2 खिलाड़ियों के बीच में गिर जाती थी। तो थोड़ा सा भाग्य का भी साथ था, लेकिन निश्चित तौर पे आज ये कहना होगा श्रीलंका आउटप्लेड इंडिया। बहुत बढ़िया ढंग से उन्होंने रनों का पीछा किया, और अंत में तो कप्तान शानका और राजापक्सा ने जो पारी खेली, वो कमाल की पारी खेली।
सर, मेरा एक सवाल है आपसे कि आपको लगता है कि इस भारतीय टीम को T20 मैचेस में पहले बल्लेबाजी करते वक्त थोड़ी दिक्कत आती है? बिकॉज लास्ट ईयर भी जो वर्ल्ड कप में हम पाकिस्तान और न्यूजीलैंड से मैच हारे थे, दोनों बार हम पहले बल्लेबाजी कर रहे थे। पिछला मैच जो हारे उसमें भी पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ हम पहले बल्लेबाजी कर रहे थे, और आज भी पहले बल्लेबाजी करते हुए। तो ये एक पैटर्न सा बना हुआ है कि जब भारतीय टीम पहले बल्लेबाजी करती है ट्रिकी पिचेस पे, तो कहीं ना कहीं हम थोड़ा पीछे रह जाते हैं उस टोटल के जो हमें बनाना चाहिए, और वो बॉलर्स डिफेंड नहीं कर पाते। फिर
आप भारतीय टीम पे अगर नजर डालें ना, तो इस टीम से ये पता चल जाता है कि आपकी जो वीक लिंक है ना, आपकी जो कमजोर कड़ी है, वो आपकी गेंदबाजी है। अब जब आपकी गेंदबाजी अगर आपका वीक लिंक है, तो फिर मैच कैसे जीतेंगे आप? मैच तब जीतेंगे जब आप बल्लेबाज जो उनके बल्लेबाजी करने उतरते हैं ना, वो जो पार स्कोर है उससे 10-15 रन एक्स्ट्रा बना के देंगे टीम को, क्योंकि वो कुशन चाहिए। एक तो आपकी गेंदबाजी हल्की है, ऊपर से बुमराह नहीं है, ऊपर से रविंद्र जाडेजा और आपके आवेश खान चोटिल हो गए,
पटेल भी नहीं है।
अक्षर पटेल को जो आप टीम में लाए, आपने उनको खिलाया नहीं। उसकी खैर वो जो भी वजह होगी टीम मैनेजमेंट को उसके बेहतर पता होगा। लेकिन जब आप कि गेंदबाजी आपकी एक कमजोर कड़ी नजर आ रही है, तो उस माहौल में क्या होता है, जब आप बल्लेबाजी करने उतरते हैं ना, आपको वो कुशन देना होता है अपने गेंदबाजों को, वो अतिरिक्त 10-15 रनों का कुशन। और जब वो आप कुशन नहीं देंगे, तब फिर ये लाचारी सी हमेशा आपको नजर आएगी आखिरी के ओवर में। अब आप देखें दोनों मैचेस में पीछे, पिछला मैच जो आप हारे हैं पाकिस्तान से, और आज का भी मैच 19वां ओवर जो है आपके सबसे अनुभवी गेंदबाज ने डाला और वो महंगा साबित हुआ। तो फिर अब आप जाएंगे तो कहाँ जाएंगे?
जी बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल। और सर आपने भाग्य की बात की, सर भाग्य तो शुरू से श्रीलंका के साथ था, क्योंकि टॉस वो जीते और हमने दुबई में देखा है कि आई थिंक T20 यहाँ मैच खेलना बेकार है, या टॉस करो, जो टॉस जीता उससे बोलो बस आप तो मैच भी जीत गए और वापस आओ, चिल करेंगे, कोई मतलब नहीं है मेहनत करने का।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता, लेकिन हाँ कई जगह टॉस जो है वो थोड़ा सा एक अपना उसका भी एक अहमियत होती है, लेकिन अंत में सोमेश हमेशा ये चीज मान के चलिए कि जो टीम ज्यादा बेहतर क्रिकेट खेलती है वही जीतती है। बहुत कम ऐसा देखने को मिलता है कि जहां पे ड्यू का बहुत ज्यादा रोल आ जाता है, कि बहुत ज्यादा ड्यू होती है, वहां पे शायद आप ये कह सकते हैं, नहीं तो ज्यादातर हमने देखा है कि जो टीम ज्यादा बेहतर क्रिकेट खेलती है वही जीतती है।
बिल्कुल
गुरकीरत, कुछ कोई सवाल?
गुरकीरत के मन में भी काफी सवाल उमड़ रहे होंगे, आई एम श्योर।
मैं सर से जानना चाहता हूँ कि उनके हिसाब से इंडियन स्पिनर्स ने कैसी बॉलिंग करी और क्या वो कुछ बेटर कर सकते थे। जैसे हमने देखा चहल के पहले 2 ओवर्स काफी एक्सपेंसिव थे, फिर उन्होंने कमबैक किया, तो क्या कुछ बेटर हो सकता था इंडियन स्पिनर्स के थ्रू?
देखिए, जिस तरह से हमने सोचा था कि जितना ग्रिप करेगी बॉल, उतना ग्रिप पिच के ऊपर बॉल ने किया नहीं। और दूसरी चीज ये थी कि क्योंकि वो आपको स्टार्ट इतना अच्छा मिला था ना, तो जब आपके स्पिनर शुरू में गेंदबाजी करने आए, वो विकेट लेने के लिए गेंदबाजी नहीं कर रहे थे, वो बचने के लिए गेंदबाजी कर रहे थे। तो थोड़ा सा वो एक फर्क पड़ जाता है, क्योंकि जैसे ही आपने देखा विकेट गिरनी शुरू हुई, आपके स्पिनर जो है और हावी हो गए आने वाले नए बल्लेबाजों पे। तो जब सेट बल्लेबाज खेल रहे हो, उस वक्त उस पार्टनरशिप को तोड़ना जो है ना, वो भी अपने आप में एक कला है। तो वहां पे थोड़ी सी एक कमी नजर आई कि जब दोनों बल्लेबाज शुरू में, और खासतौर पे मेंडिस ने जिस तरह से आज शुरुआत दिलाई है और जिस तरह से बल्लेबाजी की है, बड़ी समझदारी से उन्होंने बल्लेबाजी की है और पारी को आगे लेके चले, तो वहां पे उस वक्त जो आपको एक प्रभाव डालना चाहिए था एक गेंदबाज के तौर पे, वो भारतीय गेंदबाज नहीं डाल पाए।
विवेक, आपको क्या लगता है कि अब जैसे ये टूर्नामेंट, अब यहाँ से तो इंडिया बाहर हो गया है, बहुत सारे ऐसे IPL लेवल के कैलकुलेशन लगाने पड़ेंगे कि श्रीलंका पाकिस्तान को भी हरा दे, फिर हम अफगानिस्तान को बड़े मार्जिन से हराएं, ऐसा कुछ होगा तो ही हम फाइनल में पहुंच जाएंगे। तो मान के चलते हैं इंडिया यहाँ से इस टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो गया है, उस लिहाज से आपको क्या लगता है कि इस टूर्नामेंट में सबसे बड़ा पॉजिटिव क्या था इंडिया के लिए? और डेफिनेटली क्योंकि समय से काफी पहले ही बाहर हो गए हैं, तो लेसन्स क्या है?
देखिए, जब आपके अपने हाथ से चीज निकल जाती है ना, तो फिर ये जो आप आंकड़ों पे जा रहे हैं ना कि वो इसको हराए, वो इसको हराए, तो ये इसको हराए, तो हम इधर पे हराए, तो वो चीज ना, वो क्या है कि आपके हाथ से तो चीज निकल गई है, अब तो आप दूसरों के रहमो करम पे बैठे हैं कि वो क्या करते हैं, तो फिर आप
सर एक्चुअली क्या RCB फैंस के साथ मैं बहुत रहता हूँ ना बैंगलोर में, तो वहां से आदत पड़ गई।
तो जी हाँ, थोड़ा सा दुख भी होता है कि मतलब जिस तरह की ये बिल्डअप कहा जा रहा था विश्व कप से पहले, और जिस तरह की टीम आप लेकर गए थे, तो थोड़ा सा दुख है, हो रहा है कि आप अगले पड़ाव तक या फाइनल तक पहुंचने की रेस में आप काफी पीछे छूट गए हैं। सीखने को क्या है? सीखने को ये है सबसे बड़ी चीज कि अपनी गेंदबाजी को आप कैसे मजबूत कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हर बार अगर यही माहौल पैदा होता रहा तो फिर आपके बल्लेबाजों पे आप बहुत ज्यादा दबाव में उनको डाल रहे हैं कि आप हर बार हमें 15-20 रनों का कुशन दें। तो इस तरह से टूर्नामेंट्स नहीं जीते जाते हैं। आपकी दोनों जो विभाग हैं, गेंदबाजी है या बल्लेबाजी है, वो एक सी तो नहीं हो सकती, लेकिन 19-20 का ही फर्क होना चाहिए, 16-20 का फर्क नहीं होना चाहिए। तो आप कौन से और ऐसे गेंदबाज हैं जिनको आप आगे लेके जा सकते हैं? डेथ ओवरों में आपको किन गेंदबाजों की जरूरत पड़ सकती है? क्या हर्षल पटेल एक अच्छे विकल्प हैं आपके पास, या क्या आप दीपक चाहर के पास जा सकते हैं जो गेंद को शुरू के ओवरों में स्विंग कराते हैं, आपको विकेट दिलाते हैं? तो इस बारे में एक चीज सोचनी पड़ेगी आपको, क्या आप इतने ज्यादा स्पिनर्स लेकर आपको ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाना चाहिए? क्योंकि गेंदबाजी को आपको मजबूत करना पड़ेगा। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है बुमराह, और बुमराह की फिटनेस वो किस तरह की रहेगी, क्योंकि अभी भी विश्व कप में 1-1.5 महीने का समय पड़ा है, तो क्या वो तब तक फिट हो पाएंगे? पूरी तरह से नहीं हो पाएंगे फिट, ये एक बहुत बड़ा सवालिया निशान है। दूसरी तरफ पॉजिटिव्स की अगर आप बात करें तो ऊपरी क्रम के बल्लेबाजों को थोड़ा सा लय में आता देखा। विराट कोहली के कुछ रन बने, आज रोहित शर्मा की जो पारी थी वो अच्छी नजर आई। तो ये अच्छे संकेत हैं क्योंकि ऊपरी क्रम के जो 3 या 4 बल्लेबाज हैं उनका अच्छी लय में, अच्छे फॉर्म में आना या रनों में होना वो बहुत जरूरी है आगे बढ़ते हुए। तो ये कुछ पॉजिटिव्स हैं। जैसे हम बात कर रहे हैं कि थोड़ा सा कमियां जो गेंदबाजी की हैं वो उसकी भरपाई करना इस वक्त ज्यादा जरूरी नजर आ रहा है।
सर अगले मैच में आप कुछ चेंज देखना चाहोगे 11 में या यू वुड प्ले द सेम 11?
चेंजेस तो होने चाहिए अगले मैच में जाते हुए। अब पहला थोड़ा सा फिटनेस पे देखना पड़ेगा, आवेश खान की फिटनेस किस तरह की है। अक्षर पटेल को एक मौका मिलना चाहिए, बिश्नोई को आप वापस लेकर आ सकते हैं क्योंकि अब आप जब इनको भी लेकर गए हैं और अगर ऐसा माहौल अगले मैच तक पहुंचते पहुंचते खड़ा हो जाता है कि 2 टीमें फाइनल में जाने वाली तय हो चुकी हैं और आपके पास मौका नहीं है, तो कम से कम जो आखिरी मैच है उसमें इन बाकी खिलाड़ियों को खिला के देखें एक बार, इनको भी मौका दें।
आप सर आप दिनेश कार्तिक को वापस लाएंगे 11 में या ऋषभ पंत को एक और मौका देंगे या दीपक हुड्डा के साथ परसिस्ट करेंगे?
ये थोड़ा सा सवाल जो है ना, ये थोड़ा सा पेचीदा सवाल है क्योंकि आप क्या होता है ना, आप फंस जाते हो। मैं आपको याद है पहले शो में भी मैंने आपसे बात की थी कि सबसे जरूरी किसी भी टूर्नामेंट में आपकी पहली 11 होती है। जब आप पहली बार अपने 11 उतारते हैं ना, वो अगर आपने अपने हिसाब से सही नहीं उतारे तो फिर आप हर बार बदलाव करते हुए फंस जाएंगे। अब पहली 11 आपने उतारी थी दिनेश कार्तिक के साथ, फिर आप ऋषभ पंत को ले आए, फिर आपने दिनेश कार्तिक को ड्रॉप कर दिया, वो क्यों ड्रॉप हुए ये पता नहीं चला। तो ये जो है ना, अब आप बड़े फंसते चले जा रहे हैं। अब आप क्योंकि बाहर हो गए तो क्या बाहर जब आप हो जाते तब आप दिनेश कार्तिक को खिलाना चाहते? तो अब ये तो जो जिन्होंने ये निर्णय लिए हैं शुरू में, अब ये उन्हीं के ऊपर है कि अब वो क्या करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन अगर आप दिनेश कार्तिक को आगे लेके चलना चाहते हैं और आप समझते हैं कि उनकी जगह ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जब आप विश्व कप के लिए जाएंगे उनकी जगह बनती है, तो फिर उनको मौका जरूर देना चाहिए, उनको खिलाना चाहिए आपको 11 में।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। तो विवेक उसी बात पे वापस आते हैं। हमने पहले गेम के बाद भी बात की थी कि जडेजा जब खेले थे और 5वें बैटिंग किए थे कि ये इंडिया ने अपनी फर्स्ट 11 जो है वो एक तरीके से फाइनलाइज कर ली है। अब जब जडेजा इंजर हुए तो अक्षर पटेल लाइक फॉर लाइक रिप्लेसमेंट आए थे, हमने गेम से पहले बात भी की थी। तो कहीं ना कहीं आपने जो बात की वो फैक्ट भी है कि आसान सॉल्यूशन ये था कि जडेजा की जगह अक्षर पटेल को 11 में लाते और वही रोल उनसे निभाते, बट एक चेंजेस के चक्कर में 2 और चेंजेस करने पड़ गए और अभी सब वो कहते हैं ना घी खिचड़ी हो गया।
और हुड्डा से
और ये भी तो देखो ना सुमेश, पहले मैच में आपने देखा हार्दिक पांड्या ने कितनी अच्छी बैटिंग की, अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया, अगले मैच में आपने उनको रेस्ट दे दिया। जब आप बड़े टूर्नामेंट्स में घुस जाते हैं ना, तब ये रेस्ट देने वाला टाइम नहीं होता है। तब तो आप ये कहते हैं कि जो बैट्समैन या जो प्लेयर अच्छे रिदम पकड़ रहा है ना, उसको तो आप हर 11 में खिलाते रहिए। हुआ क्या, आपने उनको बाहर बिठाया एक मैच के लिए, अगले मैच में आते संगी उन्होंने अंडा फोड़ा, 0 पे आउट हो गए। वही बंदे जो इतनी बढ़िया बल्लेबाजी करके आया था पहले मैच में, उसको क्या जरूरत थी रेस्ट देने की? अब क्या एक मैच जो है हांगकांग के खिलाफ, उसमें 4 ओवर भी अगर नहीं डालने की जरूरत थी तो नहीं डालते, कम से कम बल्लेबाजी करके अपनी रिदम तो पकड़ के रखते ना। तो ऐसे टूर्नामेंट्स में रिदम पकड़ना बहुत जरूरी है। और एक और बड़ी बात जो हम यहाँ भूल जाते हैं वो ये कि क्या होता है जब आप बायलैटरल सीरीज में खेलते हैं ना, आप उन्हीं खिलाड़ियों के खिलाफ बार बार हर मैच खेलते हैं 2-2 दिन के बाद, लेकिन यहाँ पे हर बार खिलाड़ी नहीं आता है। तो इसलिए आपकी मानसिकता, आपकी सोच, आपका खेल हर मैच में, मैच दर मैच आपको बदलना पड़ता है। क्योंकि एक बार पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ खेल रहे, उनके खिलाड़ियों खेलने अलग ढंग है, फिर आपके सामने श्रीलंका आई तो उनके खिलाड़ियों का, उनके बल्लेबाजों का एक अलग रुझान है, फिर आगे अफगानिस्तान आएगी तो वो फिर नए खिलाड़ी आएंगे। बायलैटरल सीरीज में वही खिलाड़ी बार बार आपके साथ खेलते चले जाते हैं, तो आप उनको समझ जाते हैं जल्दी। यहाँ पे हर मैच में आपकी एक अलग किस्म की परीक्षा होती है।
बिल्कुल। हाँ, पर अभी तो सर अब इससे उभरने में सारे फैंस को थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा।
उम्मीद है कि कल अफगानिस्तान जीत सकती है पाकिस्तान के अगेंस्ट? देखिए,
उम्मीद पे तो दुनिया कायम है, तो आप उम्मीद क्यों छोड़ना चाहते हैं? उम्मीद रखिए, लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा कि जब तक चीजें अपने हाथ में और अपने वश में होती है ना, तो फिर तब तक ही आप समझिए कि आप रेस में आगे दौड़ रहे हैं। बाकी अब तो यही है कि दूसरे के रहमो करम पे हैं कि वो उसको हरा दे, वो उसको हरा दे, आप बड़े मार्जिन से इसको हरा दे। तो अब तो सिर्फ बातें हवा में हो रही हैं, जो असलियत में मैदान में होना चाहिए था वो तो 2 मैचों में हमने देख लिया क्या हुआ है।
सर क्योंकि काफी फनी है, लास्ट ईयर वर्ल्ड T20 में भी अफगानिस्तान के ऊपर ही था कि वो न्यूजीलैंड को हरा दे, इस बार ये अफगानिस्तान के ऊपर है और मैचेस भी दुबई में हारे थे। ये कनेक्शन सही नहीं बैठ रहा।
यूएई निष्कर्ष सर यही है कि अब से कोई टूर्नामेंट अगर आपको रिलोकेट कराना है तो यूएई में तो मत ही कराओ, कहीं और ही कराओ।
थोड़ा सा क्या होता है सुमेश, मुझे थोड़ा सा ये भी लग रहा है कि हम लोग ना बहुत जल्दी अपनी बेंच स्ट्रेंथ के बारे में और उसको और ज्यादा बड़ा करने के बारे में बहुत जल्दी लग जाते हैं। आप ये नहीं देखते हैं कि आप आयरलैंड के खिलाफ खेल रहे हैं, आप जिम्बाब्वे के खिलाफ खेल रहे हैं, वहां पे लोग अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करते हैं, आप कहते हैं इनको वर्ल्ड कप की टीम में ले आओ, इनको आगे लेके चलो।
बिल्कुल
वो परफॉर्मेंस का स्तर बहुत अलग हो जाता है। आप ये समझिए, आप आयरलैंड के खिलाफ खेल रहे हो या आप वेस्ट इंडीज जो आजकल जिनका जैसा हाल है उनके खिलाफ खेल रहे हो या जिम्बाब्वे के अगेंस्ट खेल रहे हो, वो एक अलग किस्म की टीमें हैं, अलग किस्म का उनका स्टैंडर्ड है। यहाँ पे आप जब आए हो और जैसी पिचों पे खेल रहे हो, ये आज जिस तरह से श्रीलंका खेली है, ये तो बहुत खूंखार टीम नजर आ रही है। ये तो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, पाकिस्तान को आड़े हाथ ले ले। अगर इनके बल्लेबाज जिस तरह से इन्होंने आज बल्लेबाजी की है, ऊपरी क्रम के बल्लेबाजों ने, ये तो पाकिस्तान पे भारी पड़ सकती है आगे चल के ये टीम।
बिल्कुल
तो
खास करके अगर टॉस जीत गए उस मैच में तो
टॉस का तो
सर मैं कह रहा था कि श्रीलंका की टीम पहला मैच अफगानिस्तान से हार गई थी अपना, जो कि इस एशिया कप का टूर्नामेंट ओपनर था। उसके बाद लगातार ये लोग 3 मैचेस जीते हैं, तीनों बार 170 प्लस चेस करके इन्होंने जीत हासिल करी है। तो सर ये कितना बड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्टर रहेगा श्रीलंका की टीम के लिए आने वाले मैचेस में?
ये रिदम है ना, सारा रिदम की बात है। देखिए कप्तान टॉस जीतते समय कहता है नो चेंज इन द प्लेइंग 11। आपको क्यों बदलाव चाहिए जब आपकी टीम जो है, जो अच्छा प्रदर्शन कर रही है, अच्छा रिदम पकड़ा हुआ, उसने अच्छा टीम का आपका बैलेंस बना हुआ है और जीत रहे हैं आप, तो आप क्यों बदलाव चाहेंगे ना। तो इसलिए अच्छी रिदम में। और एक चीज और देखिए ना, आप पिछले कुछ महीनों से आप देखिए श्रीलंका किस तरह के दौर से गुजर रहा है। श्रीलंका में जो पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो है, उनके वहां जो लोग हैं वो किस तरह से मायूस हो चुके थे, और एक खुशी का एक माहौल सा इस टीम ने वहां पे, उनके चेहरे पे एक मुस्कान लेकर आई है श्रीलंकाई समर्थकों के, कि किस तरह के समय उन्होंने देखा है, किस तरह का, कहाँ से वो गुजर के आए हैं। और उनको भी अब कुछ चेहरे पे उनके मुस्कान आएगी कि भाई उनकी टीम ने इतना अच्छा प्रदर्शन करके दिखाया एशिया कप में।
सर ये जो चीजें हैं ना कि पीछे से आपको कोई कुछ दिक्कतें हैं, जैसे लंका के साथ अभी दिक्कत जो आपने बताई कि फाइनेंस जो पॉलिटिकल टर्मोइल रहा है उनकी कंट्री में, ऐसे ही इंडिया के साथ भी था बॉर्डर गावस्कर ट्रॉफी के टाइम पे कि कोई उनको कंसिडर नहीं कर रहा था, एंड दैट एक्चुअली हेल्प्ड द टीम टू पंच अबव देयर वेट। और अभी श्रीलंका के साथ भी यही चीज देखने को मिली है। सो ये चीजें क्या मतलब इफेक्ट करती है किसी टीम को कि कहीं से अगर आप पिछड़ रहे हो तो फिर उसके बाद आगे आके कैसे परफॉर्म करा जाए?
देखिए क्या होता है जब आपके अंदर इस तरह की भावनाएं उमड़ के आती है ना, आप एकदम से बेखौफ क्रिकेट खेलने लगते हो या बेखौफ से हो जाते हो कि अब इतना बुरा अगर समय हमारे साथ है तो अब इससे बुरा क्या होगा, अब तो इससे अच्छा ही होना है आगे। तो जब वो एक अंदर से चीज आपकी आती है ना, और आप बेखौफ एकदम हो जाते हो, और उस तरह से आप, चाहे क्रिकेट की बात नहीं है, खेल की बात नहीं है, किसी तरफ भी अगर आप जहां भी आप काम करते हैं या जो भी आप काम करते हैं, अगर आपका ये नजरिया हो जाता है ना किसी दिन कि अब क्या होगा, देखा जाएगा जो होगा, तो जब वो एटीट्यूड आ जाता है ना, फिर वो मैदान में टीम, वो खिलाड़ियों की चाल ढाल, उनकी जो एक शारीरिक भाषा है, वही बता देती है कि भाई ये टीम जो है ये किसी मकसद से आज मैदान में उतरी है।
और सर इसी चीज का एक और एग्जांपल मैं देना भूल गया, इस आईपीएल में गुजरात की टीम, उनको भी किसी ने कंसिडर नहीं करा था, और जैसे वो खेले हैं, टूर्नामेंट जीते हैं, तो वो भी इसी चीज का एग्जांपल है कि अगर आप हमें साइड में अगर आप हमें कंसिडर नहीं करोगे तो हम और अच्छा परफॉर्म करके आपको जवाब देंगे अपना।
इसीलिए इस खेल में हमेशा ये कहा जाता है कि खिलाड़ी कितना बड़ा है वो इतना मायने नहीं रखता है, उसका खेल कितना बड़ा है उस दिन
कितना बड़ा
सबसे ज्यादा ये मायने रखता है। आप कागज के ऊपर कितने भी बड़े नाम क्यों ना लिख लें, लेकिन जब खिलाड़ी मैदान में उतरता है या रस्सी पार करके उधर को जाता है, उसका प्रदर्शन उस दिन किस तरह का रहता है वही तय करेगा कि ये टीम आज जीतेगी या हारेगी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। और खैर इस लिस्ट में तो बहुत एग्जांपल्स हैं, इंडिया की 1983 वर्ल्ड कप की टीम या पाकिस्तान की 92 की टीम या श्रीलंका खुद 96 में, कोई उन्हें रेट नहीं कर रहा था। खैर इसी थॉट के साथ हम विवेक राजदान जी से शुभ रात्रि कहने का वक्त आ गया है। हम उनसे वापस मिलेंगे इंडिया अफगानिस्तान मैच के टाइम पर, होपफुली तब तक कुछ पॉजिटिव हुआ रहेगा कल के गेम से। सो गुड नाइट सर, we'll catch you in the India Afghanistan game.
Thank you Sumesh.
Thank you sir.
Thank you, bye.
Thanks sir. And I would like to call Avnish back in.
Guys, in the cold light of day, when we wake up in the morning tomorrow, Shrup, sit, don't go anywhere.
But you won't be able to listen to them, I think, ideally.
Oh yeah, of course. I forgot about another fan joining it right now. Look, we have Gurkirat still with us, Somesh right now, and Shub. Not got it today, unfortunately, but definitely. Oh, you do. So great, super. Mohammad, we have to, of course, reach out to all the fans right now. What's your reaction, man? Because right now I'm thinking, I don't know, I'm thinking many things, but India not making this year's Asia Cup finals. Sareja, talk to me.
I don't know. I'm very confused at what's happened. I think, you know, I've been saying this on a few of the panels I've been on, and I've said this every time there's a game in Dubai. The toss is very important, and we've seen that. We've seen that the way Sri Lanka, they lost the first few tosses and they lost the games. However, now look at them and the way they're chasing down these targets. So, yeah, honestly, very surprised with the way Bhuvi bowled, even in the Pakistan game and then even in this game. And very, very happy with how Arshdeep bowled the 19th. You know, 7 runs defending, that is not an easy job in the way he did it. Obviously, that error from Pant and Arshdeep right at the end for a run out, but you know, brilliantly bowled by Arshdeep, but unhappy with the way Bhuvi bowled. I think that's the 19th over.
Yeah, and the 19th over against Pakistan as well cost him.
So, guys, I mean, taking nothing away from Bhuvi, time and time again we have to go back to him because he has the skills. But if you think about the last World Cup as well, the way he bowled against Pakistan and the 2 games here, I mean, he has failed to live up to his expectations from him in big games, right?
And knowing that Bhuvi is a banker in these situations, it's not paid off. Gurkirat, I want to ask you this question in the form of Anthony John Putter's comment. And guys, we're here for another 5-10 minutes, so feel free to, of course, let in your comments and then we'll read them out. Anthony goes on to say, Gurkirat, when will we learn that bowling needs to improve? Why wasn't Aksar not playing? Obviously, there are going to be plenty of knee-jerk reactions throughout the next 24 to 48 hours. And this is going to be one of the most talking points. Gurkirat, take that question before we jump on to Akash Agarwal's point.
I think this is one question which only Rohit or Rahul Dravid can answer. I hope Rohit was asked that question because ideally, if you had Akshar in the squad, they probably again went for the pecking order because Hooda was in the original squad, so they thought they'll replace Hooda with Jadeja and use his bowling. And because they didn't have a left-hander, they brought in Pant. But the most surprising part, like I said in the mid-innings show as well, that what's the point of playing Pant and Hooda if you're not going to bowl Hooda and if you're not going to use Pant in the middle overs against spin, right?
Yeah.
And today, I said this in the last game as well, I felt that India got the batting order wrong. It's another thing that they still got 180. And today also I felt that they got the batting order wrong because once you didn't have you didn't have DK as well today, and you saw that India lagged finishing in the last game. They should have probably held back Hardik and promoted maybe Hooda, because if Hardik can't finish right with so much of experience that he has, then the chances of Hooda finishing off well are also even lesser, right? And with the kind of touch that Pant has been in, or you could say the lack of touch, again his percentages of succeeding at that position, especially with the lack of offside game, was even lesser. So I thought India actually played the percentages quite poorly today. You look at the bowling changes as well, like bowling Ashwin, bowling Chahal in the power play ahead of Ashwin, And then in the last game, you saw that Bhuvi bowled a pretty bad 19th over. So today you could have expected something different, that maybe Arshdeep bowled the 18th, 19th by Bhuvi, and then 20th by Hardik. But Hardik bowled the 18th, 19th by Bhuvi, and then by the time Arshdeep came on to bowl his last over, the game was pretty much done. So, points to, like I said in the mid-innings earlier today, or probably when I was there after the power play, it's been a poor game for Rohit and Rahul Dravid tactically more than anything else. Execution-wise, yes. Execution-wise, yes. Ishwar has failed, but tactically as well, I thought they were poor.
I just want to ask Som Umang's question. I know it's
we'll come back to this question next, but
sure.
This is one question that I've asked everyone in the panel, and as well as I asked this to Vivek Razdan. I'm asking you guys, do you think with Hooda in the 11, DK sacrificed and Hooda not bowling, India essentially went into the game with 10 men?
Yeah. And Som honestly is playing like a broken tape recorder right now saying this, but it's a pertinent point and everyone will be pointing at the question. Mohammed, jump in here. How do you see that whole situation? Because right now, do you think India lost the game from the offset, dare I say?
I completely agree with what's being said in terms of Hooda. If he's not there for the bowling, and there's no point of having an all-rounder then. DK, with the form that he is in and the way he played the last few series, we're sacrificing him because of Hooda. And then you see in the match where Hooda's not getting the ball, not even an over in the match or 2 overs.
See, we already made the point and established in one of the earlier watch-longs, the fact that Jadeja is out, DK is now even further out of the reckoning, which is diabolical. So right now, guys, who is Jadeja's best replacement going into that World Cup? Saleja?
It's a tough one for me because, Jadeja, he does everything right with the ball, with the bat and fielding as well. So looking at this Indian squad, it's very hard to replace him like for like, but maybe someone like Akshar Patel could come in and help out. He had a good West Indies tour, but obviously Jadeja, being Jadeja, it's not going to be an easy task for India to replace him. But hopefully, it seems unlikely. But let's see if he's back for the World Cup. But I'd want Jadeja to be in that playing 11 because Hooda obviously isn't the right option or the right replacement right now.
I would like to take Umang's question here. Where he has asked what changes do you expect from the India team for the next game? As much as everyone would want them to make a bunch of changes because they're out, I would want them to go back to the combination they started with. Just have the same 11 that they played against Pakistan first game, and instead of Jadeja because he's out, just bring in Akshar. Obviously, Avesh is injured.
And that means DK plays.
That means DK plays.
Yeah.
And since Avesh is injured, just Pant goes out, DK comes in for him. Hooda goes out, Akshar comes in for him, and since Avesh is injured, Ashwin goes out, and you bring in Deepak Chahar.
Could they gamble today while not playing Hooda and actually picking Bishnoi because Bishnoi wasn't that bad, Gurkirat?
Just one question to Sumesh. I agree with the two changes that he said, that Akshar comes in, DK come in, Hooda and Pant go out. But he said that Deepak Chahar comes in. Now my question is, and I think this is something which Sumesh has also agreed with. Deepak Chahar on paper and with the kind of bowler he is doesn't seem to be the ideal pick for Australia. Okay, that is one. The other thing is, if Deepak Chahar plays, then you have to get at least 2 overs out of Bhuvi at the death, and he's not delivering in that role.
So right now the squad is hampered.
I agree, but I don't see India gaining anything out of playing someone like Deepak Chahar. They might as well stick with playing the 2 spinners that played today, or if they want to bring in Bishnoi.
This is what I feel. In the larger scheme of things, India would need like for like options for everyone, and Bhuvi's like for like is Deepak Chahar.
Yeah.
So when there comes a point when Bhuvi is not there for whatever reasons, form or fitness or whatever it is, I feel Deepak Chahar can be slotted. An advantage of that is Deepak Chahar is a much better batter at number 8 than Bhuvi.
Yeah.
And in both games, we've seen that number 8 batting can make a difference.
Huge difference.
Hit that 6, and it kept India in the game at least for the 20th over.
Yeah, only time will tell, I think, with Deepak Chahar, whether he fits straight into the mix or not. And by the way, just getting back to the RCB mood and the fan that I am, apparently India have an outside chance if Sri Lanka win all their games and all of that. Sean Denawi will take your comment right now. Would have a non-contributing left-handed batsman in place of someone who's been performing well in the last 4 or 5 months, i.e. Sanju Samson, i.e. who else comes to mind when we talk about guys in place of left-handers? Rahul
Yeah,
Tripathi,
Sanju Samson.
Sanju
But
Samson.
we have a ready-made option, no?
We
Just
do.
play Akshar. See, just imagine today when the two right-hand batters were going gung-ho. Just imagine if there was an Akshar Patel in the mix.
Yeah.
He could have, instead of Chahal bowling the 6th over, it could have been Akshar Patel, because 6th over for Chahal was out of character. I hardly see Chahal bowling in the power play. He needs those fielders in the deep, because he's not like Mujib who bowls wicket to wicket. He basically gives the ball that flight and bowls it wide. Inevitably, he wants the
plus
batter
Akshay
to
would have worked wonderfully
miss
against
them.
the right-handers of Sri Lanka.
I mean, all of this is in hindsight. I mean, I agree.
Obviously.
But just think about this. I mean, if Akshar would have been in this 11 instead of Huda.
True. Now, a couple of things I just want to point out to you boys. Thank you, Surya Narayan, as well, to, of course, let us know your thoughts. India miles away from knowing their best 11 for the T20 World Cup. Completely agree. There is, of
Not
course...
miles, but yeah, at least 2 spots.
Agreed. So 6 games, of course, essentially before the World Cup. Australia 3 and then South Africa 3. We're not going to be doing a watch-along for that, unfortunately. But who knows? We might. But just peering to my TV set right now, both Gurkirat and Mohammad, Rohit Sharma, some pertinent quotes out there. He's not even spoken about Huda. He might have, but he's now implying about the batting. So we were short with the bat. Power play, of course, he spoke about the woes. Didn't finish well as well. Do you think that is something India will look back instead of this whole chat we're having with Huda and tactically getting it wrong?
See, we keep saying that India fell short by a few runs. But, I mean, if we go back to the first innings, where those few runs would have come out of? That is my bigger question here. Then again, it brings us to the point that you need to have DK in the team because he's your only 6-hitter. And in the last 3-4 overs, you need players who are 6-hitters. And who else is there? Like Gurkirat's point. You need to have Hardik in the last 3-4 overs because he's your 6-hitter.
Yeah.
Or again, I know this is something that Somesh and I have kept harping upon. But there's a reason why I said that India probably could have held Kohli back. Because again, today, against pace, see, you can, and I've said this before, you can have all the intent in the world, you can have all the character in the world, but at the end of the day, at the highest level of the sport, you need skill, right? When you don't have the skill, intent will very rarely make up for it.
So who doesn't have the skill here?
So that's what I'm saying. When it comes to end overs hitting against pace, Virat Kohli has better skill than Huda or even Rishabh Pant. So at the end of the day, both Pant and Huda were not cut enough, were not good enough to end the innings. And I'm not saying this on the basis of today. I've seen enough of them in the IPL and studied their game enough to make that assessment. And the numbers will also tell you that.
Yeah, it's not a small sample size like Gurkirat hints upon there. But Umang, again, another good question. And we can literally go on to tomorrow because it's honestly been one of our bigger watch-alongs right now. But it's been lots of knee-jerk reactions, understandably so. But if you're joining us late in this aftermath of India crashing out of Asia Cup, dare I say, I mean, who knows, right? There's another pertinent quote which we'll end with. Sorry. Ow.
It's actually a question from Umang Kedia, and this is the last question for the night.
Yeah.
Umang says, but isn't Deepak Chahar mere power play bowler?
A mere power play bowler.
I feel he's a bit one-dimensional bowler, to be precise. Sort of agree, but
even how Dhoni used him for CSK, right?
Yeah, but
3 overs up front.
But lately, that has been the same case with Bhuvi as well.
Yeah.
And dare I say, it's the same case with Mohammad Shami. A lot of players, analysts, experts, ex-cricketers want Shami in the mix, but Shami is one-dimensional as well. He's a new ball bowler. He's not a death bowler.
Yeah. So right now, I mean, it is literally curtains for India. If Pakistan beat Afghanistan tomorrow, so I think the whole of India will be rooting for Afghanistan. And I don't know, fun fact, trivia, I don't think a team has played India and Pakistan on back-to-back days of any tournament, but Afghanistan have that privilege. You guys can catch us for the Thursday watch-along, which will be absolute Bakhtodi. We'll get Saleja and the likes of hopefully Ben Brown and Gurkirat along. Final words from all you guys. I'll end it with a pertinent quote again from Rohit's presser right now. And I want Mohammad to have a say, then Som and Gurkirat up. He goes on to say, Rohit Sharma, this is, in the press conference right now, our team is 90 to 95% settled. Only a couple of changes beckon before the T20 World Cup. Saleja, what is he talking about? Who is he hinting in particular?
I'm guessing that's the top order, and maybe the changes that will be made would be the bowlers because Bumrah coming in. I don't believe with the fact that this Indian team is 95% ready or 90% ready for the World Cup. This team, as much as I don't want to say this close to the World Cup, we're not ready. We're not ready to maybe be in that semi-final
Are we
fight against
70%
Australia.
there and thereabouts, or where?
More or
50,
less.
60%?
I'm hinting more towards maybe a few changes in the opening, stand between Sharma and KL Rahul. Rahul hasn't been
But
the
we
best.
all know that is not going to happen.
Yeah, we know that's not going to happen. But in your idealistic world, who would you like to have?
I want to give Ishan Kishan a shot. I know he hasn't had a lot of experience but obviously, KL Rahul with the way he's going. Obviously, have KL Rahul in the squad because we know his ability. But in the end, when you're in Australia, when you've got bowling pitches and you've got these pacers coming at you 150 kilometers an hour, swinging the ball in and out, whether, the skills they have, it's not going to be easy for KL Rahul.
So you think Ishan Kishan is best equipped to play that?
Maybe I want to give someone else a shot rather than have KL Rahul in that team, in that playing 11 each week or each game and get out for less than 10. Obviously he had a
recency
great
bias,
start.
right? I know he struggled against Zimbabwe and the Asia Cup, but we can't really be throwing all the daggers towards India's vice captain.
Yeah, I'm not saying he shouldn't. That's what I'm saying. He shouldn't be. There's no conversation about him being outside the squad. Maybe keep him in the squad, but give someone else a chance as well at the same time. What you don't want is some KL Rahul, and I'll go as far as to say Pant as well, starting him every game. Give DK a chance as well. Maybe that works because you need to understand in Australia, you're going to have a lot of matches to play. Here, yes, you have 3 or 4 or 5 matches overall to play. When you're playing a World Cup, there are injuries to be bound to be injuries. There are bound to be players who might not be feeling well for the game. And that's when you need your backup players to step up. So the only way we can do that is get them to gain confidence in this Asia Cup, the 60-20s coming up against Australia and South Africa at home, and then go on and in the World Cup do that. And obviously, bowling, Bumrah comes in, and not sure exactly what to do with Bhuvi. Maybe if he plays the next few T20s at home and see how that pans out before eventually deciding who should play.
Yeah, good couple of shouts. Of course, we don't know the fitness of Harshal Patel, who's definitely a starter in the T20 scheme of things. Gurkirat, do you echo those thoughts quickly?
No, I don't think KL Rahul will get dropped. And like I said, I see only two changes happening. Hooda and 2 changes happening for sure. And those changes might even continue till the next game in the next series as well. Hooda and Pant going out, DK and Akshar coming in, and I hope that India stick with that 11 now, because after the game against Afghanistan, only 6 games left for the World T20, and the other thing is that India. See, it's very simple. If India had a batter of quality of KL Rahul, maybe you could have dropped him and then you could said that. But it could very well turn out to be the moment that India had with Raidu and Vijay Shankar before the 2019 World Cup. And dropping your vice captain will also create an atmosphere of insecurity, because if the vice captain can be dropped, then so can everyone else. And like I've said many times before, what Suryakumar Yadav does, KL Rahul is very well capable of doing that. KL Rahul has the potential to be India's Jaws Butler, but he plays like India's Babar Azam. It was good to see him switch his intent. He deserves a few more games, maybe the next game against Afghanistan, and the consequent 6 games that happened. And he should be given the license to just go in cricketing cliches terms, to go out and express himself. Basically, just go out and keep going bang bang. Because if he does that, my belief is that probably 6 times out of 10 he'll be able to deliver. And even if he delivers, say, 5 times out of 10, that's a very good success rate at in the role what India are expecting him to do. So,
absolutely. I think those are some key points that you mentioned there. And KL Rahul, of course, having an interview with Star Sports earlier, saying the word situation, I think 10 times. So I think he's just in that mold, saying, I want to play to that situation, but never know how things will unfold. Final word from you, sir. It's been a delightful 4-hour, 55-minute watch along. Unfortunately, didn't go according to plan from an India perspective, but biggest takeaway from you, apart from Hooda, because I know that's a dagger to your heart.
Biggest takeaway is, I mean, see, we keep on saying losses are lessons and all that.
You win some, you learn some.
But India play a lot, so inevitably, and a lot of them are bilaterals with weaker teams.
Yeah.
So you will win a lot, but ultimately India is not winning the games that matter, and that means something systemic is wrong there. Secondly, to Gurkirat's point on playing 11, I tend to agree because, as I said, even I would want them to go back to the 11 that they had in the first game and just replace Jadeja with Akshar. Coming to the bowling for the World Cup, I would just pick Bumrah over Bhuvi, keep Arshdeep in, and Harshal Patel replaces Ashwin from this 11.
Look, lots of comments, lots of opinions. We really appreciate your time. And only time will tell. I think we're a month and a fortnight away from the grandest tournament of them all, which is the World Cup, or there and thereabouts at least. So India should really iron out the wrinkles as soon as possible. And hopefully BCCI can win the Asia Cup from here, because they need to strategically plan these scripts better. Because if Pakistan lose tomorrow and then India beat Afghanistan, Sri Lanka beat Pakistan, it could be an India-Sri Lanka Watchalong on Sunday. Hopefully that's the case. But nevertheless, we've had absolute fun. Thank you, Gurkirat and Zaleja, for being so patient.
This is the RCB fan.
This is the RCB fan truly in me, trying to be optimistic.
I just want something. I have a couple of things to say. One, like I said earlier in the beginning, that the most sad people today would be in the offices of Star Sports, or maybe the investors of Star Sports. The other thing that I want to know is, Avnish, you are obviously the most experienced one in this regard. How do you suggest Indian fans deal with the next game against the next game between Afghanistan and Pakistan? Is there any superstition, or is there any black magic, or is there any
two words which come to mind: liquid diet. Honestly, go home, get trashed, drown your sorrows. Whoever is watching, wherever, I know in a place that Mohammad's watching, that could not be the best option out there, so I won't go that far. But RCB fans, honestly, we're used to this. So isn't, because he's an MI fan, and I'm sure you guys support teams which win.
One thing for sure, next year was a dead rubber, so we'll see a 20 ball 60 from KL Rahul.
Yeah,
at least.
Like what he did against Scotland.
but see, this suggestion doesn't work for me because I am a teetotaler, and you know what?
Oh,
we didn't know that. Never judge a book by its cover. Never.
And the other thing is, between the two of you, there's one team which is always waiting on others to do the trick for them, and there's MI where there's hardly any tension. I am a DC fan. Like, my biggest problem is that the team itself is its own biggest enemy. They'll have all the players in the world, but tactically they'll just make sure that they always start behind the 8 ball. So that
Delhi Capitals is the only.
But I think you can relate to this Indian team the more than all of us then, probably.
No, but Delhi Capitals, honestly, Gurkirat is the only team in IPL history to get out with a poor DRS punt. If you know, you know. But look, this is what the qualification scenario for India is. Just before we go, tomorrow Afghanistan must beat Pakistan. Thursday, India must beat Afghanistan with a really big win, because the net run rate, I think they're -1.2, I think, something like that. Friday, Sri Lanka must beat Pak. Net run rate will come into play 100%. Look, BCCI, we've seen you do a Vince McMahon before. If you guys can pull it off again, nothing like it. We can rumble on, at least I can, but let's, of course, cut everyone some slack on this watch-along. It's been absolutely fun. Somesh, well done, because, look, Sri Lanka have had the plaudits and got the points, and we at cricket.com have genuinely enjoyed having you guys on a Tuesday night. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you Thursday night, similar place, same time, 7 p.m. Join us then, hopefully.
With a better news.
Yeah, hopefully India can win then. Until then, it's a goodbye from Somesh, me, the rest of the boys, and of course, all the fans who made their presence felt tonight as well. Thanks, Gurkirat and Saleja. It's a goodbye from CDC. We'll see you guys soon. End the stream right. F it.